After a solution has been partially or wholly implemented, a business analyst must measure its effectiveness and ability to deliver the expected value to stakeholders. The business analyst then recommends actions for overcoming any limitations. In this course, you'll learn about the tasks in the Business Analysis Solution Evaluation knowledge area. There are 6 interrelated business analysis knowledge areas: business analysis planning and monitoring, elicitation and collaboration, requirements lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, and solution evaluation. The purpose of the solution evaluation knowledge area is to determine if an existing solution, one that has been implemented even partially, provides current value to the organization. The business analyst will determine if the solution is providing the expected benefits and is meeting organizational goals and objectives. This knowledge area also uses techniques and approaches from requirements analysis and design definition. The business analyst performs several functions in the solution evaluation task. They must address possible solutions at the end of an existing solution's life or when considering requirement changes using the requirements lifecycle management knowledge area. The analyst also uses information from the elicitation knowledge area to assess the solution, possibly through observation and interviews. They use the strategy analysis knowledge area to assess the context and range of possible outcomes by analyzing the current state. And the business analyst also uses business analysis planning and monitoring to plan the approach and stakeholder engagement. Some tasks in this knowledge area may be similar to those in the strategy analysis or requirements analysis and design definition knowledge areas. However, they're different because you're addressing an existing solution and not a proposed solution. In assessing an existing solution, you'll be assessing if the solution is providing actual value. On the other hand, during a proposed solution, you are assessing perceived or potential value. You will use various techniques to identify barriers to unlocking the full value potential. Solution evaluation may include performance assessments, tests, and experiments to determine if the solution or components of the solution are addressing business needs. Solution evaluation can occur in 3 phases. In the prototype phase, you may apply usability testing. This will identify if the solution is easy to use and meeting the needs of different stakeholders. In the pilot phase, you could use scenarios and performance metrics to test how effective the solution is in meeting business needs. The last phase is operational release. Once the solution is released, you could conduct a focus group, send out a survey, and gather data to determine if the solution is meeting the desired value. The solution evaluation process begins with identifying the need and solution scope. Through requirements analysis and design, the business analyst will determine solution options. Potential value is assessed through these stages. The evaluation of the value becomes more concrete as the solution moves through the phases and while in operation. The business analysis value spectrum depicts 3 knowledge areas of business analysis along a horizontal spectrum. Strategy analysis is the first and closest area to the potential end of the spectrum and includes the needs and the solution scope. Requirements analysis and design definition is the second section of the spectrum. It contains requirements and designs. Solution evaluation, the closest section to the actual end of the spectrum, includes proof of concept or prototype, pilot or beta, and operating. When applying business analysis core concepts to solution evaluation, there are 6 concepts that you need to be aware of: changes, solutions, context, value, stakeholders, and needs. During a solution evaluation, the solution may need to change based on stakeholder feedback and help desk data. The enterprise may need to change in order to realize value. For example, processes may need to be modified or people may need to be trained. The performance of the solution will be measured to determine if value is being delivered. If it's not, root cause analysis could be used to determine why. Then you'll need to determine the limitations that prohibit the realization of value. You should always consider the context in which the solution is operating when determining corrective actions. An issue may be temporary, such as an increase in demand because of the time of year, which would indicate that changes may not be required. You can use various techniques and key performance indicators to determine if a solution is delivering its previously identified potential value. If it's not, you'll need to determine why the value may not be realized. For example, there may be features that were not identified during the requirements elicitation activities and the identification of the solution. You can use elicitation techniques to collaborate with stakeholders to get their input on performance issues and query them on the value they expect. During your investigation, you'll evaluate how well the solution meets stakeholder and organizational needs. It may be that there is a specific demographic that has additional needs in order for the value to be met. Measuring a solution's performance is critical to evaluating the solution. The purpose of the Measure Solution Performance task is to define the performance measures to use and then collect data to evaluate the value the solution provides to the organization. The inputs to this task include the implemented solution and business objectives. The Measure Solution Performance task is based on what the solution is, how the business defined value, and the context in which it is operating. The business analyst will work with stakeholders to determine the key performance indicators, also known as KPIs. KPIs should be aligned to the organization's goals and objectives. The output of the task will be solution performance measures. These measures will provide insight into how well the solution is meeting business needs. Inputs provide the necessary elements to measure solution performance. The first input is an implemented solution, which could be a fully operational solution, a prototype, a pilot, or a beta. The second input is business objectives, the measurable results the organization wants to achieve, which also provide a benchmark. To define solution measures, you start by determining if the current measures exist and can be captured. In some cases, the measures may not be easy to obtain, especially if the system doesn't capture the necessary data to effectively measure. You will elicit information from stakeholders to document their needs as they relate to the business goals and objectives at the time. You'll also need to ensure that current measures are accurate and relevant, based on the stakeholders' needs, and check any measure imposed by third parties, such as government or regulatory agencies. Based on the value being measured, the data collected could support two types of measures, quantitative or qualitative. Quantitative measures are numerical, involving amount. Amounts and quantities can be compared in terms of less than, more than, or equal to, and measures can be expressed as rates. Qualitative measures are subjective and include observations, stakeholder opinions, and perceptions of the value and performance of the solution. Don't discount qualitative measures. You could gather enough information to see patterns of opinions. The business analyst validates performance to ensure the assessment produces useful data and information. The measures should align to the KPIs and other high-level measures. Performance measure criteria should be validated with stakeholders, and the sponsor should approve the measures that will be used to evaluate solution performance. There are several factors that can influence a data collection plan. You could employ statistical methods, but the volume or sample size needs to be considered. For example, a small sample size will not produce enough data to be useful. You should consider the frequency and timing of data collection, as these could impact the resulting data. Collecting data too often may use up resources. You should also keep the currency of data in mind. Current data is more representative than older data, but older data could provide information about trends. A business analyst can measure and assess solution performance using a variety of guidelines and tools. These include the change strategy, the future state description, validated requirements, and solution scope. There are also several key techniques used during the Measure Solution Performance task. Metrics and Key Performance Indicators, or KPIs, are used to measure the solution performance. They may have been communicated in the original requirements document or in a business case, but consideration needs to be given to the use of other KPIs. The KPIs chosen should align with the business objectives at the time. Techniques for gathering qualitative data include observations, surveys or questionnaires, and focus groups. Techniques for gathering quantitative data include data mining. Another approach is to document the questions that need to be asked to measure performance. The data received may help to narrow down root causes and may have nothing to do with the solution. Several other techniques are used by the business analyst to evaluate the existing solution's performance, including analysis, group, tool, and document review techniques. Analysis techniques, such as benchmarking and market analysis and decision analysis, are used to evaluate the existing solution's performance. Non-functional analysis is used to determine if the solution is operating at the level of quality necessary for ongoing use. Group techniques include focus groups, observation, surveys, and questionnaires. Tools include acceptance and evaluation criteria, data mining, metrics and KPIs, and prototyping. Document reviews include business cases, use cases and scenarios, and vendor assessments. There are 6 stakeholders involved in measuring solution performance. Domain subject matter experts provide the measures necessary to align to the business objectives. The business analyst has to report on these measures on a monthly or quarterly basis. Project managers will schedule the measurement tasks. Sponsors will provide performance expectations and approve the planned measures. Customers provide feedback by completing surveys and participating in focus groups. Regulators prescribe guidelines for measuring performance, especially in the instance where a solution is aligned to public services or highly regulated industries, such as the airline industry. End users provide valuable information about how a solution behaves and if it's helping them meet their goals. Observation is a technique that provides a business analyst with information within the context of the user's daily activities. The purpose of the Analyze Performance Measures task is to interpret data and assess the information from the measures to determine the value the solution is providing to the business. The inputs include the potential value and solution performance measures, and the output is solution performance analysis. Potential value is the expected value from the solution being implemented. It is established during the analysis of the potential value and recommend solution task during a project, and is used as a benchmark for assessing the performance of the solution. Solution performance measures are the output from the Measure Solution Performance task. There are some differences between solution performance and desired value. Solution performance measures if the solution performs well, is easy to use, responds well, and is efficient. Performance is the measure of efficiency and the level of quality it provides. Desired value is what the solution provides to the business with respect to its goals and objectives and how it contributes to meeting the business needs. The business analyst must evaluate the risks that are uncovered through performance measures and may affect solution performance or the whole enterprise. These risks must be defined and managed. Regulatory security and privacy risks are also considered by the business analyst. When retrieving data, the business analyst must consider when the data was collected and how to avoid data anomalies and skewed data. The data samples should be of sufficient size and over an appropriate period of time to identify any trends in performance issues. The business analyst will document any clear trends and take action to correct the solution. Valid analysis can only take place when the data is tested. This occurs when data that is collected is reproducible and produces repeatable results. Reproducible means that the data collected once can be collected again, and the results provided by that collection are the same as in previous analysis activities. Analysis activities also have to be repeatable. In other words, if you were to gather that data again, you would expect to see the same results. The business analyst will compare the expected performance and the actual performance and may uncover a variance between the two. The analyst will also conduct a root cause analysis to determine the causes by conducting interviews with information technology and gathering results from other data sources. Then he or she will make recommendations to reduce the variance. Some of the guidelines and tools used by the business analyst to assess solution performance are the change strategy, future state description, risk analysis results, and solution scope. In order to effectively analyze the data gathered, the business analyst may review the change strategy that was used to implement the solution. The business analyst will determine if the context of the implementation has changed. The future state description will also be assessed. If there are differences between what was described in the strategy and the current state of the implemented solution, the business analyst will review the strategy's risk analysis to determine if it is still relevant. The business analyst will also determine the overall risk and plan an approach to modify those risks. Solution scope provides information on what to measure and how to assess those measures. Analyzing measurement produces results from the defined measures in the measuring solution performance task. There are several techniques to assist the business analyst in analyzing data and identifying risk. Analysis techniques the business analyst will use include benchmark and market analysis. He or she will also use expert judgment, stakeholder input, and experience to identify risks and determine the likelihood and impact of those risks. This is called risk analysis and management. Root cause analysis is used by the business analyst to identify occurring problems and potential problems. Group techniques, such as interviews with stakeholders, stakeholder observation, and surveys, can be used to validate data and identify risks. Tools, including acceptance criteria metrics and key performance indicators, are used to determine if there is a variance between what is expected and the actual results. There are several key stakeholders involved in analyzing performance measures. Domain subject matter experts are an excellent source to identify risks. As the business analyst, you can provide a lot of insights into the data that is collected. Project managers are responsible for risk management and may contribute to risk analysis. Sponsors identify risks and provide insight into the data that is collected. As the business analyst, you determine the significance of any of the performance variances. Solution performance analysis is the output of the Analyze Performance Measures task. The solution performance analysis includes measurement analysis results. These will be shown in the form of a report or presentation to the key stakeholders, which will support the recommendations. The recommendations provided are meant to improve performance that will come from the domain and IT stakeholders and should include recommendations on opportunities to increase value and meet business goals and objectives. When dealing with a solution, you need to assess its limitations. The purpose of assessing solution limitations is to identify the root causes of solution performance issues. This can be done at any time in the life cycle of the solution. The inputs to the Assess Solution Limitations task are the implemented solution and the solution performance analysis. The task is to assess solution limitations, and the output is a record of the solution limitations. A solution is only as good as its weakest component. To find solution limitations, a business analyst must identify internal dependencies among solution components and determine if those dependencies limit the solution performance or value. The business analyst will identify root causes once the solution is producing ineffective output, underperforming, not meeting the value expectations, or not fulfilling business goals or requirements. The business analyst must assess each problem to determine its severity, probability of reoccurrence, impact on operations, and the capacity of the organization to absorb that impact. For multiple problems, the business analyst will determine which issues to resolve and which to accept. The resolutions could include changing processes and adding quality controls. There are several guidelines to use when assessing solution limitations. The business analyst will use change strategy to implement the solution and get insight into the potential value identified. They'll use risk analysis results to determine the solution limitations and use the solution scope to identify solution components that may have issues. There are several techniques that can be used to assess solution limitations. These techniques fall into 4 categories: analysis, group, tools, and document reviews. Business rules are regulations and business policies that guide the day-to-day operations of the organization. Using analysis techniques, like decision trees or tables, you can analyze the rules to see if they support or hinder business activities. In some cases, the rules can be changed. In other cases, following the rules can't be avoided because of regulations. Some can be automated and others can't. Other analysis techniques include benchmark and market analysis, business rules analysis, decision analysis, risk analysis and management, and root cause analysis. Group techniques, such as interviews and surveys or questionnaires, can be useful when assessing solution limitations. Acceptance criteria is a tool used to identify the level at which the criteria is met or not. This is to find the requirements that were created during the project. Other tools include evaluation criteria, data mining, and item tracking. The business analyst uses document reviews, such as lessons learned, documented from the project that implemented the solution, to see if something from the project implemented the solution's ability to deliver value. Different stakeholders play different roles in the process of assessing solution limitations. The domain subject matter experts, or SMEs, are key to identifying issues with the implemented solution. SMEs have a unique insight into the day-to-day workings of the solution or a component of the solution, so they can provide input on ideal performance and identify any limitations. Testers are another type of subject matter expert who can provide valuable information. A test plan with results and an explanation of which defects were deferred during the project will help you pin down the performance issues. Sponsors approve any changes and provide resources in order to make the changes. The customers who use the system are an excellent source of information about system issues. This information can come from help desk records or through surveys. End users are impacted by the solution on a daily basis. You'll have a wealth of information on what isn't working for them and is keeping them from achieving their goals. End users are able to provide important feedback and information about the value they need in order to be effective. You can use observation and provide surveys. Regulators are consulted regarding how regulations may constrain the solution. The output of the Assess Solution Limitations task is solution limitations. These limitations are presented in a report or in person. This report or presentation provides information on the constraints that will keep changes from being realized. It will also provide information about the defects of the system that have been gathered by the help desk or through software testing. Sometimes an enterprise can create limitations. The purpose of the Assess Enterprise Limitations task is to consider issues that affect the solution that is implemented. These include culture, hierarchy, stakeholder needs, and operations. The output is a report on enterprise limitations. There are 3 inputs to the Assess Enterprise Limitations task: the implemented solution, current state description, and solution performance analysis. The business analyst will use the assessment of the implemented solution and the context under which it's operating as a prototype to determine enterprise limitations. The current state description describes the internal environment. It includes factors influencing solution limitations, such as the context, culture, operations, and reporting structures. A solution performance analysis is the analysis of measurement results and performance recommendations. An organization's culture is made up of the shared beliefs, values, and norms within that organization. These can affect the enterprise, so you should assess the organizational culture. It can present resistance to change. You can use focus groups, surveys, organizational change checklists, and assessments to find out if stakeholders understand the reason for the solution and if they support the change. Also, if cultural changes are required, you need to determine what type of communication is needed in order for the stakeholders to understand the need for the change. There are several questions you can ask when performing stakeholder evaluations. Do stakeholders accept the change? How are they accepting the change? Do they see value in the change? The other important component of stakeholder evaluation is identifying how you communicate about the solution. Communication can take many forms. For example, emails to the staff members impacted by the change, town hall meetings with senior executives, or training videos that have executives stating their support of the solution, those using it, and the types of support that will be put in place. As a business analyst, you will assess how the solution or solution components can affect a particular stakeholder group. You should review processes for which a solution is used and ask several questions. Do the inputs provide value or issues to the process? Do the tasks performed create some value? Is the solution being used effectively to execute the process? What are the outputs of the process, and do they provide value? You will also assess the locations where the stakeholders interact with the solution. If the stakeholders are in remote locations or other time zones, they'll need to have adequate access to training and support for using the solution. Assess if there is a language barrier. You should also elicit and document concerns stakeholders have about the solution, and track these with an issues matrix. If there is a belief that the solution doesn't provide value, it can hamper the adoption of the solution or solution component. The lack of adoption or skills to use the solution can delay value realization. When assessing an organization's formal structure, the business analyst can ask if the organization's hierarchy supports the solution and if the reporting structure is blocking the change. In a more informal structure, the business analyst will ask if there are alliances and friendships inhibiting delivery of the potential value. There are many areas of consideration for a business analyst performing an operational assessment. The analyst should assess the enterprise's ability to adapt and effectively use the solution. They must consider whether policies and procedures are a constraint on the solution that must be lived with, or if the business rules can be modified, and determine if the enterprise capabilities and processes are mature enough or even exist. The analyst also assesses if training and other HR practices can be instituted to close the knowledge gap and communicate the benefits of the solution. They determine the risk tolerance of the organization, the risk management approach, and if there are other tools and technologies needed to make the best use of the solution. When assessing and evaluating an enterprise's limitations, business analysts will need to make use of a variety of guidelines and tools. Business objectives are used to consider what the organization needs to achieve to be successful. Examining the change strategy will provide insight into how the solution was implemented and provide a future state description, the boundaries of the proposed or newly modified future state of the enterprise, and the potential value expected. The future state description will provide the boundaries under which the solution changes will occur. Risk analysis results and the planned approach to manage risks are used to ensure enterprise risks are included. Using the solution scope is a way to assess which areas of the enterprise are impacted. In assessing enterprise limitations, the business analyst uses techniques that fall under 5 different categories: analysis, modeling, group, tools, and document reviews. SWOT analysis is an analysis technique used to document how the change will optimize strengths, minimize weaknesses, take advantage of opportunities, and mitigate threats. Other analysis techniques include benchmarking and market analysis, decision analysis, process analysis, risk analysis and management, and root cause analysis. Process modeling is a modeling technique used to document the current state and any changes needed to achieve the value of the solution. Organizational modeling is another useful modeling technique used to identify areas in the organization that need improvement. Group techniques include brainstorming, interviews, observations, surveys or questionnaires, and workshops. These are used to identify gaps. The business analyst could use process maps and break the teams into groups to discuss where the issues are and how they can be fulfilled. Tools used are data mining, item tracking, and a roles and permissions matrix. Item tracking is used to ensure issues are documented and addressed. Roles and permissions matrices are used to ensure the necessary permissions exist and that they're documented. Document analysis is a document review technique used to review business rules, existing processes, training materials, and other documents, such as contracts, to better understand the culture, organization, and operations. Document reviews also include lessons learned. There are several stakeholders who have responsibilities when it comes to enterprise limitation assessment. The domain subject matter expert will provide input based on his or her area of expertise. Stakeholders in one domain could have a positive attitude regarding the change, while those in another could have issues. The regulator will provide input on the adherence to regulations. The customer will have input on interacting with the organization. The end user will use the solution or maybe a component of the solution. The sponsor authorizes funding and is a champion for the actions involved in resolving the problems. The output of the Assessment Enterprise Limitations task is the enterprise limitations, a description of the current limitations of the enterprise, and the solution performance impact on the enterprise, including suggested amendments to the enterprise processes, business rules, and structure. Training is also usually an element of an enterprise assessment. Recommend actions to increase solution value is a task that uses the assessment of the solution and enterprise limitations that determines the gaps to recommend a course of action or options that align to the solution, enterprise, and desired value. The task's inputs are solution limitations and enterprise limitations, and the output is recommended actions. You will need to determine when to define appropriate measures, when the performance is acceptable but the business goals are not being met by the solution. There are several recommendations you can make. You may recommend that nothing be changed, especially when the value is low in relation to the amount of effort needed to make the change. The business may decide that there aren't enough resources to make the change at this time. You may recommend avoiding waste. The objective of this is to ensure activities align directly with the value realization and to reduce activities that do not contribute to the production or the service. Another possible recommendation is to eliminate redundancy. Recommendations should consider any redundancies. Process models will provide you with insight into redundant activities. Redundancy could include excessive management reviews, where the reviewer neither informs the process nor provides input or sign-off. Another option may be to retire the solution. This could be beneficial if the current solution is out of date. Retiring the solution would take less time and resources than updating the solution. You could also reset expectations. Often, stakeholders will focus on costs already incurred to date, but decisions should be considered based on future investment cost savings. Additional capabilities are considered. Software solutions offer capabilities that may not have been part of the original requirements, but they still exist in the product. You could recommend the capabilities existing in the solution be turned on or configured to close the value gap. A final valid recommendation is reducing the complexity of interfaces. Systems that communicate with one another can become overly complex in a tangle of data transfers. Organizational change includes simplifying work, providing easy access to information, training, and communication. There are several possible recommendations related to organizational change, including automating or simplifying tasks, changing personnel or the tasks that they do, changing the structure of the organization itself in some areas, such as removing redundancy, outsourcing work, and improving access to information. When you're considering retiring a system, you need to keep several considerations in mind. First, the existing solution has ongoing costs that are likely to increase over time. These costs are compared to the initial investment of a new system, which may be higher than maintaining the existing solution, but may have lower ongoing maintenance costs. Another consideration is opportunity cost, which is the cost of pursuing one option over another. You should also consider necessity, which refers to the need to replace an existing solution because it would cost too much to maintain or the vendor is no longer supporting the product. One thing that should not be considered in change decisions is sunk cost. Stakeholders should consider the cost of the future investment and the return on that investment rather than the cost of the existing solution. Recommending action can follow a variety of guidelines and tools, including business objectives, the current state description, and the solution scope. Business objectives may have changed since the solution was implemented. You will use elicitation techniques to understand if or how the business objectives have changed. According to the BABOK Guide version 3, the current state description provides the context within which the work needs to be completed if it can be used to assess alternatives and better understand the potential increased value that could be delivered. It can also help highlight unintended consequences of alternatives that may otherwise remain undetected. The solution scope includes a solution component, interfaces, and stakeholders who are impacted by the change. Several techniques will be used to make solution recommendations, including analysis, modeling, group, and tool techniques. Analysis techniques include decision analysis, which is used to determine the possible outcomes and risks of choosing one solution over another. The elements used to make informed decisions include financial value, scoring, and rating. Pros versus cons and force field analysis are specific techniques used to break down the reasons for going with one solution over another. Other analysis techniques include financial analysis, process analysis, and risk analysis and management. Organizational modeling and process modeling are used to illustrate changes to the organization imposed by the solution recommended. This should always come with an explanation as to how it provides value to the organization. Group techniques include focus groups, surveys, and questionnaires. Tools include data mining and prioritization. Prioritization facilitates discussion of which solutions and actions will provide the most value. Certain stakeholders have key roles in recommending actions. Domain subject matter experts provide input on changes to the solution organization and will participate in decision analysis and prioritization of those suggestions. Regulators or the compliance department ensure adherence to laws and regulations. Data collected from customers is used to support or inform which solutions will or will not meet their needs. Customers may interact with the organization while using the solution. End users have day-to-day insight into the current issues with the solution and should be considered in solution recommendations. Training or changes to their tasks might need to be included in the actions recommended. Sponsors authorize funding for any approved actions. Analysis can be defined as breaking a problem or process down into its elemental parts to identify solutions or opportunities for change. Analytical techniques help the business analyst identify problems and find solutions. Business analysts must regularly use analysis tools and models to assist with scoping and planning, supporting business analysis, and decision-making. In this course, you'll learn about effective analytical techniques for business analysis work. In the world of business analysis, two common types of analysis are benchmarking and market analysis. The purpose of benchmarking is to improve the business in relation to industry best practices. The business analyst compares these best practices and performance metrics against the organization's current state to identify areas of improvement. Best practices can come from competitors, government, and industry associations. Benchmarking is used strategically once the chosen measures have been evaluated against best practice indicators. Market analysis, on the other hand, has three key purposes. It works to understand the customer and market needs in order for the organization to better serve customers and gain market share. It's used to identify competitors and how they're performing and to determine if a market exit is needed in the future. In market analysis, the business analyst also determines the viability of partnering, merging, and divesting from an organization. A benchmark analysis requires a business analyst to perform several tasks. They must determine the areas to study, such as the market or a particular process, and identify the leading enterprises in the market. The analyst must also conduct surveys and potentially put out requests for information and arrange visits with the leading enterprises and like enterprises to study and understand how those organizations work and how they use best practices to make themselves competitive. Benchmarking also requires the analyst to analyze the organization against the best practice, identify any gaps, and develop a project proposal based on the findings. Market analysis also involves a variety of tasks, including identifying various customers, identifying opportunities to exploit the market, determining the competitors in the marketplace, scanning for trends using data analysis and surveys, defining a business strategy based on the data and outputs, and collecting market data and internal information to draw conclusions. There are positives and negatives to consider when thinking of doing a benchmark analysis. The positive attributes of benchmark analysis are that it helps generate improvements in the organization, identify best practices in the marketplace, and pave the way to success using evidence-based data. The negative attributes of benchmark analysis are that it can be time-consuming, and it doesn't always reveal information about a competitive advantage. Market analysis also has positives and negatives to consider. Positives include that it's an excellent tool to answer specific questions about positioning in the market and customers' opinions. It can also identify weaknesses and the differences between the organization and its competitors. The negative attributes of market analysis are that it's time-consuming and costly. The benefits are not immediately apparent, and it requires some market segmentation on the part of the organization. When a business analyst needs to gather background or current state information, it's time for document analysis. This analysis is used by the business analyst to understand stakeholder and organizational needs, evaluate and validate the performance of an existing solution, validate other findings, such as information gathered from an elicitation activity, and fill in gaps where information is not available. Applying document analysis involves understanding needs and validating solutions. Understanding needs involves reviewing market studies, industry guidelines, industry standards, company memos, and organizational charts. There are several areas the business analyst reviews when validating solutions. They must review business rules to ensure that the right ones are being implemented. Reviewing technical documentation helps determine how the system was designed, and training documentation helps to understand the current state. Reviews of problem reports help determine how the solution should change or be enhanced, while previous requirements reports help the analyst understand the work that's been done by a previous business analyst. Procedure manuals should also be reviewed, even if they're a bit out of date. When doing a document analysis, you need to determine if the sources are public or private. There are also some content attributes you need to consider, including how relevant the information is, whether the information is current or out of date, whether the document was written by someone within the organization that validated it and gained acceptance by others within the organization, whether the information can be compared to other sources to determine its accuracy, how understandable the information is, and whether the information can be communicated easily. Document analysis also helps the business analyst define what data needs to be mined. There are 4 steps to carry out a document analysis. The first step is to conduct a detailed review and record notes in your analysis chart. The second step is to identify any inconsistencies, perhaps with information gathered from an elicitation activity or another source of elicitation, such as observation. It will identify any conflicts and duplication of information. The third step is to record your gaps, especially when you have limited knowledge and need to validate from another source. The fourth step is to complete additional research by drilling down into data that you've received to ensure you're getting the right information and a good, clear picture of the current state. When you're recording your findings, be sure to indicate who your intended audience is, what the content is, where you can get the information, and the level of detail you'll need. When recording your information, you should use a format that's easy to read and follow. You can use graphs of the data, models, process flows, and decision tables. Document analysis has strengths and limitations. The strengths include that it uses existing material, meaning no content creation is required. You have to review content thoroughly and should record existing sources as points of reference. Document analysis results can be validated, and you can use various formats to communicate the information. Certain factors can limit the effectiveness of document analysis, including out-of-date materials and author availability. It only really relates to the current state, and it can be time-consuming and lead to information overload and confusion. Be sure when you've reviewed a document to go back to the author if you can and summarize your conclusions from your review to check for accuracy and understanding. Scope modeling is a technique used to define the boundaries of a solution or need. This is not to be confused with the scope of the project. Ideally, the project will be scoped based on the business need and requirements. There are 3 elements scope modeling is used to describe: what is in scope, what is out of scope, and what is both in and out. When considering what is in scope, scope models can include organizational charts and functional decomposition. On the other hand, out-of-scope models identify the elements that are not in a boundary. For out-of-scope models, a context diagram may be used. When it comes to what's both in and out, scoping helps to compile a solution. A Venn diagram could be used to describe what's both in and out of scope. There are 4 elements that affect boundaries: the scope of control, need, solution, and change. The scope of control is defined as what is being analyzed, roles and responsibilities, and what is internal and external to an organization. Scope of need is what the stakeholders need in order to solve problems and meet business objectives. It encompasses the value functional areas and organizational units of an organization. Scope of a solution includes which requirements have been met, the value delivered, and the impact of the change. Scope of change describes what's needed to enable the change, such as stakeholders, risk management, training, and communications. Scope models are typically used to describe the span of control, the application or the effort needed within the scope, and the relevance of the elements within scope. Business analysts are usually concerned with the elements that will be altered as part of the change, as well as any external elements. The business analyst will determine what changes need to be incorporated, such as new processes and capabilities, and also address other impacts for elements outside of scope that are relevant to a change. The business analyst will determine interactions between the change and the current and proposed solutions within the context. The business analyst will determine what needs to change, such as the processes that need to be modified, events to be responded to, stakeholders in organizational roles impacted by the change, technology that needs to be changed, and organizational units that are impacted by the change. The analyst will also define the system components and physical assets required for the change. To get a complete understanding of the scope of a change, a business analyst needs to look at the relationships between the various elements of the change. There are several types of relationships. A parent-child or composition subset relationship basically relates elements of the same type. It could be in a hierarchical decomposition. These relationships could be in an organizational chart or in a class or entity relationship diagram. They're also indicated in process models. A function responsibility relationship connects a function with the stakeholder, organizational unit, or solution component that's responsible for the execution. These appear in business process models, sequence diagrams, and use case diagrams. A supplier-consumer relationship is a way of looking at the organization from market perspectives. The elements of this scope can be processes, systems, organizational units, and certainly external entities that impact the supplier and consumer relationship. Cause-effect relationships and diagrams help to understand the problems that need to be solved for things that are impacted by the change. You can use a fishbone diagram or other cause and effect diagrams to understand the scope of the problem. Emergent relationships are used in the most complex of systems. Several elements can interact, which produce results that cannot be predicted or understood based on the components alone. There are a number of assumptions when defining scope. You should ensure they align to the needs of the organization and stakeholders. Consider the causality of problems and their outcomes, the impacts of those problems, and the solution and impacts of the changes that will occur based on the implementation of a new solution. Establish the solution's applicability, whether the solution is right for the organization, and what should or should not be in scope for it to address the needs of the business. Also consider the solution's feasibility when looking at a potential solution. Scope is defined in textual descriptions and can be shown through relationship diagrams and dependency matrices. The business analyst needs to define scope clearly and concisely in order for the organization to understand the complete picture of what the change will encompass. There are a number of strengths in scope modeling. It enables agreement for contractual obligations and determines the project effort. It also helps justify decisions based on the elements of the scope, and it ensures people understand the completeness of the solution and its impact on the organization. Scope modeling also has its limitations. It is a high-level description of what could be implemented and lacks granularity for certainty. It can often be difficult to change defined scope and difficult or impossible to address complex boundaries because of the lack of detailed information. In contrast to scope modeling, the purpose of state modeling is to describe the behavior of an object. For example, a computer state is off, on, or at rest. State models not only describe all possible states of an entity, but how the entity changes and what can happen to the entity when it's in each state. There are three main states: initial state, transition state, and final state. A state model describes how changes occur, the factors that cause the change, and actions that must be performed because of the change. State transitions illustrate how an entity changes from one state to another based on processes, business rules, or other information. Transitions are not necessarily linear. An entity could skip states based on a business rule or revert to a previous state. For example, in a situation where an order has a state of shipped but is later returned by the customer, the state is reverted back to in stock. There are a few different transition types. Conditional transitions are triggered by a specific event, while recursive transitions lead from one state and return back to the same state. Automatic transitions are triggered by the completion of a required activity while in the previous state or by the passage of time. A state table is a two-dimensional matrix used to show states and the transitions between them. It's used in elicitation and can help stakeholders work through the various states of an object. It shows the start state, any transition states and the reasons for the transition, and the end state. There are several strengths to using a state table. It's helpful for the business analyst to determine business rules and help stakeholders think about what the business rules are during elicitation, as well as what would cause an object to change from one state to another. It also identifies information attributes and allows for effective documentation and communication of the various states of an object. There are also some limitations to using a state table. It could be inefficient for simple entities, which would be better described in plain text. It could also be difficult to reach consensus on the details of the state transition, in which case the business analyst needs to look at other forms of elicitation activities to determine the states. And a state table requires a high level of precision because communicating incorrect states could cause problems with the resulting solution. Process modeling is a technique used to illustrate how work is carried out. A business process model describes what is being accomplished through primary activities across the enterprise or within a business unit or department. Within a business process model, business process steps are described in verb form. For example, confirm order. System process flows identify the sequential flow of control among programs or units within a computer system. A program process flow shows the sequential execution of program statements within a software program. Process models are created for different levels within the organization. There are 3 levels. Enterprise or context-level processes are at the highest level. Enterprise-level processes include sales, marketing, and finance. Operational-level processes are at the middle level. The business analyst considers operational-level processes and how they're aligned to different stakeholder views. This is where the work takes place and the activities are conducted. System-level processes are at the lowest level. At a system level, processes are described in more granular activities and outcomes, including exceptions and alternative paths, and can be used as a basis for simulation or execution. System-level processes are used to describe the context of the solution and what's happening or needs to happen. They provide a visual to accompany a textual description and are used for process analysis in order to make improvements. There are several uses for process models. They describe the context of the current state and desired future state solution, and the actual and expected events in the form of activities and tasks, which are driven by business rules and information flow. They sequence activities, though in some cases, activities can happen concurrently, especially if they're processed automatically. They provide a visual, an important tool used by the business analyst to communicate not only with the business, but also with the implementation team. And they provide a basis for process analysis to identify any issues, redundancies, and complexities. A typical process model contains specific elements. Activities are the primary tasks that need to be executed in order to provide value. Events are what triggered the activities. Directional flows are indicators of which way the flow goes from one activity to another. Decision points are typically documented using a diamond shape. Links allow for branching based on a decision and link external processes. And roles can be illustrated using swim lanes. Consider the example of a swim lane diagram. There are two roles, role 1 and role 2. Role 1 is where the trigger or event starts. The flow proceeds to task 1. Once task 1 is completed, the process could branch into two separate tasks. At this point, the flow leads to a sub-process, which is executed by role 2. The sub-process indicates a process is conducted outside of the current process flow. The sub-process provides information required to make a decision, which leads to task 3. In this example, the decision leads to a choice of either true or false. If false, task 3 returns to the sub-process and continues to loop until the state returns true, at which point the process stops. A slightly different approach is utilized for Business Process Model and Notation, or BPMN. There are two separate lanes in this type of diagram. The start event leads to task 1. The flow of work then splits after task 1, at which point two tasks, task 2A and task 2B, in this instance, are executed in parallel. The split is illustrated by a diamond with a plus sign at its center. In the diagram, once the work in tasks 2A and 2B is complete, the flow of work merges into an input or output task, which could lead to a data store or to a sub-process. In this instance, the sub-process is embedded in the diagram to show a process occurring outside of the context of this diagram, which has input into the flow. The BPMN diagram also includes an exclusive gateway. This is used to indicate a decision made in a preceding task. The workflow continues from the sub-process to task 3 until the conditions of the sub-process are met, at which point the flow ends in an end event. There are several strengths to using process modeling. It is easy to understand and to explain to your stakeholders. It considers different perspectives from different stakeholders, both those impacted by the process and those engaged in the process. It uses scenarios to describe a process and is very effective in elicitation. It also uses parallel branches, which help to identify pain points, redundancies, and complexities. It's used as documentation to describe the current state and the future state, and as a baseline from which you can then measure activities. However, there are limitations to process modeling. It can be document-heavy, though in some cases this is absolutely necessary. It can be complex and time-consuming, and can require very detailed models for operational problems. But in some cases, this is necessary in order to understand what those problems are and how to rectify them. It also needs to be maintained by enterprise architects, so it doesn't become obsolete. The purpose of process analysis is to understand and improve how work is conducted within an organization. There are several outcomes of a process analysis. It provides efficiencies and recommendations. It defines current and future state gaps and provides clarity on contract negotiation factors. It gives insight into data and technology used by the process, and it can be used to assess the impacts of a change. There are two frameworks for process analysis: Six Sigma and Lean. And there are four improvement methods used by either or both process analysis frameworks. Value stream mapping is used in Lean methodologies and illustrates the current state and end process in one page. It describes how a product or service uses time and materials to determine the value provided or to discover waste. Statistical analysis and control is used in manufacturing to measure quality. It uses statistics to measure control limits and specification limits. Control limits are predetermined and mapped on a graph to measure the process capability. Specification limits are mapped to understand customer needs. Process simulation uses specialized software to model power stations, chemical plants, and other complex processes. This allows the business analyst to determine how a process will behave based on various scenarios. Benchmarking compares an organization's process and key performance indicators to other best practices. Process analysis involves a number of elements to improve processes. There are a few primary processes. To reduce task time, business analysts will map a current state process and may conduct cycle time evaluation to determine if time can be reduced in a task. To automate steps, business analysts will use observation and process maps to determine if some steps can be automated. But automating steps requires a detailed understanding of the business rules associated with a particular step or activity in a process. Business rules also help to automate decisions, which are made based on criteria and outcome. A final process is modify, combine, and/or eliminate interfaces altogether to make improvements to a process. Process analysis focuses on how value is added. When looking at a process, business analysts consider the input and the activity or task and how value is provided within that task. Process analysis is used to determine if the activities engaged in a particular business unit or department are strategically aligned. A business analyst needs to consider whether a process is efficient, effective, repeatable, measurable, controllable, transparent, and easy to use. Business analysts will review the current and future state to identify any gaps, but the gaps must be assessed to identify if they add value to the overall process. Improvement opportunities are identified where there are pain points or areas of concern for the business analyst and the stakeholders involved in the process. Business analysts will look at the strategic alignment of a process to ensure the improvements to that process align with what the enterprise needs. The business analyst tries to identify the root causes of problems and needs to determine if there are multiple root causes to a pain point within a process. To do this, you consider the inputs leading up to the gap, because there may be some issues with the information provided to the process. The business analyst also ensures current measurements and motivators are in place for those who are conducting and utilizing the process in order to reach business goals. When evaluating the recommended solutions based on a process analysis, a business analyst has to identify the impact on the organization, the individuals who are participating in the process, and those who are receiving the outputs from the process. You look at the feasibility of making the changes. This has a lot to do with the organizational culture. The business analyst needs to look at the technology to ensure that it can support any changes to the new process. Lastly, the business analyst has to identify if the process provides value to the customer, be it the end customer or internal customers of the process. One tool for process analysis is the CBAP model. A CBAP is used to outline the major elements of a process and how it impacts and provides value to the end customer or suppliers. You use the CBAP model to identify if suppliers provide inputs that meet the expectations of the end customer. The outputs can provide a feedback loop to the suppliers in order to ensure there are quality inputs for the process to produce value to the end customer. CBAPs are an excellent tool that elicit information from your stakeholders to understand what's critical to quality for your customers and who is interacting with the process as a whole. Value stream mapping is derived from the lean manufacturing methodology. It involves the diagramming and monitoring of inputs and application points for processing the inputs, starting from the front end of the supply chain. It gauges the wait time for the inputs and the actual processing time at various points in the process. It provides a one-page picture of all the steps involved in the end-to-end process. There are several strengths to process analysis. It helps the business analyst address the right issues by narrowing in on some of the pain points and complexities of a particular process. It also helps eliminate waste and cost, and it helps a number of different approaches and techniques identify where improvements can be made. There are also limitations to process analysis. It's time-consuming, and it can be challenging to determine the right technique to use. It's also ineffective for knowledge or decision-intensive processes. The purpose of organizational modeling is to align the roles within an organization, the responsibilities of those roles, and the reporting structure into a visual representation that can be communicated and analyzed. There are a number of models the business analyst can use. The functionally oriented organizational model groups employees based on shared skills and expertise. The purpose of this type of model is to reduce duplication of work. The executive function is at the top, with management functions below it. Each of the different skills and functions are below the management functions. Market-oriented organizational models group functional areas with line managers who are responsible for reaching organizational goals. The president and CEO are at the top of the model. Various staff members are under the president. Below the staff are various marketing areas, such as research and development, manufacturing, and marketing and sales. A matrix-oriented model groups customer types, geographical areas, and processes that serve the customers together. At the top of the diagram is each of the areas. Line managers are listed below each of the areas. Employees are listed vertically below each line manager, and a project manager is next to each row of employees. An organizational model fulfills a number of roles and interfaces. It illustrates the skills and knowledge for each of the roles. It also outlines the responsibilities for each of those roles and the responsibilities that are necessary to meet the goals and objectives of the organization. It specifies the types of work conducted by those roles, and it displays the relationships with other roles within the model, shows the interfaces with other business units, and shows communication between people and work packages. Organizational charts are a formal structure of the organization itself. Boxes in the chart depict an organizational unit and the roles and people who are responsible for carrying out the work within those roles. Lines depict the reporting structure within the organization. There are influencers inside all organizations. An influencer is anyone who provides information, direction, and advice. The business analyst identifies these people in their communication plan to ensure they optimize this role and get the right information. There are benefits and drawbacks to using organizational models. It can benefit future projects, enable support for each of the areas that are identified in the organizational model, and it's commonly used and can be easily read. The negatives are that it can be difficult to identify informal authority models within an organizational model, and that the model can be out of date, meaning you need to validate you have the right information. The purpose of interface analysis is to identify an information exchange between solution components or across boundaries. The business analyst elicits information about data feeds from both internal and external sources. Interface analysis defines who uses the interface, what information is exchanged and when, and where and how frequently the information exchange occurs. There are various types of interfaces in an interface analysis. Internal users are people who directly interact with the solution in an organization. Hardware interfaces include things like information sent to a printer. External users are people who are external to the solution, such as regulators. Information can also be exchanged between systems. Business process interfaces are any exchanges of information between processes. And then there are APIs, or Application Programming Interfaces. There are several techniques a business analyst can use to identify interfaces. Document analysis is used to determine the interfaces for the domain under analysis. Observation is used by the business analyst to understand the benefits and issues with the user interface. Scope models, which include process models, context diagrams, and use case diagrams, describe the interfaces within the boundaries of the scope. Interviews are used to discover information about the interfaces. Context diagrams illustrate data information flows through a process and depict both incoming and outgoing information flows to entities external to the process. There are two types of interface relationships, many-to-many and one-to-one. In many-to-many, there are many interfaces providing information and data to many systems. In one-to-one, there is only one interface to one system, or many interfaces to one system. An example is an environmental reporting application that uses an internal water analysis data feed and data entry from many organizations to report water waste results. This illustrates a many-to-many application. A business analyst can document an interface by naming it and describing the coverage, the exchange method between two different entities, the format the exchange takes, and the frequency of the information exchanged, whether it's on a daily, hourly, or monthly basis. There are a number of interface analysis strengths. It helps the business analyst provide functional coverage. It provides allocations of requirements, business rules, and constraints, and it can help reduce over-analysis. Interface analysis is limited in that it does not consider the internal components, but only the interfaces between components. The purpose of a data flow diagram is to illustrate how data flows through a process and how the results of the activities that are stored are used by another activity or entity. The data is provided through a source, then processed, and the output used. The Gain-Sarsen notation is a simple diagram that can be used for scope modeling and understanding the data that is transferred within a process. In the Gain-Sarsen notation, the process is illustrated with a circle, using the label of the data process and a verb-noun phrase such as processing sales. External agents, which are outside of the process, are described using nouns. Several directional arrows illustrate input data moving from the external agent into the data process and then output data being returned to the external agents. Another context diagram is called the Level 1 diagram using Jordan notation. In the diagram, data is processed and transformed and sent to another data process. When data is transformed into output data, it's stored in a data store. The process is represented as a circle containing the various data processes. Data processes are described using verb-noun combinations. There is a data store, and the external agents are illustrated with boxes. The input data and the output data are described with nouns. For each input and output, there are internal processes within the overall process. Although different notations can be used, there are several key elements in a data flow diagram. The input is typically represented as a directional arrow and described with a noun. The process is described with a verb-noun phrase and illustrated using a circle. The output data is produced once inputs are processed and can go to a data store, which can then provide input data to another process. Finally, external agents or entities providing input data are illustrated using boxes. When using a context diagram, you need to consider the strengths and limitations. One strength is its simplicity. It can be used with stakeholders to discover and verify the external agents and data sent to the process. It can also be used for scope definition. It's easy to understand and can help identify inefficiencies with the various rules and defines the boundaries of the processes and the connections within the processes. And it explains how data flows between processes and between entities and can be used for system documentation. The limitations are that it can be very difficult to model large systems. It has various notation methods, so you have to be sure everyone understands the given notation method to avoid miscommunication. It also doesn't show sequences of activities, and it doesn't describe the process itself or the activities of stakeholders within the process. The purpose of data mining is to find meaningful information in large amounts of data. It also assists in decision-making. The business analyst will examine the data, provide different perspectives based on the data output, summarize the data, and identify patterns and relationships between the data. There are 3 different approaches to data mining: descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive. The descriptive approach explains how the business analyst needs to identify patterns using graphs and charts. The diagnostic approach explains why the patterns exist at all and can be described using decision trees. And the predictive approach uses algorithms and patterns to determine what will happen in the future. The business analyst will use existing decision models to define data usage from the bottom up. Top-down analysis uses decision models to determine the best course of action. If you're performing data mining, it's best managed using Agile. Agile uses rapid iterations, confirmation of the results of the data mining exercise, and deployment of the results. Agile is beneficial because it uses project controls. Data sets are used in several ways. Record merging means using records from multiple tables and putting them into one source. Collapsing repeated groups means grouping data into multiple sets of fields. Actual or virtual files involves data extracted into files that remain in a database. To create sets for analysis, independent data, and validation sets, data is split into 3 sets: a set to be used for analysis, a completely independent set for confirming the model works on data not used to develop it, and a validation set for final confirmation. Samples can also be used for large volumes of data. There are several tasks a business analyst performs when analyzing the data, including identifying characteristics, using statistical measures and key performance indicators to understand how data is distributed and how calculations behave, and using visualization tools, such as an Excel spreadsheet to illustrate the data patterns. Data mining is based on mathematics and uses algorithms which are either unsupervised or supervised. Unsupervised algorithms are where the user does not know what they're looking for. Supervised algorithms are where the user is trying to find or protect something specific. There are several data mining algorithms, including decision tree analysis, linear and logistic regression, neural networks, support sector machines, and predictive scorecards. And there are 2 main ways in which data mining can be applied. In human decision-making, people make decisions using charts and graphs or data fields. In automated decision-making, business rules engines automate decision outcomes. There are strengths and limitations to consider when using data mining. Strengths include that it's excellent at uncovering hidden patterns. It creates useful data that helps in decision-making and increases data accuracy. It also eliminates or reduces human bias. Limitations include the fact that you have to be very skilled at data mining for it to be effective. There's a risk of having erroneous correlations or misapplied insights into the data, and also a danger of using incorrect tools. Data mining regularly requires specialist knowledge to be effective. It can lack transparency due to the complexity and analysis needed, and can present results that may be difficult to deploy. The purpose of data modeling is threefold. It describes what's important to the business, entities, classes, and data objects, describes attributes, such as a customer's first name, last name, address, and phone number, and provides a common set of semantics. There are 3 data model variations: conceptual, logical, and physical. A conceptual data model is a high-level description of the data, its attributes, and the relationships to other entities or classes. It's independent of technology and is used to describe business information. A logical data model is a design of the data that the business is interested in. It's an abstraction of the conceptual model and uses normalization to remove redundancies. Primary keys and foreign keys are used to define relationships. A physical data model is a design created by the implementation subject matter expert and is derived from the logical data model. A physical data model is concerned with the performance of the database and can be used to determine the amount of storage needed in the database. Entities are used in relational data models. Entities include physical items, such as an office building, organizational items, such as a department within a company, abstract items, such as a service provided by the company, and events, such as a tax submission date. A data dictionary is used to document the description of the entities or classes. Data attributes describe an entity or class. An attribute is given a unique name and the allowable values for the entity or class. Attributes are often based on business rules. Attributes can be used to describe the type of information, the size of the field, and whether an entry is optional or mandatory. A description of the data entity is a brief explanation of what it is. Entity relationship models provide a structure for the data model, which describes relationships between data entities and the dependencies of those relationships, referred to as cardinality. Cardinality refers to the minimum or maximum number of occurrences to which an entity may be related. For example, in an organization, an employee might have only one manager, but a manager has many employees. Although each model type uses different semantics, they're very similar in many ways. The exception is that the object model includes functions that use other classes to execute an outcome. In a relational database, the relationships are referred to using cardinality. In an object-oriented class model, relationships are referred to as associations. The relationship dependencies in the model are referred to as multiplicity. Metadata describes the data in a data model, including what the entity represents, when the data was created or modified, the reasons for the data's creation or modification, how it's used, how often it's used, and who uses it. There are positives and negatives to using data models. On the plus side, it uses a consistent vocabulary. It represents the business needs from a data perspective and describes business rules. It's a consistent approach for analyzing data and can have a flexible level of detail, which is called normal forms. The business analyst doesn't usually go to a very low level of normal form and typically draws conceptual models and logical models. Data models can help identify any inconsistencies with the information that's obtained by the organization and utilized. But there are drawbacks too. It can be difficult for stakeholders to understand if they don't have training in data modeling or an IT background. It can also extend to areas beyond an individual stakeholder's knowledge base. Data models are best used to describe the data needed by the organization to the implementation team. Prototyping is a multi-purpose tool used by the business analyst as a means to elicit and validate requirements from stakeholders. It's a process to model or design requirements. It helps optimize the user experience, assess design options, provide a basis for final business solutions, and could also be used for data cleansing and transformation. There are 4 forms of prototyping. With non-working or static models, you can create a non-working model using paper and pencil or a whiteboard. These are often used during elicitation activities by the business analyst to quickly illustrate what the stakeholder is describing. Using working representations, you can create a prototype that can be used to demonstrate how the solution will work. There are tools available to automate a solution using data workflows and business rules, which can be used to simulate outcomes based on different scenarios. Digital depictions involve using different tools to illustrate how a product or user interface will work. And with proposed products, a business analyst uses the information elicited from the stakeholders to define a suggested product and validate assumptions about that product. There are two main approaches to prototyping: throwaway and evolutionary or functional. The throwaway prototype is very simple, is used iteratively, and is used to elicit information from stakeholders. It's non-workable, which means it's not automated, but it can still be a very quick and efficient way to capture information about how a solution should work. It's not maintained because it's used as a tool to gather information and analyze the prototype. It's a very inexpensive way to get information and designs created. It can uncover interfaces, processes, data, and business rule requirements during an elicitation activity. An evolutionary or functional prototype functions as if it were the solution. The business analyst uses specialized prototyping tools to create a functional prototype. Depending on the type of tool used, the functional prototype may be used in a final business solution. Evolutionary or functional prototypes use a prototyping tool which enables a business analyst to create simulations, using scenarios to determine what the impact of the change would be. There are different types of prototypes. A proof of concept demonstrates the feasibility of an idea. A form study prototype is a physical model of a product describing the look and feel of the product. A visual prototype is used without modeling to complete functionality and is used to test the visual aspects of a solution. A functional prototype tests software functionality and workflow. And a usability prototype is used to test how a user interacts with the solution. You can use a few different methods when prototyping, including storyboarding, paper prototyping, workflow modeling, and simulation. Storyboarding illustrates a series of activities by different users of the solution. Paper prototyping is the least expensive and time-consuming approach to prototyping. It uses paper and pencil to describe an interface or a process. Workflow modeling describes how work is completed and illustrates how something moves from one step to another. Simulations use various inputs, such as data and business rules, to demonstrate how a solution operates. Prototyping has upsides and downsides. Positives include it represents the future state of a solution. It enables early input and feedback, is iterative in its approach, and allows an easy-to-criticize mock-up. It's excellent when using deep vertical prototypes. The drawbacks include the complexity, which may add considerable time and effort. As an interface becomes more complex, more time is taken in the prototyping effort. It may require some understanding of an underlying technology to close any gaps that might be evident in the solution. And detailed prototypes may create unrealistic expectations from an end user. It's important for the business analyst to set the expectations with the stakeholder that a prototype is simply a shell of a solution utilized to elicit and validate requirements. Otherwise, the business analyst could get caught up on the design specification of a solution and miss some of the important functional requirements that need to be documented. Analyzing and managing risk is critical in any analysis. The purpose of risk analysis and management is to identify uncertainty with regard to a solution. As a business analyst, you assess potential negative impacts to a solution and the organization and help to manage the risk. Risks are identified by the business analyst based on their past experience, expert judgment, and stakeholder input. Historical analysis uses information from past initiatives to identify risks. These risks are managed through a risk register. The risk register assigns a unique identifier to each risk, lists the risk with a brief description of its consequences, and also describes the probability of the risk turning into reality and the impact of the situations. Impacts can be described in terms of cost, duration, solution scope, solution quality, or others. They're categorized as high, medium, or low. Risk level is derived from the probability and the impact. A risk plan includes a brief description of how the risk will be fully managed. It also assigns a risk owner. The risk register also describes residual risk. This is the threat that remains if a portion of the risk is left after a risk assessment has been conducted. The probability, impact, and risk level is also assessed for the residual risks. Risk analysis and evaluation determine the overall risk level. Risk analysis includes assessing the risk, estimating the level of risk, and determining the acceptability of the risk. A risk impact scale can be used to quantify the risk level. There are 3 risk level categories: low impact, medium impact, and high impact. A risk solution has several elements, including scope, quality, cost, effort, duration, reputation, and social responsibility. The risk impact is defined for each impact level and solution element. Every organization deals with general and specific risks differently. There are 5 main risk management approaches. Avoiding risk means removing the source of the risk or putting interventions in place to ensure the risk doesn't occur. Transferring risk involves working with a third party to take on the risk or share it. Mitigating risk puts interventions in place to reduce the risk. Accepting risk requires developing a workaround for if the risk occurs. And increasing risk means increasing the probability of an opportunity occurring. Risk analysis and management has strengths and limitations. Its strengths are that it can be applied to strategic, tactical, and operational risks, cover multiple initiatives, and provide ongoing risk management. Its limitations are that it can produce an unmanageably large amount of risks and may not identify significant risks. Financial analysis is how a business analyst develops an understanding of the financial impacts of a solution. There are 3 factors that are taken into consideration during a financial analysis: the initial costs, the expected benefits, and the ongoing costs to maintain and support the solution. The business analyst reviews the costs and benefits, the time frame in which they will be incurred, the ongoing cost of using and supporting the solution, the risks associated with the change initiative, and the ongoing risks to the business value of using the solution. Financial analysis is an ongoing activity and is used to determine if the investment is justified. Part of financial analysis is defining costs. The business analyst must consider how much it will cost to build the solution, how much it will cost to acquire a solution, and how much it will cost to transition from the old state to the new state, as well as transition states such as training and data migration. The business analyst also considers the total cost of ownership, or TCO. The TCO is a combination of the cost to acquire a solution, the cost of using a solution, and the cost of supporting the solution for the foreseeable future. This helps clarify the potential value of the solution. Different financial analysis approaches inform the business on different aspects of the investment. Planned business value is the estimated value provided over a period of time. Cost-benefit analysis is calculated as the estimated total benefit minus the estimated total cost, resulting in a net benefit. The benefit realization is in the future. The longer it takes to realize a benefit, the less likely it will be that the benefit is worth investing in. Return on investment, or ROI, is expressed as a percentage. It's calculated using the formula total benefit minus investment cost divided by the investment cost. ROI is a typical calculation used in a business case. The ROI of the solution is compared to the ROI of other solutions to determine which one is the best investment and should be chosen. It must use the same time period for each solution. The higher the return on investment, the better. Discount rate and net present value are used to determine if the organization should invest in the solution. The discount rate is an assumed interest rate used for calculations. The financial department of an organization will likely have a discount rate used by the entire company. Net present value, or NPV, is defined as the current value minus the original cost. It's used to determine present-day value of a solution. Several calculations are used to determine the NPV. The analyst needs to calculate the costs, negative cash flows, benefits, and positive cash flows for each period of an investment. The period is typically 1 year, but could be measured in quarters or half years or months. Each cash flow, inflow, and outflow needs to be discounted back to its present value, or PV, and then all the terms need to be summed up. The result of the NPV formula is multiplied by the annual net cash inflows and reduced by the initial cash outlay to get the PV. In cases where cash flows are not equal in amount, the previous formula will be used to determine the PV for each cash flow separately. Any cash flow within 12 months is not discounted for NPV purposes. Usually the initial investment during the first year is summed up as a negative cash flow. The higher the NPV, the better. The internal rate of return, or IRR, is the interest rate at which an investment breaks even. It's used to determine if the change, solution, or approach is worth investing in. The IRR calculation is based on the interest rate at which the NPV is equal to the value of 0. The minimum threshold the organization expects to earn from its investment is called the hurdle rate. If the change initiative IRR is less than the hurdle rate, the investment should not be made. Payback period is the time it takes to recover costs. In a specific situation, an organization may decide to examine the time it will take to recoup the costs of installing solar panels, based on the electrical savings over time. Once the payback period is passed, the initiative would normally show a net financial benefit to the organization unless operating costs rise. Financial analysis has its strengths. It provides objectivity when stakeholders are at a disagreement as to whether to invest in a solution or not. It also ensures assumptions and estimates are transparent and reduces uncertainty within the organization as to which solution to go with. But this type of analysis also has weaknesses. It may make some costs and benefits hard to quantify, especially soft benefits, such as customer and employee satisfaction. And it always involves some uncertainty on future costs and benefits that are mere estimates, which could give a false sense of security. Root cause analysis is the tool to use when you need to determine what the real problem is, as opposed to the symptoms of the problem. It's a systematic approach to defining problems in two situations. Reactive analysis determines how to correct an occurring problem, and proactive analysis is an approach for identifying potential problems and documenting prevented actions. Business analysts perform 4 key activities during root cause analysis. They define the problem in a statement, collect data related to the size and timing of the problem, use cause identification to analyze patterns related to the effects to determine the root of the problem, and then identify what action is needed to correct or reduce the impact of the problem. A couple of tools can be used to identify root causes. First, the fishbone, or Ishikawa diagram, focuses on the effect caused by a problem. Categories are arranged around the effect of a problem, similar to the backbone of a fish. Each category could refer to people, processes, and tools. The business analyst works with the stakeholders to identify some of the primary causes of a problem. Once a primary cause is identified, secondary causes are identified. After that, tertiary causes could be identified as well. Once all primary, secondary, and tertiary causes are identified, the stakeholders can discuss which causes can be addressed immediately and which causes need additional work. Another tool is the 5 whys, a questioning technique that is used to uncover the causes of an issue by writing down the problem, asking why the problem occurs, then documenting the idea below the problem. You then ask why again and capture each new idea below the first idea. You continue asking why until a root cause is identified. Typically, this is anywhere from 3 to 7 questions. Root cause analysis helps to maintain an objective view of the causes and effects of a problem. It enables effective solutions and corrective actions and helps stakeholders identify which corrective actions they will prioritize. But there are also negatives to root cause analysis. The business analyst may require formal training on how to use the various techniques, and the analysis may be difficult if there are complex or challenging problems. The SWOT analysis technique is used by stakeholders to identify an organization's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths are positive attributes of an entity under evaluation. Examples could be a skilled workforce or an easily accessed retail location with high foot traffic. Weaknesses are areas the entity could improve, such as an outdated technology platform. Opportunities are something to exploit, such as another entity that holds market share and may be for sale. Threats are defined as something that could cause trouble for a business or project. SWOT analysis has a variety of uses, including evaluating the current environment that the organization is operating in, identifying options to meet business needs, identifying and overcoming barriers to success, identifying areas of strength when implementing new strategies, evaluating project success, and developing strategies to address threats. It can be difficult for an organization to identify its weaknesses, so it's up to the business analyst to help facilitate that process. A SWOT matrix is used to discuss and facilitate information about the organization's strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. The matrix is made up of 4 squares arranged to make a larger square. There are 4 combinations in the SWOT matrix. Strengths and opportunities, or SO information, is gathered in the top left corner. This square allows the business analyst to identify if the organization's strengths can be used to exploit potential opportunities. Strengths and opportunity strategies are straightforward to implement. Strengths and threats, or ST information, is gathered in the top right corner. This square allows the business analyst to identify how the organization can use its strengths to ward off potential threats, or if the threats can be turned into opportunities. Weaknesses and opportunities, or WO information, is gathered in the bottom left corner. This square allows the business analyst to identify if the organization uses an opportunity to eliminate or mitigate a weakness. If the opportunity allows for the development of new capabilities, an organization may merge with another organization that has those capabilities. Weaknesses and threats, or WT information, is gathered in the bottom right corner. This square allows the business analyst to ask if the organization can do the organizational restructure itself to avoid the threats, or should the group consider getting out of its market altogether. Weaknesses combined with threats require strategies and require the business analyst and stakeholders to identify worst-case scenarios and mitigate those risks. SWOT analysis has positive considerations and drawbacks. The positives are that it enables the understanding of the organization and individual product, processes, or stakeholders. It's also versatile and easy to use, and directs stakeholders' focus and feedback. The drawbacks are that it provides a high-level view only, and it may provide unfocused results and irrelevant factors. The business analyst must manage that information and validate the information received. Decision modeling is an analysis type that uses data, business rules, and knowledge to illustrate how decisions are made in an organization. Decision modeling uses decision tables. A decision table has one or more condition columns that map to a specific data element and an outcome. Each row represents a rule, and each column represents one of the conditions of that rule. For example, a decision table can illustrate a loan amount compared to age, with the outcome being that the applicant is either eligible or ineligible based on the conditions. If a loan amount for less than $1,000 is required, the applicant is eligible if they're over 18 years of age but ineligible if they're equal to 18 years of age or younger. Both complex and straightforward decisions can be modeled using a matrix or decision tree. The decision tree illustrates how data is affected by business rules and can show how decisions are made at specific points in a process. Decision trees illustrate options for decision as a series of branches which are assigned time, money, business rules, or other values. A decision is entered into the decision tree and each branch has a value. The value is applied to another value with the potential values resulting in an outcome. Decision requirements diagrams are used for complex decision-making. This type of diagram has several elements. Solid arrows represent information requirements, while dashed arrows represent knowledge requirements, and dashed rounded arrows represent knowledge sources. Decisions are represented as rectangles. Each decision takes a set of inputs and selects from a defined set of possible outputs by applying business rules and other logic. Input data represents data that must be passed as an input to a decision on the diagram. A business knowledge model is shown as a rectangle with the corners cut off to represent a set of business rules, a decision table or tree, or a predictive analytical model that describes precisely how to make a decision. Knowledge sources are documents representing the original source documents or people from which the necessary decision logic can be derived. These nodes are linked together into a network to show the decomposition of complex decision-making into simpler building blocks. Decision modeling has benefits and limitations. Benefits include facilitated understanding by stakeholders and decision-makers. It enables a perspective to be shared and combined, helps to simplify decision-making, and helps in managing and reusing business rules. The limitations of decision modeling include that it may add unnecessary complexity to simple decisions and limit the capturing of rules depending on the model that's used. It could also standardize decision-making, which isn't necessarily a standard approach and may make it difficult to obtain a sign-off. Also, it may not directly address behavioral business rules. Decision analysis is the evaluation of the consequences of different decisions. It uses data and knowledge to determine the outcome of one course of action based on different values, which influence the outcomes. Decision analysis helps a business analyst evaluate outcomes or values under conditions of uncertainty or high complexity. Decision analysis involves 5 activities. The business analyst first defines the problem statement, then they list and define the alternative courses of action. They determine the criteria for evaluating alternatives and gain agreement from the stakeholders on the approach. The stakeholders choose a course of action to implement based on the outcomes of the analysis. The last step is to implement the choice either as a project or an intervention for the business. A decision matrix is a way to score alternatives, such as proposed solutions from vendors based on criteria. It's used to determine if the alternative meets the criteria. Each alternative is scored. A weighted decision matrix applies a weight based on importance to each criterion. The weight is between 1 and 5, with 5 being the highest weighting. The alternatives are ranked according to the criteria that were decided upon by the stakeholders. Trade-offs are important whenever a decision affects multiple conflicting objectives. Since more than one objective is relevant, it's not sufficient to simplify the maximum value for one variable. The business analyst should eliminate dominated alternatives. These are inferior to other alternatives. Ranking objectives on a similar scale is one method of converting rankings to a similar scale as proportional scoring. When the business analyst uses this method, the best outcome is assigned a rating of 100 and the worst a rating of 0. All other outcomes are given a rating based on where they fall between 0 and 100. The outcomes are assigned weights based on their relative importance. A score can be assigned to each outcome, and the best alternative is assigned using a decision tree. Like all analyses, decision analysis has strengths and weaknesses. The strengths are that it helps facilitate decision-making and provides an objective option assessment. It also helps avoid false assumptions and enables financial and non-financial evaluations. There are negative aspects to decision analysis too. It may not be provided at the right time. Often decisions need to be made rapidly, and stakeholders don't provide sufficient time to work through the decision analysis. It's important to ensure the final decision maker has the input that's provided. Be careful, analysis paralysis can occur, where you can become stuck in a cycle of indecision. Also, specialized knowledge about the solution and the details behind each solution may be needed. Business analysts must analyze and synthesize vast amounts of information, so having the ability to use a broad range of tools and techniques is a key requirement. Group activities can enable knowledge sharing, while various other techniques support decision-making and business analysis. In this course, you'll learn about tools, models, and activities you can use for effective business analysis efforts. Brainstorming is a group activity that can be conducted by the business analyst as a facilitator. The facilitator may also use breakout sessions with each group and have them work on their own. Brainstorming is best used when trying to identify or solve problems and allows the stakeholders to think creatively without critique of any ideas generated. Each of the ideas is rated according to predefined criteria. Stakeholders provide free-flowing information based on their experience and facilitate free association among the members. Brainstorming requires certain preparation tasks, defining the area of interest, determining a time limit, identifying participants, and establishing evaluation criteria. You need to be aware of various things when conducting a brainstorming session. You should be sure the participants share ideas and that the business analyst or another facilitator records these ideas. Ideas will be built on other related ideas, and the objective is to generate as many ideas as possible. When concluding the brainstorming session, you need to discuss and evaluate the ideas. Discuss the ideas with the stakeholders and have them rate them. Ideas that support the goals and objectives of the organization should receive higher ratings. The ideas will likely be grouped naturally or based on a technique used. However, they can also be grouped afterwards. Create a list of ideas and remove any duplicates. The list will be distributed to the appropriate stakeholders to provide additional information and details, such as business rules associated with the idea and the reports that are needed. Brainstorming has several advantages. It generates a large volume of ideas and encourages creative thinking among the stakeholders. It also reduces tension within the group and helps to build collaboration. However, there are also a number of limitations to brainstorming. It's limited by the participants' creative ability and the willingness of the stakeholders to participate. It also doesn't allow discussions to be facilitated, but instead focuses on the rating of the ideas that have been generated, not all of which will be used. Mind mapping is a technique used to generate ideas and information. It's also used to explore relationships between thoughts and ideas, and is a good way to illustrate and display complexity. It can be created individually or with a group. When creating a mind map, you start with the central idea or main topic, followed by secondary ideas, and then many other supporting ideas to support the primary concept. Branches connect the main topic to other topics, except topics with keywords. Keywords articulate the relationship between subtopics and topics. Colors are used to categorize or highlight relationships. Images can be used to describe large volumes of information that cannot fit on the diagram, such as dollar signs representing purchasing or sales. There are strengths and limitations to using mind mapping. Its strengths are that it enables collaboration, supports communication and clarification, summarizes complex concepts and ideas, and establishes relationships between ideas to get a full picture of what's been discussed. A limitation is that it can be challenging to develop a shared understanding of the resulting diagram, so there should be a lot of discussion facilitated by the business analyst. Mind mapping shouldn't be confused with brainstorming because mind mapping should have a lot more discussion and facilitation. Focus groups are used to elicit ideas and opinions in an interactive group setting. Focus groups have some key characteristics. They need a trained moderator who can keep the session on track while still allowing for interactive discussion. The participants should be qualified, perhaps having used the product or having some knowledge about the product. The session may include observers, especially when you're getting opinions with regard to a prototype. Focus groups are a form of qualitative research. You're gathering data using a structured questionnaire, but you're getting information on opinions about a product rather than quantitative data. Focus groups are used at various points in the initiative, and they are more defined than brainstorming or interviewing. Brainstorming is a free flow of information, whereas a focus group uses a very structured approach using questions. The purpose is to gather data from a number of participants in order to understand their opinions based on the questions asked. You need to consider several things about the participants that will be involved in your focus group. A maximum of 12 participants allows the moderator to be able to manage the group and get all their opinions in. If you have less than 6 members, you're not getting a good representative sample. Participants are usually paid and have to be willing to share their insights. A focus group's moderator guide usually includes a prepared script from the introductions at the beginning through to the end and closing. The script also includes a series of questions. The guide provides a framework from which the moderator can proceed and is really helpful if you're going to be holding more than one focus group. It keeps things coherent and consistent. The guide also helps the moderator meet the objectives of the focus group itself. You need to assign a moderator who is skilled at moderating a group of people in focus groups. When conducting the focus group, the moderator needs to keep things on time and ensure that all the participants have an opportunity to share their experiences with the product. The use of focus groups has strengths and limitations. Strengths are that they allow you to get data from a number of people, are useful for learning the different points of view held by stakeholders, have a very low cost, and make it easy to record and review the information once received because it's so structured. There are also a number of limitations when using focus groups. Participants may be unwilling to discuss certain topics and may demonstrate inconsistent behavior in that some participate and others may not. Focus groups may also result in homogeneous responses. There is a need for a skilled moderator, as this is critical to a successful focus group. Another tool is workshops. The purpose of a workshop is to gather a number of qualified participants and focus on a particular area that's under analysis. It happens within a specific period of time, which could range from a couple of hours to a couple of days. There are various reasons to hold a workshop. It can facilitate the analysis of a particular domain or be used to plan business analysis work. It's a great vehicle for reviewing and discussing designs and an excellent elicitation tool that can be used to get opinions, facts, information about data, and business rules. It can also be used to model processes, data, and prototypes. Workshops have some key characteristics. They need an experienced facilitator, which is where the business analyst comes in. The purpose of the workshop is to generate ideas from qualified participants. Workshops will help to guide future efforts. Business analysis work is iterative, and workshops often reveal things that you need to take further action on. Workshops are a great way to reach consensus on the changes that need to be made within the domain. They help to promote trust and build a team environment with your stakeholders, and they're an excellent tool to help promote understanding of the needs of other participants within the group, as well as an understanding of where the business analysis work is at any given point in time. When preparing for a workshop, You need to be very clear about the purpose and outcomes that you're going to gain from holding the workshop. Workshops take a little longer than an interview, and they can be costly in that you have a number of stakeholders in a room for an extended period of time. Be sure you have qualified stakeholders who have knowledge on the domain under analysis and those who can make decisions. A facilitator is typically a business analyst. Often you're challenged as a business analyst during a workshop to also be a scribe. Using flip charts and having the participants of the workshop write down their ideas and share them using different techniques can often help you to record information when you don't have a scribe. An agenda is essential and helps guide the participants in the tasks they need to complete. Use flip charts, whiteboards, and different techniques to gather the information from the participants in an efficient way. Scheduling a workshop can be challenging because a workshop can involve anywhere from 5 to 12 people or more. You need enough room for the participants to move around and should configure the room in an effective way. It's important for the business analyst to clearly communicate why the participants are there and what you're trying to achieve and to manage the scope. Pre-workshop interviews help you to understand the capabilities and knowledge of your stakeholders and also help them to prepare for the workshop. Attendee roles include the sponsor, facilitator, scribe, timekeeper, and participants. Workshops have strengths and limitations. Among the strengths are that they help to achieve agreement and understanding. They're more time efficient for the business analyst because you have a number of people in the room at the same time versus interviewing them individually. And they allow for immediate feedback based on the discussion topic. Some limitations of workshops include that they present scheduling challenges, are dependent on the expertise of both the facilitator and the participants, and require determining the right number of participants. The purpose of surveys and questionnaires is to elicit information about the business and opinions from the stakeholders. It's a structured method using a series of questions that reach an objective goal set in advance. Ideally, questionnaires should take a short period of time for the participants to complete to increase the number of responses. There are two types of questions to include in a survey: closed-ended and open-ended. The majority of your questions should be closed-ended. You'll give the participants an opportunity to choose from a list of answers, rate something on a scale, or provide a yes or no answer. On the other hand, open-ended questions provide participants with an opportunity to give their opinions in a free flow of information. These questions should be used sparingly because it's often difficult to analyze the free-form information. Preparing surveys and questionnaires requires a number of key tasks. You need to define the objective, establish why the survey is being prepared in the first place. You may determine that a survey is the best way to get opinions on the current state. Define your target group. Who should be participating in the survey and why would they participate? For example, it might be a group of end users who have been using the new system that should align to your defined objective. You have to choose the type of survey and the type of questions you want to use in order to get the most out of the process. You need to set a target level of how many people you want to respond. Too few people responding won't give you the data you need. You also need a timeline, which should be short, a couple of days or maybe 2 weeks. Send reminders to the participants so you get the right target level of people responding. Decide on distribution and collection methods. This requires determining how you're going to distribute and collect the information. Choose your sample from the list of participants and be sure it aligns with your set target levels so that you get enough participants providing information. You need to determine if you're using interviews. After the survey is over, you may want to conduct interviews. If you're going to do that, make sure you collect contact information in the survey. Prepare your questions carefully. They need to flow appropriately. You don't want to have leading questions or include questions that will confuse the participants. This is where testing comes in. Finally, it's important to test your survey with at least 5 people, getting their opinions on how they read the questions, how they understood the questions, and why they answered in a certain way. This will ensure that the data collected is consistent and clear. Distribution of surveys can be done in person. For example, you could do it in a workshop or use email or other online tools. There are some factors to consider when it comes to distribution. How urgent is the need to get the information? Is there any information included that might cause some security issues? Also, if you're doing the survey in person, you need to consider and understand the location. Once the survey is completed, you need to take certain steps to document the results. Collate the information, summarize the findings, and evaluate those findings, considering what the data is telling you. Graphs and charts are very helpful tools to document the results. You should also encode and categorize the data to get a picture of how participants are responding. Break that information down into its lowest common denominator to get a better picture and more detailed information from your survey. Surveys and questionnaires have strengths and limitations. Strengths include that they're inexpensive and fairly quick to deploy. They can produce large amounts of data that's valuable when eliciting information about the opinions of others. If your survey is short and concise, the participants can complete it quickly and your target numbers will go up. Surveys are geographically efficient because you can elicit information from a large group of participants over wide spans of geography. They allow you to collect quantitative data, especially when you're using a Likert scale or a 1 to 5 scale. And they can yield insights and opinions, especially with your open-ended questions. Limitations are that surveys and questionnaires require a person with special skills to put together the right questions and avoid biased results. They can sometimes yield a low response rate, meaning you may need to issue the survey again. Open-ended questions require more analysis, which can take some time. Surveys and questionnaires can include ambiguous questions, so they require careful planning to avoid participants interpreting questions differently. And finally, they also require follow-up in some cases, which can take time. Interviews are a tool that use a systematic approach to gathering business analysis information. You're eliciting business information about a specific domain under analysis, so be sure to choose the right interviewees based on the purpose of your interview. The business analyst will prepare questions and document the responses from each of the interviewees. There are various factors to take into account when doing interviews, including understanding, experience, skill, readiness and willingness, clarity, and rapport. Understanding involves becoming aware of stakeholders' concerns, positions, opinions, and the challenges they face. Experienced interviewers manage the interview but also allow the participant to express their ideas. The skill of the facilitator and the skill of the interviewee are important to consider. Often people are reticent to share their ideas because they don't quite understand what the implications are for them. It's important for the facilitator to be very clear about the purpose of the interview and confirm their anonymity so participants will be ready and willing. If the purpose of the interview and the questions themselves are clear, the participant is better able to express their ideas and information clearly. You should build rapport with your interviewees at the very beginning of the session to help them feel comfortable, get a sense of trust, and share information more willingly. Preparing for effective interviews involves setting goals, identifying appropriate interviewees, designing relevant questions, and planning logistics. An effective interview flow has 4 stages: opening, during, closing, and follow-up. When opening the interview, you should describe the purpose of the interview, why you're interviewing them, who you are, and what your role is. You may explain that your role is to understand what the needs are, but not to make the decisions on how things move forward. In some cases, you may explain to them that you're not going to associate answers, be they negative or not, to the individual. At this stage, you should also explain the communication flow and what's expected of the participant. The next step is taking various actions during the interview. Maintain focus and adapt when the participant goes off track. You may need to be fast on your feet in order to elicit additional information from interviewees if they bring up something you hadn't considered. Consider the willingness of the participant. Observe their body language. Determine their knowledge of the topic. If they don't have it, ask who you could speak with who has the appropriate knowledge. Address concerns the participant might have as best you can. Listen actively by making eye contact and paraphrasing what they've said to ensure you have clarity. Take notes and read them back to make sure you've understood what the interviewee was telling you. The next step is closing the interview. Ask if you've missed anything so you can consider overlooked areas. Provide your contact information in case the participant thinks of something else. Summarize what you've gathered and what the process is, and let the participant know you might get back to them for more information. The last step of the interview is the follow-up. At this stage, organize the information accordingly. Compare it against other interviews to see if there are any gaps or discrepancies. Send the information back to the interviewees to ensure you've confirmed the results and that you have the right information. The interview technique has a number of strengths and limitations. Strengths include that they encourage participation if you're a skilled facilitator and can build rapport early on in a session. They are fairly simple and can be very flexible. They also help to capture explanations of the information you've gathered. Interviews enable you to observe the participant's behavior, body language, and willingness to participate, and allow for follow-up questions. And they allow for the participant to express opinions and feelings about a particular area under analysis. Limitations of interviews include that they require some significant preparation, such as preparing questions to ensure you're getting to the original objective with the appropriate participants. Interviews require a sizable commitment from both the business analyst and the participant, and they require training. So it might make sense to take a course on how to effectively interview. Since the interviewee's answers may be subject to interpretation by the business analyst, it's important not to ask leading questions, but rather to ask open-ended questions, such as, "Tell me about your experience with the user interface." Then, encourage the participant to not be shy about sharing both positive and negative experiences they've had. Observation is another tool which can be very powerful. It's a way to elicit information within the context of the person's day-to-day work. Observation allows you to view the activities of someone and the context in which they work. Observation is also very helpful in a number of ways. It can help to identify the needs and opportunities to make improvements on the experience of the end user. It's a great way for the business analyst to gain an understanding of processes from stakeholders who are very adept at finding workarounds for processes that don't work and therefore aren't following how the processes are documented. It also helps you to set a performance baseline and evaluate the performance of the process itself or the system they're using. Finally, observation will also help to support training activities, giving you a sense of how people are doing their work and what help they need. There are two styles of observation: active and passive. An active style is where the business analyst has a set of prepared questions and they work with the stakeholder or end user to better understand how and why they use the system. The passive approach is for the business analyst to indicate that they're there just to observe the person's day-to-day work and take notes while the person is working. The business analyst will sit down with the end user after a period of time and ask them a series of questions about what they did during the activity they were engaged in. When preparing for observation, you need to set the objective and plan your approach. When setting the objective, you need to consider what you're trying to achieve. Planning the approach is really important because when an end user is being observed, they can often be uncomfortable and do things a little bit differently than they normally would. So ensure that your approach is one that makes sense, be it active or passive. An observation session flows through 3 stages: before, during, and after. Several things must occur before the session. You need to provide an explanation as to why you're doing it and what that means to the user. You should offer reassurance by explaining very clearly that it's not about assessing their individual performance, but rather understanding the challenges the end user faces in order to be able to fix them. You also need to explain how you want them to share their information and how the information will be shared once the observation is completed. The next step is taking various actions during the observation. You need to pay attention and observe many aspects of what the user is doing. Continue to document while you're observing by making very quick notes and asking questions if you're using the active approach. Finally, various steps are taken after the session. You need to review and validate the data. It might be helpful to observe more than one person to see if there's any anomalies or differences. Identify similarities, differences, and trends, which may help to indicate where changes need to be made. Analyze and document the information and communicate it appropriately. Observation has its strengths and limitations. One strength is that it provides practical insights. You can't assume that a person works in a particular way, and it's often important to go and see where they work and what they do. Observation can help you identify informal processes the participants and end users have put together in order to accommodate some of the shortfalls of the system. It allows you to review and compare productivity from one end user to another and provides supporting evidence from interviews and surveys. It's often a great follow-up approach to gathering information. As for limitations, observation can be disruptive, so be sure to work with the management of the end user and the end user themselves to ensure you minimize that as much as possible. It can also feel threatening and intrusive, so you want to be sure the end user understands how you're going to use the data. Observation may not get the most accurate data from someone because it can lead to altered work practices when being watched. It also requires a time commitment, and it won't necessarily work in a knowledge-based work environment. Lessons learned sessions are used to review a completed project and identify successes and opportunities for improvement. The documented outcomes are used to inform and guide future projects. Lessons learned sessions can take any format, be held in any venue, and be either formal or informal. Lessons learned sessions address a number of factors, including activities or deliverables that were produced in the project, and solutions, services, and products. It's often important to have lessons learned sessions on how technology was used, especially right after the implementation. These sessions can be used to determine whether or not the performance, expectations, and variances were what was expected and what should be improved upon. It's important to discuss root causes during a lessons learned session, as it helps to focus on what needs to be improved and how it might be improved in the future. The main purpose of a lessons learned session is to come up with recommendations to make improvements in future projects. A lessons learned session has strengths and limitations. The strengths are that it identifies areas for improvement and helps build morale because it gives people an opportunity to share their opinions in a safe environment about how the project went. It enables discussions about positive and negative experiences, what went well and what didn't go so well, and potential changes to business analysis processes needed for future successes. A limitation of the session is that it can result in dishonest discussions because people may not be willing to share what they really think, instead providing information that they think other people want to hear. Also, people can be reluctant to document and discuss the problems they've experienced, so lessons learned may require active facilitation. Another approach is collaborative games. These have a number of purposes and elements. First, collaboration is used to build mutual trust. The purpose of collaborative games is to engage stakeholders in a collaborative environment and build a common understanding of the problem or solution. Next are rules to maintain focus. Rules are established to keep the participants focused on the objective of the collaborative game. Collaborative games are also used for knowledge sharing from different perspectives. It's an excellent way to engage participants to share their knowledge. It can be a lot of fun, and it opens up communication lines. The collaborative games process has 3 stages: opening, exploration, and closing. First is the opening stage. The process when starting collaborative games is to provide information about how to become involved and the purpose of the session. You need to be very clear about the rules of engagement and to include the purpose of the collaborative game, which is to generate ideas from those who are most knowledgeable about the domain under analysis. The next step is the exploration of the topic at hand. This involves engaging participants and encouraging them to share their own ideas. It's important to identify connections between those ideas and test an experiment with the ideas so you can dig into and come up with solutions to an issue. The last step is to close the collaborative games process. When you're closing, make sure that you assess the ideas and get feedback from all of the group participants. Identify the most useful ideas so that you, as the business analyst, can use them going forward. There are a few different kinds of collaborative games. Consider some examples. In the product box game, participants construct a box for a product as if it were being sold in a retail store. This elicits product features and the value they have to the customer. The affinity map game is used to relate similar features. Stakeholders write their desired features on sticky notes, move them into categories, and discuss them later. Fishbowl is a game used to identify assumptions or views on a topic. One group of stakeholders speaks on a topic for a period of time, and the other group writes down their understanding of what the first group is stating. Then the other group explains what they've observed, and the discussion can flow from there. Collaborative games have a number of strengths. They can reveal hidden information that people hadn't thought of initially, and they promote creative thinking, especially if you have the right participants who are willing to participate. They also engage all participants, so you can break the participants into work groups and then share the results within the work groups. Collaborative games also often expose unmet needs. There are also a number of limitations to collaborative games. They may not be taken seriously and could be thought of as sort of a waste of time. They can make people uncomfortable, especially if they're not creative thinkers. In this case, give people some time and coach them a bit. The games may be perceived as unproductive, so the business analyst needs to explain why collaborative games are so helpful. And they might lead to a false sense of confidence that the outcomes are those that will be adopted by the organization. Estimation is used to determine the cost and level of effort needed to make changes within an organization. The business analyst and other stakeholders will predict the cost of implementing and maintaining a solution and determine what value the solution brings to the organization. The business analyst and stakeholders will also estimate the potential impact of risks. There are a wide variety of estimation techniques. The top-down method breaks the solution down into components or a hierarchy and estimates each one at the highest level. The bottom-up method uses the lowest level of elements of a hierarchical breakdown to estimate cost and level of effort in order to establish an overall estimate. The parametric estimation method uses the relationship between variables to calculate cost or duration. This technique identifies the unit cost or duration and the number of units required for the project. For example, 25 hours of development for every hour of in-class training. The rough order of magnitude method is based on limited information and is presented at a high level. It can be used early on in an initiative to get a sense of duration or cost. The rolling wave method uses repeated estimates throughout the initiative. The estimates are provided for the next wave of work. For example, you might estimate that it takes 10 hours to develop a prototype. Then in the next wave of work, you may reevaluate the actuals against the estimation and modify your estimation. The Delphi method uses several rounds of estimation, shared between subject matter experts. It uses historical information to come up with estimates. This could come from other projects or stakeholder expertise to determine the estimate for each round until all agree on the final numbers. The PERT method uses 3 estimates: the best possible scenario, worst case scenario, and the most likely scenario. The first step is to add the optimistic and pessimistic estimates together, then multiply the most likely estimate by 4 and add that to the total. Finally, divide the sum by 6 to get the weighted average. To establish more accuracy when estimating, the rough order of magnitude estimate technique is calculated as a ratio of the width of confidence interval of the mean value, and then expressed as a percentage. The rough order of magnitude will likely be approximately 50% accurate. A definitive estimate uses more data and information to estimate and is accurate within 10% of the actuals. One practice is to use rolling wave estimates and compare these estimates to actuals using the data for further phases of the project. This will provide more definitive estimates for each wave of work. It's very important to collect actual data in order to improve your estimation results. It's important to recognize that there's a difference between precision and reliability. When it comes to precision, estimates are often delivered with a range of values for a particular piece of work with a confidence level. A confidence interval is expressed as a percentage. For example, an estimate of 60 hours with a confidence level of 90%. This estimate would be 54 to 66 hours. When multiple methods are used, the variance between them, or standard deviation, can be used to reach an agreement on the estimate. Reliability signifies that it's repeatable and that various estimates are used in order to come to a reliable estimate. There are a number of points to consider with regard to estimate confidence. First, team estimates tend to be more accurate than those provided by an individual. Each team member brings a level of knowledge and expertise to the estimation process. Next, when an organization needs a high level of confidence in an estimate, it may call on an external expert to perform or review the estimate provided by an internal team. And finally, the organization may compare an independent estimate against their internal estimate to determine what adjustments may need to be made. Estimation has a number of strengths and limitations. Strengths are that it supports budgeting, time frame, size of elements being estimated, and the work schedule. Comparing actuals against an estimate results in a better estimate, and the greater the knowledge and experience of a team, the more accurate the estimates will be. Updating various estimation methods also helps to increase accuracy. The limitations of estimation are that it requires a strong level of knowledge and experience with a team that has gone through a number of projects and has worked on the same type of initiative. Additionally, it may lead to unrealistic targets due to the use of one single estimation method, so it makes sense to use a number of methods and compare them. Prioritization is used to facilitate stakeholder understanding of the relative importance of components of the solution. The importance of each requirement is determined based on the difficulty or ease of implementation and the risk of not implementing it. If the requirement is important to meet regulatory needs, then the value of the solution is a high priority. Prioritization is an activity that's addressed multiple times as the project progresses and when changes are made to the business analysis information. When planning for prioritization, the business analyst considers the stakeholder's view of the value of the business analysis information. The business analyst uses various approaches to prioritization. Grouping uses categories of requirements and groups them as high, medium, and low. The business analyst should first determine the criteria for each rating. Requirements that are needed to meet regulatory constraints will likely be rated high, whereas the requirements that offer little value can be rated low. Ranking applies highest to lowest categories to business analysis information based on their importance. Budgeting, or time boxing, is based on the amount of work a project team can complete in a given time period. Negotiation is used to gain consensus from stakeholders. The business analyst guides the stakeholders through a process, perhaps in a workshop, and facilitates discussion on which requirements are most important. One way business analysts can help the negotiation move forward is to ask, if you didn't have the feature or function, what would the impact be to your organization? Prioritization has a number of strengths. Implementation is easier when everyone agrees to the prioritized items. Prioritization also helps to facilitate trade-offs between the various groups and ensure value realization of the implemented solution. It can assist in meeting timeline constraints. But there are also a number of limitations to prioritization. For one, individuals may fail to recognize what the trade-offs can be. This is where a skilled facilitator comes into play. There may also be influences on prioritization factors from the organization. Additionally, prioritization can be very subjective. Reviews are often group activities that evaluate the quality of business analysis work products. They're used to remove defects and make corrections. The business analyst will consider and plan for a review by determining the objective of the review. They will also consider the techniques to be used and who should participate. When reviewing to validate that a work product meets business goals and objectives, the domain subject matter expert should be involved. To verify the requirements, the implementation team is involved in reviewing the work product for quality attributes such as completeness and accuracy. You can choose to review in various ways. For example, you can review several deliverables requirements and the prototypes that meet multiple business needs, or review by focusing on one deliverable, such as one set of functionality. You could review a portion of a deliverable, or review work products in progress to avoid going too far down a path that could require considerable rework. Or you could review a completed work product, for example, reviewing a completed requirements package just before finalizing and moving to the next phase or iteration of a project. Reviews have a few main objectives. They remove defects of the business analysis work product and review if it's adhered to organizational standards, such as using the right templates and the right modeling notations. They focus on the completeness and accuracy of the business analysis work product and help to determine consensus about the solution itself. Reviews investigate issues that are brought forward and ensure that you're measuring quality in order to improve in the future through lessons learned. When it comes to reviewing techniques, there are several options. Inspections are very formal approaches to reviews. There's typically an outside facilitator or moderator involved. The key stakeholders are also involved. That includes the end user or domain subject matter experts and the implementation team. Typically, checklists are used, and then the defects found are then distributed to participants to resolve. Walkthroughs tend to take time and can be a bit tedious. They include the domain subject matter experts in one walkthrough for validation and the implementation team for another walkthrough for verification. Walkthroughs tend to be held for each stage of the requirements, and questions are asked as to whether or not the requirements are of quality and are meeting the business objectives. It's often good for the business analyst to have reviews on single issues, especially if there's some contention around prioritization or about the actual needs of the business. This can be done with the domain subject matter expert and any technical experts that might be needed to resolve the issue. Desk checks are an informal approach. You can take your requirements document to a fellow business analyst to have them quickly look it over. Typically, the person reviewing the document is not involved in the implementation team. A pass-around is often used by business analysts. The requirements are sent out to the domain subject matter experts or the implementation team. The requirements are reviewed and feedback is provided to the business analyst. Ad hoc reviews are very helpful. You may be struggling with a particular requirement and go to the domain subject matter expert to ask them to review the requirements. QA, or software testers, can be a really great resource for reviews, especially ad hoc. They may come up with questions that haven't been thought of. The review process involves several key roles. The author of the work product is typically the business analyst. The author's responsibility in the review process is to get answers to questions about the work product, listen to suggestions and comments, and then incorporate those changes into the work product after the review. All techniques can be used for this particular stakeholder. The reviewer is either a peer of the business analyst or one of the stakeholders. It's important to give direction to reviewers so they know what to review. Often reviewers will focus on grammatical issues rather than the work product itself and the information that's contained therein. The reviewer examines the work product and looks for defects. At the review session, they provide information on the defects they found. It's important that they make suggestions for improvement so progress can be made. A neutral facilitator can be very helpful. It's important for the business analyst to participate in the review session, except for inspections where the business analyst or author does not participate but rather listens to the feedback. The facilitator works with the participants to keep the session focused on the objectives of the review and ensures that each section of the work product is covered. They want to make sure that the reviewers have actually examined the work product before they attend. Inspections could be canceled if any one of the reviewers hasn't looked at the document and provided comments, so it's important that the reviewers are held to task. A scribe is a neutral participant who will document the defects, suggestions, comments, and any issues that come up. They will address any outstanding questions raised during the review session. It's important for the scribe to be familiar with the subject matter so they capture the suggestions and information accurately. A scribe is important for inspections in both formal and informal walkthroughs. Reviews have strengths and limitations. One strength of reviews is that they help to identify defects early, so it's important that all requirements are reviewed. This reduces the cost and time loss that can occur when defects are found later in the process. Reviews also encourage a vested interest by all stakeholders that the solution is accurate. They can allow for flexible scheduling, especially ad hoc reviews and desk checks. A limitation of reviews is that they take time and effort. But remember that it's less expensive to fix requirements at the requirements phase than it is during development and testing. Reviews often require a large team who understand the formal process in order for defects to be reduced significantly. And they may present challenges in resolving disagreements in some cases. That's where your skilled facilitator comes into play. The purpose of item tracking is to ensure that issues and stakeholder concerns are tracked until they're addressed. The issues can be assigned to different stakeholders to resolve. Once a business analyst determines if the stakeholder concern is valid, it's assigned an item identifier, which is a unique number. The business analyst will then include a brief summary of the issue, a categorization of the type of issue raised, such as prioritization issue or scope issue, the date the issue was raised, who raised the issue, and the impact of the issue if not resolved, such as time and cost. Each issue should be given a priority and a resolution date. The business analyst will identify who owns the issue. This is the person who will manage the issue through resolution. The business analyst will also determine which stakeholder is assigned to resolve the issue and the agreed-upon strategy to resolve the issue, such as acceptance, avoidance, or pursuing the issue. They also track the status of the resolution in progress, whether the resolution is open, assigned, or resolved. Resolution updates provide details on how the resolution is progressing. Finally, an escalation matrix can be used when issues can't be resolved. The business analyst will work with the project manager to follow the escalation process. Each item must be managed to resolution or closure. There may be key performance indicators, or KPIs, assigned to the process, such as how long it takes to resolve an issue and how many issues were recorded and resolved. Item tracking has a few strengths. It ensures concerns are managed and expectations are addressed, and it enables ranking of items, which helps to better manage the business analyst's time. But it also has limitations. It requires a large amount of data recording, and it can also result in misspent time if the ranking of items is not appropriate. Vendor assessment is used to determine if a vendor can meet business needs through the delivery of a solution. The extent of the assessment is dependent upon the complexity of the solution and risk associated with not meeting requirements. The assessment can take many forms, including request for information, RFI, request for quote, RFQ, request for tender, RFT, or request for proposal, RFP. The business analyst can also informally research recommendations. The vendor will be assessed based on their ability to deliver, their ability to provide qualified staff, and how consistent their record of delivery success is. Certain key elements should be taken into consideration during vendor assessments. Vendors will be assessed on their knowledge and experience. Licensing and pricing models will also be assessed based on their responses to the RFP or RFI. The business analyst should do research on the vendor's market position. It's important to look at the terms and conditions provided by the vendor, as this can be important in meeting the success of the solution. The vendor's experience, reputation, and stability are also taken into consideration. Vendor assessments have a couple of strengths. First, they ensure the reliability of vendors, which includes their stability and reputation in the marketplace. Conducting vendor assessments can also help to build strong vendor relationships. On the limitation side, vendor assessments consume resources. It's important to ensure you have a vendor that has the knowledge and requisite experience to be able to have a successful implementation and solution. Another limitation is that no amount of assessment will prevent vendor failure. This is where the project manager comes in, because they typically manage vendor relationships and ensure they're meeting timelines. Vendors also tend to be a bit biased toward their own solution. So it's important for the business analyst to be diligent with the questions they ask and in how they work with the vendor. The purpose of stakeholder analysis is to identify the stakeholders impacted by a change. The business analyst will assess various characteristics of stakeholders, including their domain authority related to the change, their authority within the organization, and their decision-making authority. It's important for the business analyst to assess the attitude of the stakeholder toward the change and toward the business analyst role. The business analyst can use many techniques to determine and manage stakeholders. One such technique is a stakeholder list. This list should be a complete list of categorized stakeholders. Categories can include end user, department names, and external stakeholders, such as regulators. The structure of the list helps the business analyst manage stakeholders. A complete list of stakeholders will ensure that no business needs are missed. The stakeholder matrix is used to analyze the stakeholders' influence and impact. When there's a low impact for a stakeholder group, but they have a high influence, it's important for the business analyst to ensure the stakeholder remains satisfied and informed of what's happening. When the impact to a stakeholder is high and their influence is high, the business analyst will work closely with these stakeholders to ensure they're in agreement with and support the change. Stakeholders who have a low influence level and a low impact should be monitored by the business analyst to ensure their interest and influences don't change over time. Finally, when the influence of the stakeholder is low, but the impact is high, the business analyst needs to keep these stakeholders informed. These stakeholders are likely to be very concerned and may feel anxious about lack of control. Typically, it's end users who fall into this category. Onion diagrams are another technique used in stakeholder analysis. These diagrams include 4 layers to help categorize stakeholders. The affected external stakeholders layer is the outermost layer. It can include customers, suppliers, regulators, and other external stakeholders, such as those organizations that may provide data at an integration point with the system. The affected organizational or enterprise layer is below the external stakeholders layer and includes sponsors and executives, domain SMEs, and others who interact with the group that is most affected by the change. Next is the affected organizational unit layer, which includes end users, help desks, and others who work directly with the solution and are directly impacted when the solution is delivered. The innermost layer is solution delivery, which is where members of the project team are stakeholders and are directly involved with creating the solution itself. A RACI matrix comprises responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed stakeholders. Responsible stakeholders are the people who will actually be doing the work. The business analyst is responsible to ensure that the requirements work products are created. The business architect is responsible to ensure that the architecture is up to date and reflects any changes. Accountable stakeholders are the people who are ultimately accountable for the end result. This could include the executive sponsor. Consulted stakeholders include people who the business analyst consults and works with to obtain the information required. Project managers, developers, and subject matter experts are all consulted in order to complete business analysis work products. Informed stakeholders include people who need information about the change, for example, trainers, software testers, and other stakeholders. A persona is a fictitious person who represents a specific user type, one who interacts with the solution. This type of stakeholder analysis is used to gain a better understanding of the needs of a special group or class of users. The business analyst can use a number of techniques to create personas. These include interviewing people who represent the stakeholder group or using surveys or questionnaires. Stakeholder analysis has a number of strengths. It identifies those individuals who provide information about the problem and the resulting solution. It assists with planning, collaboration, communication, and facilitation activities, as the business analyst cannot plan appropriately for elicitation activities without understanding who the stakeholders are and what their interests are. And it provides understanding of the impacts of changes to the individual groups. But there are also some limitations to stakeholder analysis. It may create a perception of a minimal change impact, especially when there's a small stakeholder group impacted. And it can be complicated and politically risky if you're not including the right people in your stakeholder analysis. Backlog management is used to prioritize work based on stakeholder value and the availability of resources. The backlog is recorded, tracked, and prioritized. The business analyst, along with the project manager, implementation team, and stakeholders, determine which items are to be included in the backlog. This includes a description and item tracking number. Backlog management determines how items will be reviewed, by whom, and the prioritization techniques used. The plan also determines which items are worked on and how items will be removed from the backlog. Backlog items are anything that will be worked on and provide value to the stakeholders. This includes use cases, user stories, which are often used in agile approaches, and both functional requirements and non-functional requirements, such as performance and usability. Additional items include designs, which will be reviewed and determined, customer orders, risk items, change requests, which often follow the change request process by the organization, defects prioritized based on value, planned rework, and maintenance. Other items are conducting a presentation and completing documentation, which includes things that require resources, time, and effort. Prioritization techniques and estimation are used to determine what will be worked on first. Items are prioritized relative to each other and will change as stakeholders' needs change. Categories such as high, medium, and low are used to prioritize. High priority items are reviewed at a level of detail that provides more accurate estimates based on the size and complexity of the need. As work is completed on the backlog, those in the medium and low categories may move into higher levels of priority. Actual time and cost are used to refine the estimation process as it progresses. Backlog management is a continuous effort throughout an initiative. Backlog management has a number of strengths and limitations. In terms of strengths, it's useful for responding to changing needs and allows some flexibility with the team on what they'll work on. It allows work items to be prioritized, not only based on stakeholder value, but also on the resources you have to complete the work. It ensures higher priority items get detailed reviews in order for the right resources to work on them. And it enables effective communication because the stakeholder is continuously advised about what is being worked on and what isn't being worked on. Some limitations of backlog management are that it can be cumbersome, especially when there are a great number and different types of items to be worked on. It requires experience to achieve more accurate estimates, like any estimation and prioritization effort. In addition, there's the potential for information loss over time, as other items are focused on instead. Using a balanced scorecard, you can plan and manage an organization based on a strategic view of the organization, beyond the revenue numbers. The scorecard uses a balanced view of the organization along with objectives, targets, performance, measures, and initiatives. A balanced scorecard is based on 4 dimensions: financial, internal business process, learning and growth, and customer. The financial dimension answers the question, to succeed financially, how should you appear to your stakeholders? Revenue numbers and expenses are monitored and responded to. The internal business process dimension looks at the business processes and uses metrics to determine how productive the organization is. The learning and growth dimension addresses the training needs of employees to ensure the organization has the capability to respond to market demands. Metrics determine what types of training, mentoring, and knowledge sharing are needed. It answers the question, to achieve your vision, how will you sustain your ability to change and improve? The customer dimension asks the question, to achieve your vision, how should you appear to your customers? Customer satisfaction metrics and delivery of value are used to address the customer dimension of the scorecard. Metrics determine how well the organization is delivering value and quality to the customer. There are 2 types of quantitative measures linked to strategy: lagging and leading indicators. Lagging indicators are outputs from an event, for example, the number of sales in a month. The lagging indicator of high to very high knowledge of a product is a leading indicator of customer satisfaction. Leading indicators are predictive. For example, X percentage of sales calls to qualified customers will result in Y percentage increase in sales. Leading indicators could include sales training on products. This will result in higher sales and increased customer satisfaction because the customer is receiving the right product that meets their needs. This aligns to the customer quadrant of the scorecard and could increase the chances of meeting those objectives. Both indicators are used to ensure objectives are met. Both measures should be used in order to increase the possibility of success. These metrics are used by the organization and can have wide-reaching implications and must be clearly communicated and carefully managed. There are strengths and limitations when it comes to a balanced scorecard. The strengths are that it facilitates planning and forward thinking when the measures are thought through based on a mix of both lagging and leading indicators. It can be facilitated as short, medium, and long-term goals through various programs such as a project to implement a new customer management system. It ensures the teams and the work they do are aligned to the strategy, and it allows the organization to establish monitoring and measurement of progress against objectives and adapt the strategy as needed. On the limitation side, a balanced scorecard can present difficulty when the strategy is unclear and there's no direction from the upper echelon. It can present a risk that the organization and management may consider the balanced scorecard as a single planning tool or a replacement for strategic planning, execution, and measurement. What it really is designed for is to provide guidance to each of the departments about where they should be focusing their effort and time. Then they should be strategically planning how to address the scorecard. The purpose of the Roles and Permissions Matrix is to allocate various responsibilities for roles associated with the functions in a solution. The matrix helps to communicate changes for each of the roles. Each of the role groups are assigned tasks based on the role. When the Roles and Permissions Matrix is reviewed by stakeholders, missed roles can be identified. The business analyst can use functional decomposition and process models to determine the workflow and tasks that are addressed by each role. A RACI matrix is also useful for determining the authorities for each role. Authorities are the actions the role has permission to take. The business analyst will include where the role sits in the organizational hierarchy and the security needed when performing the task. Authorities can be delegated to another role. Short-term basis and inheritance address the levels of roles in the organizational hierarchy. One strength of a Roles and Permissions matrix is that it ensures checks and balances based on security considerations by restricting roles from access to certain tasks. It also improves audit tracking history by tracking information on the role's activities and allows for the formalization of roles and responsibilities. However, the level of detail for activities can often be time-consuming, which is a limitation. The business model canvas was developed by Alex Osterwalder to describe how an organization provides value to its customers. It consists of 9 elements: key partnerships, key activities, key resources, value proposition, customer relationships, customer segments, channels, cost structure, and revenue streams. These elements are organized into a canvas to illustrate the relationships between them. This is the foundation for business strategy. Key partnerships can include joint ventures, strategic alliances, and can often lead to mergers and acquisitions. The benefits include the ability for the organization to focus on its core capabilities, reduce risk, and optimize resource activities. Key activities include those activities that provide value to the customer, considered value add, or what the customer will pay for. Non-value add focuses on what the customer will not pay for, and those activities that are required to meet regulatory requirements. Key resources include physical, financial, intellectual, and human resources that are needed to deliver value. Physical resources include locations, systems, and machines. Financial resources include cash, credit, and investments that will fund the enterprise. Intellectual resources enable the business to achieve its goals. This includes patents, copyrights, and data. Human resources execute the business model. Value proposition and customer relationships are what differentiate an organization from its competitors. Value is delivered to customers by meeting their needs through products, services, price, quality, and convenience, among other things. Providing quality products and services is one way to build customer relationships. Using the business model canvas, the organization will determine what type of relationship the organization needs to have with its customers. Channels are used to deliver the product or services. They include online, storefronts, and distribution channels. One type of customer segment is mass market, which doesn't differentiate between customers. A niche market addresses specific customer needs, and a diversity market is a combination of different niche markets. Cost and revenues include those financial structures driven by minimizing cost or increasing value. Each entity, product, or activity has an associated cost. The business needs to know the model to differentiate the cost types and focus on cost reduction. Revenue streams include licensing and subscription fees, transaction or usage fees, sales, which is an outright transition of a product into the ownership of the customer, and lending, renting, or leasing, where the customer uses something for a period of time. In terms of strengths, business model canvases are a simple and effective way to describe the business model and are easily understood by all stakeholders. In terms of limitations, they don't consider alternatives, such as social, cultural, and environmental impacts. In addition, they don't look at the organization from a holistic strategic view, but they are a valuable foundation for discussions on strategy. Functional decomposition is a technique used to break down the area under analysis into its component parts as a hierarchy. Each of these component parts are related and function as a system. A system is a set of interacting or independent components brought together to form a complex and intricate whole. Decomposing a system provides a simple view of a complex system. Functional decomposition has a number of objectives. It aims to measure and manage an area of the system using metrics, evaluate areas of the model that can be impacted by improved designs, and analyze elements that affect other elements in the model. It also aims to estimate and forecast by breaking an element down into its smaller components to estimate more accurately. It strives to reuse one component in the decomposed system in another area within the system, optimize a component to improve processes, or reduce costs. Substituting ensures a component is easily changed without impacting the system as a whole. Encapsulating combines components to make a new component. Functional decomposition can be applied to a number of subjects, including business outcomes such as profits, revenues, and volume. A work breakdown structure describes what's needed to be done and when through phases, milestones, and activities. A business process is broken down to identify areas of improvement and optimization. Functions are analyzed to enable implementation. A business unit could be decomposed to enable re-engineering or design changes. A solution component is analyzed at its lower levels to enable effective design. Activities are broken down to estimate a level of effort to measure and optimize. Products and services are improved through the analysis of the parent-child relationship of the decomposition. And decisions are broken down using decision trees and tables, which allows for the analysis of each of the decision points to improve outcomes. Levels of this model address where, why, and when the business analyst has reached the right level of analysis. This will continue the analysis until there's an understanding of the components to apply the information to other business analysis activities. There are a number of techniques used in functional decomposition. Tree diagrams are hierarchical and provide a view of the area under analysis. Nested diagrams illustrate hierarchical parts of the whole relationship between decomposition results, according to the Babak Guide version 3. Use case diagrams describe what the primary actor needs to do to reach the goal. Flow diagrams decompose the flow of information into each process. State transition diagrams break the object down into various states within the composite of the object. Cause and effect diagrams, such as a fishbone diagram, break down activities and other elements that affect the outcome. Decision trees examine each element of a decision and its potential outcome, and mind maps link disparate ideas to a primary topic. Component diagrams illustrate how a number of components work together, such as a software system. And finally, decision models and notation ensure business logic integrity. There are a few strengths to note when considering functional decomposition. First, it breaks a complex system down into its component parts. It also provides increased stakeholder understanding through the use of the structured approach and helps to simplify measurements and estimations. There are also some limitations to consider with functional decomposition. It requires the business analyst to rework the diagram in the face of incomplete or inaccurate information. Not all systems can be decomposed because of the complexity of the interaction within the system. Additionally, the business analyst could get caught up in alternative decompositions and burn valuable time. The business analyst needs to have deep knowledge of the subject matter and the ability to engage stakeholders with the equivalent deep knowledge. Business analysts must develop a repository of common language to facilitate communication and strategically align activities and goals. In this course, you'll learn about documentation techniques, business and use cases, metrics, and acceptance and evaluation criteria for effective business analysis work. A glossary is a list of terms commonly used by the organization and within an industry, as well as regulatory terms, including acronyms. The glossary is an essential component of business analysis information. It provides a common understanding and clear communication to anyone reading your documentation. The business analyst records terms along with their respective definitions. Creating a glossary is an ongoing effort by the business analyst. If you don't understand a term or acronym, then ask the subject matter expert for the definition. Don't assume anyone who reads the documentation will understand all of the terms. There are several considerations when including terms. Be sure to include terms unique to the specific domain. For terms that have multiple definitions, determine the definition to be used for purposes of the initiative. Avoid implied definitions outside of common use, and ensure definitions are clear and concise to reduce the risk of misunderstanding. Include and spell out all acronyms. Once a glossary has been created, ensure it can be easily accessed by subject matter experts and the implementation team, and that it's reviewed and edited by those individuals. There are a number of strengths for building and using a glossary. It promotes a common understanding amongst the readership and supports consistency in language. It also simplifies the recording of other information. There are also limitations for building and using glossaries. It may be tricky to get agreement on a single definition, requiring you to look for an enterprise glossary, conduct document analysis to find a definition that's already recorded, or conduct an elicitation activity to flush out the meaning. It also requires maintenance and updating as terms are added. The purpose of a data dictionary is to provide a clear definition of data elements used by the organization to produce information and facilitate transactions. It consists of primitive data elements and a composite of those elements. Descriptions of data elements in a data dictionary include the definition of an element. It will also define the allowable values associated with the element, such as field size or if it's numerical or alpha. Data dictionary definitions are important for those using a system that is based on data use. Primitive data elements name the data. For example, customer. Data elements have aliases or alternative names referenced by stakeholders, such as client, and values and meanings, such as the allowable formats, the number of characters, and a description. Composite data is a combination of elements constructed for use by a system. It includes sequences or the order of elements. Repetitions define if one or more data elements can be repeated multiple times. Optional elements may or may not occur in an instance of the composite element. If an element is not optional, the end user will be required to enter it into the system. Among its strengths, a data dictionary provides a shared understanding of the terms used in data management, and it requires only one primary source. The data dictionary should be stored in a centralized repository. In terms of limitations, it requires regular maintenance to be reused for other initiatives. Data dictionaries take time and effort, but they ensure there is no misunderstanding of terms. They also require running the metadata information through multiple scenarios to ensure the information can be used across the enterprise. Concept modeling is a technique used to identify an organized business vocabulary in order to ensure clear, accurate communication. A concept model may be used where precise communication is important, such as in complex, high-risk areas within an organization. It's also used in knowledge management and for business rules management. It organizes the business vocabulary, presents a choice of terms for communication, and supports the expression of natural language. A concept model supplies semantics. Semantics help to provide meaning to terminology. Concept models have several elements. Noun concepts are the basis of the model. Verb concepts connect the noun concepts. They must have standard wording so they're unambiguous. Then there are other standard connections, which include categorization, classification, and whole-part connections and roles. Concept modeling has several strengths and limitations. Strengths include that it allows for precise communication, is independent of any biases, is useful for knowledge-based decisions, and eliminates ambiguity and provides cohesiveness of communication. One limitation of concept modeling is that it may create unreasonable expectations that the terminology is correct. A specialized skill set is required in order for someone to be adept at concept modeling, and the knowledge and rule focus may be unfamiliar to stakeholders. Concept modeling also requires various tools in order to be successfully used, which can be limiting. The purpose of business rules analysis is to identify, organize, confirm, and refine the rules used to conduct business on a day-to-day basis. These rules include business policies as well as legal and industry regulations. One criterion for business rules is that it be clear and testable. The business rules analysis process consists of 5 steps. For the first step, the business analyst captures the business rules from various sources, such as a business policy or contract. Next, the business analyst expresses the rules clearly and then validates the rules with stakeholders. Third, business analysts refine the wording of rules to align to business goals. Then, business analysts organize the business rules to be managed. Finally, rules are reused. Like a glossary or data dictionary, business rules provide a common vocabulary that can be reused for future engagements. Business rules analysis is supported by some basic principles. The rules are written using a business vocabulary to enable subject matter experts to review and validate them. They're expressed independently of how they'll be used, allowing for reuse. They're described at an atomic level and in a declarative format to enable a shared understanding. Rules must be documented in such a way as to be standalone and separate from the processes they support. They are mapped to decisions they support and need to be managed and maintained to ensure they can be used in contracts, data models, policies along with regulations, and industry-associated terms that evolve as the business evolves. There are 2 categories of business rules: definitional rules and behavioral rules. Definitional rules indicate that something is necessarily true or untrue about a concept to supplement the concept's definition. The rules cannot be violated. Even though definitional rules could be applied incorrectly, the rule itself must not be violated. To avoid misapplication, the rule must be written clearly. These rules can describe how information is derived, inferred, or calculated. This allows the rules to be used for operational business decisions. Behavioral rules govern day-to-day activities. They constrain conduct, actions, or procedures. They oblige people to take certain actions or prescribe the conditions under which something is correctly done. Behavioral rules can be violated, and the business analyst determines under which conditions that could happen. There are 4 levels of enforcement that can be applied to a behavioral rule: strict enforcement, which leaves no room for violation; override with an explanation; authorized override, which is a common practice authorized by a senior person; and no enforcement, in which decisions are left up to the user. One best practice is to manage behavioral or other business rules in a central repository or a business rules management system. Business rules analysis has strengths and limitations. Among the strengths are that changes are implemented rapidly, and the structure governs business behavior and can be automated or manual. Also, rules can be reused for various situations, and changes can be made without altering processes or systems. Limitations are that rules need to be written clearly to avoid ambiguity and misunderstandings, and reviewed to ensure they don't contradict one another. In addition, poor vocabulary could result in inaccurate and contradictory rules. If you need to justify an action and capture benefits versus costs, you need a business case. A business case aims to determine if the organization is investing time, resources, and money on the right initiative. The business case provides just enough information for the business to make a decision. Business cases can be formal, through documentation and presentations, or informal, perhaps through an email request, or through a request for an enhancement to an existing system. There are several elements or processes involved in creating a business case. First, you define needs. Business needs drive a business case. A business case will include business goals and objectives that need to be reached, and identifies the problem to be solved or the opportunity to take advantage of. Next, you determine preferred outcomes. The business case provides information about preferred outcomes. It includes information on the scope of the initiative and a feasibility study specifying whether it's even feasible to make the change. It also includes information about the assumptions at this point, any risks, and constraints such as budget, time, or technical. Finally, it provides information on financial analysis and the value assessment of the change. The next step is to generate alternative solutions. Within a business case, you include information on the business case drivers. Specifically, the solution to the problem, the business goal or objective that a solution might meet, and how it solves the problem or takes advantage of an opportunity. Typically, a business case will include 3 to 4 possible solutions, potentially including an option that specifies doing nothing and what impact that would have. And finally, you recommend a solution. The business case provides the solution in relative detail. In other words, it details what the business needs to solve a problem. It identifies measurable benefits, such as payback period and increased revenues. The objective is to assist decision makers in choosing a solution. Business cases have strengths and limitations. As far as strengths go, business cases are ubiquitous, widely used in government, industry, and not-for-profit organizations. In addition, they provide the financial analysis needed for the business to make a good investment. Financial information typically comes from a finance department, as they have the standards for performing net present value and return on investment calculations. The limitations of business cases include that they can be subject to bias by the department submitting them. They are often not maintained, and they may contain invalid assumptions. A good practice is to consider the business case as a living document that is further elaborated as the request progresses through the project stages and into implementation. Business capability analysis is used to describe an enterprise or part of an enterprise, for example, a business unit. Business capabilities allow the organization to achieve the business goals and objectives. As per the Babcock Guide version 3, as long as an enterprise continues to perform similar functions, the capabilities required by the enterprise should remain constant, even if the method of execution for those capabilities undergoes significant change. There are two distinct features of a business capability analysis. It describes the outcome of the performance or transformation rather than how the performance or transformation is performed. And it describes the purpose rather than the method. A capability is the purpose around which the organization strives to meet goals and objectives. There are various uses for business capability analysis. It can be used to increase or protect revenue, lower or eliminate costs, or improve services provided by an organization. It can also provide value, such as to deliver a product to a customer at the right price, and it can ensure compliance with business policies and regulatory requirements. It's important to remember capabilities do not have risks. Rather, the risk is inherent in the performance of that capability, so it must be managed. It's really about positioning the organization for future endeavors. Risk is applied to the performance of capabilities, or the lack thereof. There are various categories of capability risks, including business, technology, organizational, and market risks. Performance is improved in order to reduce the risks in these areas. Business capabilities for the current state and future state help to determine the business direction and can be assessed to produce recommendations. They should ensure a sustainable competitive advantage and distinct value propositions. A capability map is a graphical representation of the capabilities within an organization. The map is produced during capability analysis. Each capability is documented only once and is color-coded to determine whether it provides high value, medium value, or low value. The map also indicates whether there is high risk, medium risk, or low risk within each capability. There are strengths and limitations to business capability analysis. The strengths are that it's focused on aligning initiatives to the capabilities within an organization, and it allows the organization to assess any new products and services against current capabilities. The limitations of business capability analysis are that it requires a broad organizational agreement and collaboration on the definition and categorization of capabilities. It's important to note that it's ineffective if created in a vacuum. Capability analysis and mapping must be done with subject matter experts with agreed-upon standards to be used throughout the organization. Use cases describe the interaction between a person or a system and the solution. The people or systems are known as actors and secondary actors. A solution describes the steps and the outcomes once the goal is achieved. There are two types of use cases: business and system. Business use cases describe how an actor interacts with the process and how they work within an organization to get what they need. The actor may interact with one area of the business or multiple areas. System use cases describe how an actor interacts with software, such as when purchasing products online. The actor in a system use case may interact with one or more systems. A scenario is one way to describe how an actor can accomplish a particular goal. Scenarios are written as a series of steps performed by actors or by the system to achieve the goals. A use case describes several scenarios in order to capture all possible interactions. Consider an example of a use case diagram that uses Unified Modeling Language, or UML notation. The diagram includes a primary actor and a secondary actor, a system, and 4 use cases. In this example, the use case uses the verb raise to denote the goal the user wants to achieve. An include notation denotes that use case number 2 may use or reuse the information that is in use case number 4. This avoids repetition in the diagram. An extend notation for use case number 3 is extending to use case number 2. This allows for the insertion of additional behavior into the use case. The use case is being extended in order to describe full functionality. A use case description is a textual document that describes the use cases. It includes several elements: the name of the use case, the goal of the actor, preconditions, the things that are necessary in order for the use case to start, and descriptions of the actors, including the type of user or system and whether they are primary or secondary. Use case descriptions can include a trigger. A trigger is an event, something that occurs, which starts the use case. The use case description also includes a flow of events or steps. Postconditions or guarantees are what is true once the use case is complete. In other words, once the actor has reached its goal. Postconditions are things like what happens within a database or whether a notification or statement is sent. There are a number of strengths to use cases and scenarios. They are user-centric and focused on outcomes. They also help increase an understanding of the scope and requirements and help articulate the business value to the actor and the behavior of the system. Because the events, or the flow of events, are typically interactions between an actor and the system, the wording must clearly articulate what the actor does and how the system responds. There are also a number of limitations to use cases and scenarios. They may include information that would be better captured by other means. They're not all-encompassing, but rather one piece of your business analysis information that can be included in a requirements package. They should not include non-functional requirements. Decisions and business rules need to be managed separately, and it must be understood that use cases and scenarios don't provide a lot of detail. They do require some effort to map a solution, designed from all the pieces. A series of use cases really tells a story about how an actor interacts with the solution, and the designer takes this information and creates a design. Sequence diagrams, also known as event diagrams, illustrate the interactions between objects within a system in the order in which they occur. They illustrate the timeline, but not the relationship between objects. The diagrams are logical level designs and can also be used to indicate interactions with user interface and software components. They're written in Unified Modeling Language, or UML, and communicate to the implementation team how the solution will be executed. Business analysts use the sequence diagram to validate use cases. There are several elements used in a sequence diagram. Lifeline notations are placed in the diagram to represent rules or object instances that participate in the sequence being modeled. The lifeline can be terminated with an X. An activation box represents the period during which an operation is executed. A synchronous call to activate is represented by an arrow with a solid arrowhead, leading to the activation object. Synchronous calls transfer control to the receiving object. The sender cannot act until a return message is received. An asynchronous call is also known as a signal and allows the object to continue with its own processing after sending the signal. The object may send many signals simultaneously, but may only accept one signal at a time. There are a number of strengths to using sequence diagrams. They allow for visual and chronological interactions and can help to validate the logic and the use cases that have been written. In addition, they provide an in-depth understanding of the processes within the system and provide insight to the implementation team. There are also limitations to using sequence diagrams. They could be a waste of time and effort if no one reviews the diagram, and they may be too technical for use by the business stakeholders. The purpose of a user story is to document the needs of a particular type of stakeholder. It defines the features the stakeholder finds of value for the solution. It enables prioritization, estimation, and planning of solutions. User stories are prioritized based on the estimated time it takes to complete each one and used to plan the design, development, and implementation of a solution. User stories should be short and concise. There's an assortment of other uses for user stories, including generating user acceptance tests and measuring the value delivered. The information provided depicts what's valuable to that type of stakeholder. They can also be used to trace requirements back to the business objectives, carry out additional analysis needed to understand non-functional and usability requirements, support project management, reporting, and the grouping of functional requirements for delivery, and promote additional conversation with stakeholders. A user story starts with the title, which is written as a goal-based phrase with an active verb. For example, contact customer. A user story also has a statement of value for the stakeholders. User stories describe three elements: who, what, and why. These stories promote conversations between the stakeholders, business analyst, and implementation team. They include acceptance criteria, which define the boundaries of the user story and help the team to understand what the solution needs to provide in order to deliver value for the stakeholders. There are a number of strengths to user stories. They're easy to understand and are value-focused. The stories require business analysts to collaborate with the stakeholders and implementation team, enabling rapid delivery and feedback for further improvement. Additionally, user stories have limitations. They're intended for short-term use, and they involve a conversational approach that can be a challenge if you can't get your stakeholders together. Planning helps to mitigate this issue. User stories require context and visibility and need to be understood against the backdrop of the overall business goals and objectives. Finally, they don't necessarily provide complete detail and may require supplemental documentation. Metrics and key performance indicators, also known as KPIs, are used to measure performance. Specifically, they quantify process and solution performance and progress. According to the BABOK Guide version 3, a key performance indicator is one that measures progress towards a strategic goal or objective. An indicator identifies a specific numerical measurement representing performance or the degree of progress toward achieving a goal, objective, output, activity, or further input. It provides information about what to measure and is the result of analyzing one or more measures. An indicator uses primary data sources gathered by a business analyst through surveys and observation or other research projects. Secondary sources of data can come from those such as the government, market, or industry associations. There are several considerations a business analyst needs to include when using indicators. How the data will be collected, how easy it is to collect the data, who will be collecting the data, what role collects and reports on the data, how much will it cost to gather that data, how often should the data be collected and reported on, and how difficult is it to collect the data. Effective indicators are clear, concise, and economical. They must be relative to the context in which the measure is being taken and adequately provide a basis on which to assess performance. They also should be quantifiable, validated independently, trustworthy and credible, and evidence and research-based. Metrics are a quantifiable level of an indicator. Metrics are used to measure progress against a KPI at a specific point in time. A target metric is the objective to be reached within a specific time using thresholds or a range. The scope of time to reach the target metric can be whatever is deemed appropriate to meet the need: multi-year, annually, quarterly, or more frequently. Metric quality is important. There are three components of metric quality: reliability, validity, and timeliness. The person reviewing the information provided by the metric needs to know the information is reliable. The data should be collected with an approach that's stable and consistent. Validity refers to the extent to which the data clearly and directly measures performance. Timeliness is how well the frequency of the data meets management's needs. The structure for monitoring and evaluating data should include 4 procedures. A data collection procedure covers the units of analysis, how things are sampled, the procedures, the instruments used, the collection frequency, and who is responsible for collecting the data. The data analysis procedure specifies the procedure for conducting the analysis and who will be consuming the data. The consumer may have a strong interest in how analysis is conducted. A reporting procedure covers the templates, who receives the reports, how frequently, and how they are communicated. The final procedure is baseline data collection. Baseline information must be captured immediately before the beginning of a period of measurement. This provides a starting point and information about recent performance. Progress can be measured from that point forward. The data needs to be collected, analyzed, and reported for each indicator. Typically, reports compare the baseline, current metrics, and target metrics. Differences can be calculated and expressed in absolute or relative terms. In other words, they can be compared against a target. Visual representations are very effective when trying to explain data. The use of metrics and KPIs has strengths and limitations. One strength is that they are excellent for determining when and if an objective has been met. They also measure the effectiveness of inputs and activities and help to align the organization with its goals and objectives and make incremental improvements along the way. Limitations when using metrics and KPIs include the possibility of collecting excessive data. Another possible limitation is not generating useful or timely reports. They may reflect the impact on performance of other activities as well. It's important to know the business goals and objectives and the reasons for reporting those metrics and KPIs. There are 2 types of criteria used to determine whether or not a solution meets the desired goals of a project. Acceptance criteria describe the requirements and outcomes that are necessary for a solution to meet the business goals and objectives. The criteria enable the stakeholders to confidently accept the final solution. Solution acceptability criteria are used to evaluate a solution and the outcome as either a pass or a fail. That doesn't necessarily mean the entire solution will fail. There may be components of the solution that fail and need to be reworked. Evaluation criteria are measurements that are used to enable solution ranking. These are used when an organization has a number of solutions to evaluate. Solution ranking uses a continuous scale or a discrete scale in order to rank the various solutions. While evaluating, subject matter experts from IT and the business will use expert judgment and scoring techniques to understand and evaluate which solution fits the criteria best. There are differences between acceptance criteria and evaluation criteria. Acceptance criteria are used for accepting a solution being provided. These criteria include cost, performance, usability, and functionality, and are the conditions under which the business will go forward with the solution. The requirements accepted or not are those that are necessary for the solution to be considered as meeting the business needs. They're tested by performing user acceptance testing, and the requirements will either pass or fail. User acceptance testing is not designed to find errors, unlike systems testing. Instead, it's used to validate that the solution provided meets the business goals and objectives. Evaluation criteria measure whether or not the solution meets the criteria necessary to provide value. The solution is ranked for the value it provides. These criteria, cost, performance, usability, and functionality, are used for evaluating multiple solutions. Measures are defined to assess the value delivered by a potential solution. This is where the stakeholders come in, as they provide information about what's most valuable to them. Acceptance criteria and evaluation criteria each have strengths and limitations. The strengths of acceptance criteria are that being testable, they assist in determining whether or not the outcome is what the stakeholder is looking for. The criteria are usually included as contractual obligations and help the stakeholders and the solution provider meet agreements. A limitation when considering acceptance criteria is that it may be difficult to change the acceptance criteria if the requirements change. The strengths of evaluation criteria are that they are used to assess a diverse set of needs by the business and to assist in delivering return on investment. They also help with prioritization of key elements that are important and provide value to the business. A limitation to evaluation criteria is that agreement around criteria might be challenging to obtain. That's not unusual. No one solution is going to provide the business with everything needed, so negotiation might be required to reach an understanding of what the needs are. Non-functional requirements analysis is used to understand and communicate how well the functional requirements should perform in the system. When conducting non-functional requirements analysis, the business analyst examines the solution requirements and determines what's needed to support it, such as usability for user interface requirements. It specifies criteria versus behavior. Functionality is about behavior, and non-functional requirements specify quality or quality of service needs. Non-functional requirements are testable and expressed in declarative statements and matrices. There are several categories of non-functional requirements. Availability speaks to when the solution should be accessible by end users. Availability might be communicated as, the system shall be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Compatibility is the degree to which the solution operates effectively with other components. Functionality specifies the degree to which the solution functions to meet the user's needs. Maintainability covers whether it can be modified and corrected easily. Performance efficiency details how much the solution consumes resources, specifying such things as number of users and concurrent users. Portability is the ability of the solution to be moved from one platform to another. Reliability is often described as mean time to failure, or how long the solution is able to perform its functions under specific circumstances before it fails. Extensibility is the ability of the solution to take on new functionality. Scalability is the ability of the solution to expand the amount of processing it can do. Security is the ability of the solution to protect data, content, and information. Usability covers how easy it is for a user to interact with the system. Certification may be needed for a solution to meet certain industry standards. Compliance with regulatory and financial constraints may be necessary as well. Localization is the ability of the solution to deal with local languages, laws, currencies, cultures, spelling, and even how the screen is organized. Service level agreements provide an agreement between the provider of the service and the user. This would include availability, performance, and efficiency. Non-functional requirements need to be communicated in measurable terms. For example, 80% of users must be able to use the new process within 3 hours of training. This provides some level of measure as to the effectiveness of the solution and can be tested. You may need to have a certification, such as ISO certification, where the provider must comply with certain regulatory requirements. Service level agreements ensure there is a clear understanding of how the solution should perform and takes into consideration the organization's enterprise architecture. In other words, a solution must fit into the architecture, and the architecture must support that solution according to what the non-functional requirements specify. It's important for the business analyst to view non-functional requirements within the context of the solution itself. Non-functional requirements may need to be adjusted based on regional and regulatory requirements. Considering context allows a business analyst to ensure the overall solution provides value through performance and other non-functional needs. There are a number of strengths of non-functional requirements analysis. It provides for quality within the solution itself and for clearly stated constraints under which the solution must operate in order for it to provide quality output. The requirements must be documented as measurable results that can be tested. But the analysis also has a number of limitations. Depending on the stakeholder's knowledge of the need, it may be difficult for users to express what their needs are. The business analyst can ask questions to help establish them. Non-functional requirements analysis also requires agreement on divergent expectations. You can always look to what's standard within your own organization and determine if the solution absolutely needs to go beyond those specific standards or the service level agreements that are in place. There may be inherent conflicts that require negotiation. It imposes costs on the solutions. The stricter the requirement or constraint, the more time and money it costs to implement. The analysis can be difficult to measure, and there may be a level of subjectivity when evaluating whether or not a non-functional requirement meets the acceptance criteria. Business analysts require a unique combination of competencies to successfully perform their work. In this course, you'll learn about underlying competencies, including analytical thinking and problem solving, interaction skills, and communication skills. Specific competencies related to analytical thinking and decision-making include learning, creative thinking, visual thinking, conceptual thinking, systems thinking, decision-making, and problem-solving. Learning is a fundamental business analysis competency. Typically, a business analyst must absorb new information and become familiar with domains that he or she has limited knowledge of. The different types of information the business analyst needs to understand include processes, data, concerns, roles, stakeholder impacts, and technology. Business analysts must adapt to different situations, which may challenge what they already know. There are 6 stages of learning. First is the initial acquisition of raw facts. The business analyst acquires knowledge through elicitation using different techniques based on the type of stakeholder and the knowledge to be gained. Next is comprehension of meaning. Comprehension is obtained through active listening and paraphrasing information received to close the gap between information and knowledge. Business analysts will also conduct research through document analysis and observation. Stage 3 is application of knowledge. When learning new business analysis concepts and techniques, applying the knowledge in daily activities increases the comprehension and skill. Then comes analysis. The information is analyzed using various techniques. Fifth is synthesis. The business analyst will synthesize large amounts of information. The final stage is evaluation. The business analyst will evaluate to reach conclusions and recommend a solution to the business problem. There are 3 types of learning techniques: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. Visual learners use pictures, diagrams, presentations, and videos to understand information. Auditory learning not only uses verbal information, but also written text. It's all about language. Kinesthetic learners apply knowledge. They have to do it to understand it. Although every person has a preferred learning method, the business analyst is most effective when he or she uses more than one technique, often all of them concurrently. The business analyst could review a process diagram, interview a stakeholder about a process, or use a software application to get a complete picture of a task or activity. Effective listeners share certain common traits. They demonstrate understanding of new concepts, often through paraphrasing. They absorb new information rapidly and present newly gained information to others. Creative thinking is the ability to generate new ideas, find new associations between existing ideas, and combine, change, or reapply existing ideas. Your role as the business analyst is to help stakeholders think creatively. For example, while working with a customer service management group, having a discussion focused on creatively reducing wait times. The existing process involved 1 or 2 customer service agents responsible for taking payments. The suggested change was to make it so that all agents could take payments, fully using all the agents. This allowed stakeholders to think differently about how tasks could contribute to the desired outcome. There are some common traits shared by creative thinkers. They generate innovative ideas. Helping stakeholders to consider innovative ideas can be accomplished by first creating that type of environment by using collaborative games. These games give stakeholders permission to think beyond the current way of doing things. Another trait is exploring new concepts. One way to determine if a stakeholder is open to discussing new concepts is for the business analyst to suggest new ideas. And if the stakeholder continually says, "Yeah, but," in an attempt to support existing practices, then he or she is probably not open to new ideas. Creative thinkers foster creativity in others. This includes using techniques such as brainstorming to open up dialogue without criticism. They also apply new ideas to existing problems. Once new ideas are generated, creative thinkers facilitate discussion about how the new idea can be applied to the existing problems. Visual thinking is the ability to create visual representations of complex concepts using graphics, models, and diagrams to communicate. The business analyst synthesizes a large amount of information and simplifies it through models and diagrams. A use case model breaks down the needs of the actor, who might be a stakeholder, end user, or customer, into a series of bubbles. Each bubble has a verb phrase that describes the actor's goal, for example, update profile or manage customer records. Models and diagrams have a few ways of providing value. The use of visuals helps to communicate certain information better than text alone. Diagrams also help stakeholders to determine if something is missing, incorrect, accurate, or in need of a change. A domain subject matter expert can look at a process model and align it to their day-to-day activities quickly. He or she is then able to provide input to make improvements and discuss challenges. Visuals also provide tools for eliciting feedback and input. Models are used to elicit information, keep stakeholders focused on topic, and generate ideas. Prototypes give stakeholders the opportunity to evaluate a suggested solution and provide input within the context of what they do on a daily basis. An effective visual thinker creates models that are easy to understand. This may require the business analyst to use a non-standard notation or to educate the stakeholder on how to read the notation. The business analyst will facilitate the identification of patterns using graphs and charts or mind maps. Models, diagrams, and graphics facilitate efficient stakeholder learning. Both the business analyst and stakeholder can reach conclusions quickly as the diagram is created and analyzed. The purpose of systems thinking is to view and understand the enterprise as a whole. A system comprises people and their interactions with processes and technologies. As stated in the Babcock Guide version 3, systems theory suggests that a system as a whole has properties, behaviors, and characteristics that emerge from the interaction of the components of that system. These factors are not predicated on an understanding of the components alone, meaning the business analyst must look at the impacts of an interaction within a system. Systems thinkers tend to share some common traits. They understand and communicate how a component change affects the whole system. A stakeholder may want to add business rules to a software application that calculates customer qualifications to apply for insurance based on his or her age. Upstream processes must be analyzed to determine if the processes and technology inputs need to change, and how the outputs from the process affect other processes, rules, data, reports, etc. They understand and communicate how a system change affects the environment. They understand and communicate how the system adapts to internal and external changes. The business analyst must determine how people, processes, and technology adapt to internal and external changes. External changes could include market pressure, such as the release of a new product by a competitor or regulatory changes. Conceptual thinking is the ability to understand how disparate information fits into the big picture, the ability to discern which details are important, and the ability to connect abstract concepts. In short, conceptual thinking allows you to uncover and identify causal relationships, perhaps through statistical analysis. This requires you to identify which information is important and to integrate disparate data and deduce what it means to the area under analysis. By using conceptual thinking, you can find the connections between stakeholder needs, contexts, problems, solutions, value, and risks. Should you evaluate statistical information based on process effectiveness and efficiencies, you would look to the stakeholder to understand his or her needs to meet goals and objectives. You'll look at the context within which the stakeholders are working, perhaps a busy period or particular working conditions. Problems will be broken down and connected to the process to determine how they could solve the problem and provide value. Risks are also connected to solutions to mitigate problems. Conceptual thinkers display certain traits. They connect seemingly unrelated information to determine a solution to a problem, such as how stakeholders are impacted by a process they aren't directly using. They form abstract concepts. They look beyond the concrete to assess abstract concepts such as how value is realized through a solution. They draw on past experience to understand new situations. Business analysis activities from previous projects may be used to implement a new product or evaluate an existing product. Analysts do this by understanding concepts such as value, customer satisfaction, and usability, and by also understanding how these can be applied to make improvements to the product. As a business analyst, you need to understand decision-making criteria to help stakeholders make informed, confident decisions. There are 4 steps in the decision-making process. First is collecting the relevant information that relates to the decision being made. Next is analyzing the information to identify key elements to be considered, such as a feature set offered by a number of vendors, or risks associated with not including the features. Step 3 is facilitating the process of weighing the options. The 4th and final step is choosing the best option, using a technique such as force field analysis, which evaluates the pros and cons of choosing a particular path. As a business analyst, you must consider various sources of information. Stakeholders include domain subject matter experts who provide information about the current state and who can identify risks. It's a good practice to identify the final decision maker and sponsor. The right stakeholders should contribute to the decision-making process. Customer feedback helps to direct decisions related to customer satisfaction and provides opinions on how products provide value. Policies must be considered to ensure a solution complies with business rules. Regulations are also important. Appropriate decisions must be contingent on the solution meeting regulations. Diagrams provide valuable visual information on if and how a decision will impact a process or activity. Schematics illustrate a system which helps to determine how decisions impact a network or a database. User guides provide insight into how work has been conducted and the context under which the end user is working. Spreadsheets provide calculations of revenue, costs and benefits, and payback period, helping stakeholders to consider these elements when determining the best approach to take. Good decision makers share certain traits. They make decisions that address needs or opportunities, not their own opinions, and serve the interests of all stakeholders. They also make sure all stakeholders understand the decision-making process, the pros and cons of all options, the rationale for making each decision, and that the decision must be based on facts, needs, and values, not one's own positions. Problem solving is the ability to identify root causes of problems and find solutions that address those root causes. This requires the business analyst to take certain actions, including investigating all underlying issues, gathering stakeholders' points of view to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to provide their input, and identifying assumptions. Problem solving also requires specifying objectives of the activity, digging deep into the causes and effects of a particular problem, and assessing all solution options against those objectives. Effective problem solvers have 3 key traits. First, they challenge all assumptions and preconceived notions. Preconceived notions may include stakeholders' beliefs that they completely understand a problem, but may actually be experiencing symptoms of that problem. For example, suppose a sales manager believes that lower sales is a problem. When root cause analysis is applied, it turns out the real problem is that the salespeople are not fully versed on the benefits of the product line and need training. Second, they instill feelings of confidence among participants in the problem-solving process. They do this by explaining the rules and the process of identifying problems, perhaps using a fishbone diagram, and ensuring that everyone understands how to participate and has an opportunity to provide their opinion. And third, they find solutions that solve root causes and meet objectives. This allows you to stay in scope within the domain that's being analyzed. Effective interaction skills have certain core competencies, including teamwork, facilitation, teaching, leadership and influencing, negotiation, and conflict resolution. A business analyst relies on a wide variety of people to be successful. He or she is continuously working with stakeholders, the implementation team, and others to obtain information needed to understand a problem and define a solution that meets business goals and objectives. Business analysts don't work alone, so teamwork is an essential skill. This includes the ability to work productively with others, foster good relationships and trust with stakeholders, and help encourage team integrity and effectiveness. The business analyst is part of a team. In order to help with the integrity and effectiveness of that team, the analyst works closely with all members to understand what their needs are based on how they can contribute to the overall group, and also supports the team at all times during an initiative. Effective team members display various traits. They recognize team dynamics. They do this by observing how formal or informal the team relationships are, as well as the roles, responsibilities, and hierarchy. They build and maintain trust. The business analyst delivers what is promised and keeps confidential information. They also resolve conflict amongst team members. The business analyst may need to resolve issues among team members using mediation and facilitation skills. Effective team members foster collaboration. The business analyst treats his or her stakeholders and subject matter experts as a team and uses collaborative techniques such as brainstorming and collaborative games. And they promote shared ownership of team goals. For example, using terms such as us and we when describing team goals will help promote shared ownership. Facilitation is one of the most important skills a business analyst can have. It's the ability to moderate discussions, facilitate exchange of ideas, lead decision-making processes, and enable participants to appreciate the different points of view of other participants. You should not underestimate how much practice one needs to become a good facilitator. Not only do you have to be observant of the dynamics within the room, but you also need to observe whether or not people have the opportunity to share information and ideas. Effective facilitators display various traits. They establish ground rules, which can include allowing everyone to share their opinions, letting one person speak at a time, or providing positive feedback. During a facilitation event, the facilitator will ensure the ground rules are followed. They also encourage full participation. The facilitator can do this by doing a roundtable, which is going from one person to another to ask their opinion about a topic. Sometimes there is one person who's very engaged and fully participating, and perhaps might be sharing a little bit too much. The The facilitator can summarize what the person was saying and then ask someone else in the room what their opinion might be. Facilitators consider all parties' motives and interests. It's often good to get some items that might be contentious out on the table. The facilitator might bring up the topic and go around the room and ask people if they have any comments or opinions on the issue under discussion. They keep discussion focused and orderly. A facilitator needs to allow the group to discuss and freely and openly talk about the issues and needs of the stakeholders, but also has to keep the discussion focused and moving along, ensuring the agenda is met. And they remain neutral and impartial when intervening. This is probably one of the most important things a facilitator can do. At the beginning of a session, you may explain your role, that you're there to understand the needs of each party, and that you're not there as a decision maker. Teaching skills are about the ability to lead others to knowledge, which means helping stakeholders understand and retain information based on their learning style. Perhaps they're more kinesthetic and would prefer hands-on learning rather than a presentation-style approach. Breaking people into groups allows them to share knowledge with each other and learn collaboratively. There are several traits shared by effective teachers. First, they choose appropriate teaching methods. This can include presentation style or workshop style, or a combination of both. They also eliminate ambiguity about context and value. It's important for the teacher to understand where areas of misunderstanding and ambiguity can occur in the content of their lessons. Effective teachers confirm understanding. They can ask questions, have stakeholders perform a task, or use quizzes and fun games to confirm learning. And they verify that stakeholders can demonstrate what they learn. Case studies, board work, and hands-on application are the best ways to ensure that stakeholders know how to apply what they've learned. Leadership and influencing skills comprise the ability to guide stakeholders. A good leader with good influencing skills knows how to build consensus within a team, helps to motivate people to work together, and channels individuals' motives, needs, and capabilities. Leaders have the ability to recognize an individual's capabilities and how those capabilities contribute to the entire team. They ask relevant questions, listen, synthesize the information, and provide concise direction. An effective leader removes resistance to change, clearly defines the vision for the future state in such a way that people engage, and encourages others to convert vision into actions. The leader also promotes mutual interest among stakeholders by being a good speaker and facilitator, and influences through collaboration, getting others to work together to solve problems and meet goals and deadlines. And he or she reframes issues to consider and accommodate other perspectives. For example, a leader might paraphrase an issue as it relates to another group, perhaps changing the context. Effective negotiation is the ability to mediate trade-offs between stakeholders by identifying common needs and focusing on the reasons for those needs. A good negotiator prompts the parties to come to agreement and communicates conclusions. Conflict resolution is the ability to identify each of the stakeholders' interests and provide options in order to resolve disagreements. This requires the mediator to ask each party their opinion about their experience with the topic in disagreement and how it might be resolved. If there continues to be disagreement, the business analyst can provide options, ask each party whether they agree or disagree and why, and continue this process until a resolution is found. You can recognize effective negotiators based on certain shared traits. They establish common understanding between the parties. This involves facilitation of sharing and listening between parties. They also ensure feelings and needs of all parties are considered in the discussion. They're able to separate problems from people, treating each person with respect. At times, it can take real skill and patience to continue to address an issue and not the behavior of the people involved. And effective negotiators foster strong working relationships among all stakeholders. They remind stakeholders of the benefits of working together to meet an outcome, continuing to elicit information about the parties' needs, and using creative thinking to promote discussion on alternatives. Effective communication has certain core competencies, including verbal, nonverbal, written, and listening skills. Communication involves getting your intended message and meaning across, as well as actively listening to the other person. Effective communication helps avoid conflicts and errors of misunderstanding, which can result in rework. Effective communication enables deeper understanding and fosters trust among stakeholders. Active listening is one of the most important skills that you can develop. When communicating effectively, each party gains understanding of the other's viewpoints and is able to share information interactively and respectfully. Communication can be difficult. We often believe that what is said is fully understood by the other person. A message is encoded in your head, your intended meaning, but it may not be the message that's decoded or interpreted by the other person. Approximately 55% of communication is achieved through nonverbal gestures and facial expressions. Words, gestures, and phrases have different meanings for different people. A positive gesture in one country, region, or culture may be an insult in another. Business analysts must continually confirm the meaning of words and concepts to ensure the sender and receiver have a common understanding. A glossary is a perfect tool to help with this. This is particularly true for acronyms, as many departments use the same acronyms but with different meanings. Effective communication requires clarifying and understanding. Different communication styles can inhibit communication. For example, the tendency to use your hands when speaking about something you're passionate about could be interpreted as being aggressive. Or some people like to think out loud while speaking, while others prefer to listen, think, and then respond. Some language and cultural differences between a sender and receiver can also inhibit communications. Language challenges might occur when there are different terms for the same thing, or between those who are from different countries and have different expressions and accents. In some cultures, communication is very informal, versus others where it's much more formalized. Telling jokes and discussing personal topics may not be received well. Another communication inhibitor can be how people have different thinking styles. Someone may ask a lot of questions, sit back and listen, and process the information. They may not contribute initially and then speak up later to provide their thoughts and feelings about the subject. Some people aren't as motivated to talk about a subject as others. Analysts need to consider the circumstances and context others are experiencing at that time. Stakeholders may also have different priorities, so analysts need to be sure to time their communications well and keep them concise and to the point. Ensure you have prior knowledge of the person you're going to be communicating with and on the subject you'll be discussing. Sometimes this isn't possible, and you could be asked to speak without preparation. It's best to admit you aren't prepared and we'll get back to them right away, and then do it, as this will help to build trust and credibility. In an ideal situation, there will be two-way communication, beginning with the sender, who tailors and delivers the message, followed by the receiver, who decodes the message and delivers some type of feedback, thus confirming receipt of the message. Verbal communication uses spoken words to express information, ideas, concepts, facts, and opinions. Effective communication depends on the tone of someone's voice, including the volume of their voice, the inflection they use, and how quickly they speak. A very efficient form of communication includes emotional and nonverbal cues. These include hand gestures and facial expressions. It's important to use verbal communication in conjunction with nonverbal and written communication to ensure your message is fully conveyed. When communicating in person, remember that nonverbal cues impact the meaning of what is being said. It's important for the business analyst to be aware of these nonverbal cues. Once a message is communicated, the receiver provides a response, verbal or nonverbal. A nonverbal cue might be someone shrugging their shoulders, nodding their head, or some other visible cue. Finally, the sender interprets responses or feedback, considering a number of factors. Does the person seem to understand what I'm saying? Do I need to adapt and resend the message? Do I need to change my method of delivery? The use of a picture, model, or scenario could help convey a message more clearly. Some cases require changing the context within which you're trying to communicate. Effective verbal communication has certain key characteristics. It involves restating concepts to ensure understanding. When delivering a presentation, use body orientation and hand gestures to emphasize your message and engage with your audience. When communicating verbally, remain calm and collected. It's a good idea to use facts and figures, cite quotes and resources, keep your message solution-based, and present root causes of issues along with potential solutions. Nonverbal communication can be your most powerful tool when communicating. It involves messages transmitted using body language and may convey more meaning than the words do. Trustworthiness can be conveyed through eye contact. Confidence is displayed with a calm and easy demeanor. Being disorganized and fumbling with notes can communicate a lack of capability. You can convey understanding and agreement through hand gestures, a smile, and a nod. When one is confident, organized, and prepared, capability will shine through. As a business analyst, you need to build your skill at recognizing nonverbal cues to understand the feelings and intent of the person communicating, as well as those you are communicating to. It's always best for a business analyst to meet with stakeholders face-to-face, since so much is communicated without words. Nonverbal cues can indicate mood, attitude, and feelings. For example, a stakeholder crossing their arms or rolling their eyes could indicate a negative attitude toward a subject under discussion. If a stakeholder is confused or doesn't understand, they may not want to say so. When you notice something subtle, or not so subtle, a furrowed brow, tilt of the head, or other indication of confusion or disagreement, don't simply ignore it. Take some time to explore what's being expressed by asking if what you said makes sense or if they have any questions or concerns. You may need to follow up later for additional discussion. There's a wide variety of nonverbal cues. One example is eye contact, which may appear to be too much or too little, indicating there may be something to explore. Facial expressions, such as smiling or frowning, and movement of eyes and eyebrows are indications of a person's understanding, agreement, or disagreement. Gestures can include fist pounding, pointing, or waving. They might indicate that someone's upset. Posture can be a good indicator of a person's thoughts or engagement. Someone who's slouching may not be interested, and folded arms often indicate the person disagrees. Personal space is another nonverbal cue. Standing too close or too far can indicate aggression or hesitation. Touch is a very powerful nonverbal cue. A handshake is a great way to determine how engaged and enthusiastic someone is. Touching the arm can provide reassurance, while a pat on the back can indicate a compliment or support. It's important to pay attention to these nonverbal cues and clarify by asking questions such as, "Does anyone have anything they'd like to add?" Or "Should I try to explain this a different way?" Effective nonverbal communication involves being aware and intentional with your own body language. Try to convey openness and positivity. It also involves correctly interpreting others' cues. Stay aware and ask questions to confirm your interpretation. For example, if you sense disagreement, open up the discussion, encouraging both positive and constructive contributions. It also means using nonverbal cues to instill trust and encourage openness. Smiling, shaking hands, looking someone in the eye, or patting someone on the back can help to improve communications and deepen working relationships. Communication is multifaceted. Words and gestures can be supported by written communication, conveying information using text and diagrams. It's especially useful when you're creating requirements documentation and business analysis work products. Diagrams and models can help simplify a large amount of text, and conversely, text can help explain details about the diagrams and models. Symbols and graphics are excellent tools when using presentations. They help to emphasize ideas without using too much text. Effective communication requires that you understand and speak the language of your audience. You can do this by choosing words and terms carefully, using an appropriate level of formality, and utilizing a suitable format. For example, a short memo is best for an executive, and presentations are a great way to share information with a group. There are some key characteristics to effective written communication. The style needs to meet the needs of the audience. Effective writing can only happen when the author understands the audience and the style of writing meets the needs of that audience. It's important to use a broad and varied vocabulary and ensure you're using correct business language, terms, and jargon appropriate to the audience. Good grammar and style are also important in conveying the message. The technical level of written communication must match the technical level and needs of the audience. Executives want high-level facts and information and propose solutions to help them make decisions. A business user doesn't need to know the details of how the network works, but needs to understand the impact of making changes to it. There are a variety of tools to help get your message across. Graphs provide information about statistics, while diagrams help to illustrate processes, data, and the scope of a solution. Using bullet points provides a structure for listing information that's easy to organize and read. You'll know your writing is effective when the audience understands the intended meaning, and readers are able to paraphrase, accurately describe, or engage with the information. A good practice is to keep your content concise by writing a draft, revisiting it later, and removing extraneous wording and information. Listening is the most important skill a business analyst can employ. Simply put, it enables understanding. It involves hearing and interpreting a verbal message and providing confirmation of receipt of that message. Active listening ensures that the speaker and listener share a common understanding of what's being communicated. Active listening involves listening and interpreting beyond the words used. This means paying attention to both verbal and nonverbal cues and demonstrating that you value what's being said. Active listening requires a lot of effort. For example, translators at the UN can only translate for half an hour at a time. There are various ways to engage in active listening. This can be accomplished by maintaining eye contact with the speaker, leaning forward slightly with an open posture, staying mentally focused on what the speaker is saying by trying not to formulate your response until they're finished speaking, giving verbal cues to acknowledge understanding, and paraphrasing what was said. These should be part of all your elicitation activities, whether you're doing an interview or facilitating a workshop. When someone speaks, you can paraphrase verbally or write on a whiteboard or flip chart to confirm understanding and request clarification. Effective listeners share certain traits. They give the speaker their full attention, avoiding distractions, and they acknowledge and encourage the speaker with verbal and nonverbal cues. Effective listeners also provide feedback, demonstrating understanding, and they resist making judgments until the speaker is completely finished with their thought. Responding appropriately means paraphrasing to ensure you have the correct understanding and then clarifying as needed. Business analysts require strong business knowledge and professional skills to be effective in their role. In this course, you'll learn about competencies fundamental to business analysis, including behavioral characteristics, business knowledge, and the tools and technology necessary for effective business analysis work. The important business analysis competency areas are analytical thinking, interaction skills, communication skills, behavioral characteristics, business knowledge, and tools and technology. Specific competencies related to a business analyst's behavioral characteristics include ethics, personal accountability, trustworthiness, organization and time management, and adaptability. These competencies enable you as the business analyst to adapt to changing circumstances and build stakeholder relationships. The behavior of a business analyst has a direct impact on the effectiveness of the outcomes of the business analysis effort. Ethics is focused on the difference between right and wrong and has three key focus areas. First, ethics in business analysis addresses fairness, which ensures all affected stakeholders understand the reasons for decisions made. Consideration involves reflecting on the impact of a solution on all stakeholders and treating groups as fairly as possible. For example, a business analyst who focuses only on the needs of a senior manager in order to gain favor with that senior manager is probably not taking the other stakeholders' needs into consideration. The third focus of ethics is moral behavior. A business analyst should be an impartial representative of the business, choosing to do the right thing when it comes to what's best for the organization and the stakeholders involved. Benefits of ethical behavior for the business analyst are that he or she earns the respect of stakeholders and is seen as trustworthy. The benefits of ethical behavior for the organization are reducing its exposure to risk and ensuring regulatory compliance. The business analyst must be cognizant of and intentional with his or her own ethical behavior and aware of the behavior of others. There are some indications of unethical behavior to watch out for. One warning sign is an absence of transparency or hiding information about decisions from stakeholders who may be worried about the outcome of a change. Business analysts ensure fairness and transparency when decisions are being made. You help facilitate that transparency by using various techniques like decision analysis, clearly articulating the rationale behind decisions, and disclosing any conflicts of interest. Another ethical problem is unwarranted gain, or seeking an improper or unearned benefit. Non-performance of obligation occurs when someone fails to act in accordance with the company's code of conduct and ethics. Ethical individuals act quickly to identify and resolve ethical problems. One final warning sign is lack of impartiality, or favoring one party over another for personal reasons. As a business analyst, you must remain impartial. Ethical people display several key characteristics. They quickly identify and resolve ethical problems, ensure fairness and transparency when making decisions, and clearly articulate rationale behind decisions. They're honest, disclose any conflicts of interest, and accept responsibility for their failures. Personal accountability for a business analyst means accepting responsibility for the quality of your work, your role in meeting the goals of the organization, and managing stakeholder expectations. When taking ownership for success, be sure to acknowledge your stakeholders and team members. This builds strong working relationships and team cohesiveness. Taking responsibility and learning from failure is one sign of a good leader. Be sure to communicate and collaborate around evaluating errors, making adjustments, and developing solutions to avoid recurrence in the future. Individuals who practice personal accountability are willing to answer for their own successes and failures. They accept praise when they succeed and criticism when they fail, without shifting blame or making excuses for poor results. Practicing personal accountability means incorporating certain actions and behaviors. First, it means defining and aligning your work in terms of how it contributes to organizational goals. It also means understanding and acknowledging how the content and quality of your work impacts others. Finally, it means accepting and responding to feedback from others about your work with objectivity and professionalism. Accepting and engaging with criticism can be challenging and requires confidence, courage, and letting go of defensiveness. Accountable business analysts possess a few key characteristics. One characteristic is the ability to plan your work well and complete it as planned. This includes steps such as defining your business analysis approach, performing stakeholder analysis, and employing good estimation techniques. Another characteristic is the ability to keep others informed about the status of your work. Frequent and appropriate communication demonstrates capability and ensures everyone has the same understanding. Identifying and addressing issues and risks is a characteristic that instills confidence. It communicates to stakeholders that planned and unplanned events will be monitored and handled appropriately. And finally, consistently meeting stakeholder needs builds credibility and enhances working relationships. Consider one definition of trust: letting the things you value be vulnerable to the actions of others, believing that what you value will be supported or at least not harmed. Being trustworthy means consistently behaving ethically and with integrity. It's important to remember it's much easier to keep trust than to have to gain it back once it's lost. A business analyst should do everything in their power to uphold that trust. When working with stakeholders, it's important to share as much information as possible and be forthright about how to deal with sensitive information. This helps build and keep trust and creates a sense of honesty, dependability, and competence. Trustworthiness is the belief that you will behave with integrity, keep your promises, and consider the interests of others. Stakeholders will share information around sensitive issues only if they perceive you to be trustworthy. When trust is present, people are less fearful and protective and more apt to communicate openly, allowing for resolutions to be found. It's important to create a positive and safe environment where all parties feel comfortable being accountable, owning their mistakes, and collaborating freely. This type of environment allows people to work together more effectively and resolve conflict easier. A primary reason for dysfunction on a team is absence of trust. You'll know there's an absence of trust when others withhold important information. Some team members may start to act defensively, while others may avoid commitment. They may not want to provide information or take on certain tasks because they're unsure of the ramifications. Needless to say, when there's an absence of trust, conflict is more prevalent and difficult to overcome, impacting the team negatively. There are a number of ways a business analyst can build trust, including completing tasks on time and on budget, meeting the expectations of others, and displaying confidence. You can also build trust by being honest and transparent, addressing conflicts immediately, and maintaining a consistent schedule. This certainly isn't an exhaustive list. What's most important is bringing predictability and consistency to your actions and communications. When trust is present, stakeholders will be more comfortable involving you in discussions about difficult issues and will share their concerns more readily. Blame will fall away, mutual respect will be displayed, and feedback will be exchanged more freely. A business analyst needs to be adaptable, taking opportunities to increase skills using new and unfamiliar techniques. It might mean changing your style. For example, going from a very formal style to an informal style when dealing with different stakeholders. Your method may change, as might your overall approach. There are a number of things that can change during a project. As it progresses, stakeholders are learning as they go and may need to shift direction based on further investigation and understanding. And the overall business may have changing needs as well, often as a result of new regulatory requirements. Consider a few examples of adaptability. You could change your reporting method to suit the preference of a new stakeholder or use different interviewing techniques for different stakeholders. Modifying your facilitation style based on constructive feedback is also an example of adaptability, as is creating textual descriptions that accompany models to satisfy stakeholders who have more of an auditory learning style. A person's adaptability is demonstrated in different ways, such as improvising and making do with the resources available, and staying positive in the face of ambiguity and change. If you're adaptable, you're open to new ideas and alternative methods of doing things, and you're able to alter your interpersonal style to work with diverse groups. Adaptability also means evaluating what worked and didn't work, and deciding what to do differently next time. Organization and time management skills are key to being effective and productive. They involve various abilities, such as prioritizing tasks based on due dates and the availability of domain subject matter experts. To perform tasks effectively, a business analyst needs to be skilled at breaking down business analysis information and activities into logical components. This makes execution and tracking more manageable. Managing time efficiently is tied to prioritizing tasks and consistently being prepared for business analysis activities. Meeting deadlines, staying focused on the task at hand, and not taking on too much is an indicator of a good time manager. A final skill is filtering and organizing information, providing for ease and timeliness of retrieval, documenting, and reporting. You can effectively organize information and what needs to be accomplished by establishing goals, prioritizing tasks, having an action plan, and using checklists. And there are some best practices to help with time management, such as focusing on high-priority tasks, limiting non-critical tasks, scheduling focused time, and managing interruptions. Consider some examples of time wasters. First, focusing on the wrong tasks. As a business analyst, you may find some tasks enjoyable, or you may feel pressured to carry out other tasks that don't help you reach your goals. You could spend a lot of time in unnecessary meetings or with unscheduled visitors to avoid being seen as rude. You may also find yourself helping others or doing work that isn't directly related to your critical goals. Be careful not to let these situations get out of hand to avoid wasting time. Another time waster is doing other people's work instead of delegating and managing their efforts. Underestimating how much time an activity will take is a common situation. By tracking actual time to complete tasks and using that history to continually improve on estimating time to complete new tasks, you'll minimize delays and crunch times on projects, which cause you and others to waste valuable time. You may find yourself procrastinating because a task is too complex or uninteresting, or perhaps because you have to deal with a difficult stakeholder. If you're spending a large part of your day on medium or low priority tasks and only a small amount of time on high priority tasks, it's worth reevaluating how you're allocating your time and work to refocus your efforts. A final example of a time waster is socializing. As a business analyst, relationship building is an important part of what you do. However, people often misjudge how much time they spend socializing. In order to avoid falling behind in your work and creating unnecessary stress, strive for a balance between connecting with colleagues to enhance working relationships and ensuring work progresses as planned. There are several traits possessed by organized business analysts, including focusing on the right tasks at the right time, keeping to a schedule and communicating status, not wasting time during meetings and workshops, and distributing information that is well organized, concise, and relevant. Competencies related to business knowledge include business acumen, industry knowledge, organizational knowledge, solution knowledge, and methodology knowledge. Business acumen is the ability to use what you've learned from past experiences to understand and address business needs appropriately. This requires significant knowledge of how the organization operates and how it's structured. An understanding of business principles and best practices in a specific industry is also important. Common business practices exist in several general areas, including legal and regulatory requirements, finance, logistics, sales and marketing, supply chain management, human resources, and technology. Business acumen can be exhibited in several ways, including recognizing potential limitations and opportunities, recognizing the need for a change in direction, understanding and managing risks, and recognizing opportunities to reduce expenses or increase profits. By researching an organization's industry, a business analyst can develop a better understanding of the context in which a solution will operate. Industry knowledge includes an awareness of current best practices and activities across an industry. Most industries have similar processes in the areas of human resources and finance, but it's important not to assume they all operate the same and have the same roles. During a benchmarking initiative, the business analyst will document industry best practices, assess if there are any gaps in the organization's operations, evaluate the company's position in the market, analyze areas that are keeping it from achieving a better position, and then apply those findings to gaps in current practices and processes. As a business analyst, you can suggest changes to meet market challenges. It's important, therefore, to understand some of the different areas of an industry. Learn about the current trends through industry associations, networking, research, and following social media. Know what the important market forces and market drivers are. Key processes are important to understand in order to optimize revenue and profits. These include supply chains for manufacturing and inventory management for the retail industry. Keep informed about services provided in the industry and popular products being produced. Knowing key definitions, terminology, and jargon in the industry will help you better communicate with your stakeholders. Learning about customer segmentation and how the industry divides its customer base into groups such as age, gender, interests, and spending habits allows the business analyst to contribute to marketing discussions. Know who the industry suppliers are and the practices they use. For instance, risk assessment in banking and Six Sigma in manufacturing. Finally, in highly regulated industries, it's critical to be on top of the applicable regulations. As a business analyst, you'll need to uncover relevant industry factors as you do your research. What are the active regulatory organizations? How do competitors' products compare to yours? Which suppliers, practices, equipment, and tools are competitors using and why? What are the impacts of weather, political unrest, and natural disasters? And do competitors have similar seasonal cycles? Industry knowledge effectiveness can be understood by looking at the level of competency in knowing the customers, competitors, and partners, knowing similar product types offered within an industry, having the ability to identify trends, knowing where to find information, and understanding the regulatory environment. In addition to industry knowledge, a business analyst must be aware of 3 other areas of business knowledge: organization, methodology, and solutions. In order to implement change successfully, you need to understand the current state of existing systems and processes and various potential solutions. When planning the business analyst approach, you'll need to take different aspects of the organizational culture and structure into consideration, along with current philosophies and methodologies in place for implementing change. Organizational knowledge includes understanding the organization's goals and objectives, communication channels, authority structure, terminology and jargon, and products and services. You should also understand who the most knowledgeable subject matter experts are. They are those with the greatest amount of experience with processes, business rules, and the regulatory environment. Those with effective organizational knowledge know how to get things accomplished within the context of the organizational structure, understand how to utilize formal and informal relationships, and are able to navigate internal politics. Knowing which methodology to implement or take advantage of depends on several factors and needs to be documented in your requirements. Factors such as context, dependencies, opportunities, constraints, timing, parties involved, and acceptable risk level. Possessing effective methodology knowledge means being able and willing to adapt and change depending on the methodologies used, learn and use different methodologies, easily integrate your tasks and techniques, and take on various roles required by a methodology. Solution knowledge is important for contributing to the selection and implementation of a solution. It could include having previous experience implementing the same type of solution in the past, familiarity with a variety of solutions available commercially, or experience with the most effective ways to implement particular types of solutions. Effective solution knowledge is demonstrated when time and cost savings have been realized while implementing a solution, when less time is needed for requirements analysis and solution design, or when making a selection about the best solution to implement is more straightforward and clear. Specific competencies related to using the tools and technologies you need as a business analyst include office productivity tools and technology, communication tools and technology, and business analysis tools and technology. These help support communication, collaboration, and the tasks associated with creating and maintaining requirements work products. A business analyst will use a variety of office productivity tools. Word processing programs are used to document meeting minutes, business analysis workshops, and requirements. Presentation software such as PowerPoint is often used by business analysts to provide status updates and present business cases. Spreadsheets are typically used to document requirements and to gather and analyze data. Communication technology includes email and online meeting software. Collaboration tools such as wikis and SharePoint are used to share information and track updates to documentation using a version control mechanism. When competent with office productivity tools, you achieve greater efficiency and productivity using your ability to choose the best tool for the task at hand. In business analysis, there are a host of tools and technologies that are used to create a variety of outputs. Models and diagrams are created by using tools such as Visio, while documents are created using tools like Microsoft Word. Requirements analysis and maps are often created using data within spreadsheets. Requirements artifacts include things such as flip charts and notes taken at requirements gathering sessions. Reports are created using Word documents and Excel spreadsheets. There are also a number of prototyping tools, from high-end multi-feature options to low-tech options like using screen captures. And finally, simulations can be very high-tech or can be low-tech using presentations and documentation. Consider some examples of tools and technologies. Modeling tools help align stakeholders to the information they've provided. They're often good for tracing information from text to model and for creating executables such as prototypes. Requirements management technologies are an excellent way to manage workflow and traceability, especially when changes are made. They're also good for configuration management, managing the artifacts and information gathered. Issue tracking tools help a business analyst track risks and responses to those risks, conflicts and issues, and defects in both the requirements and the resulting solution. A competent business analyst understands how to use the tools, is aware of the available tools on the market, and attends training when needed. Attending conferences and networking events and doing research are great ways to learn which tools are available and to determine the right tool for each situation. Communication tools and technologies help a business analyst plan and complete tasks. Calendaring tools are a perfect example as they help manage time for team activities. Holding team meetings with virtual meeting technology can also help you collaborate with stakeholders who aren't co-located. Gathering, storing, and sharing documents and data in an information management tool helps to keep stakeholders informed. Examples of communication tools include voice communication, instant messaging, online chats, email, and blogging. There are a wide variety of collaboration tools such as video conferencing. Electronic whiteboarding is helpful when working with stakeholders who are geographically distributed, while wikis allow people to share information and provide comments. Electronic calendars are considered the backbone of an organization. Online brainstorming tools include collaborative games. Electronic voting can be done through email as well as using online survey tools. Document sharing can be done through knowledge management tools, while idea sharing can be accomplished using low-tech tools such as whiteboards and flip charts or online brainstorming tools. Competency with communication tools and technology means knowing which tools to use when and how to use them, including knowing when to not use one at all. To be effective in any context, business analysts must be knowledgeable in the characteristics, required competencies, methodologies, and knowledge area implications when operating in a single or any combination of business analysis perspectives. In this course, you'll learn about the characteristics of business analysis perspectives, namely Agile, business intelligence, information technology, business architecture, and business process management. Business analysis perspectives are a way to capture the different views of business analysis. The tools and techniques used depend on the focus of the business analyst. When analyzing processes, for example, the business analyst will address the current state and the desired future state. In most initiatives, more than one perspective is applied. There are 5 perspectives: Agile, business intelligence, information technology, business architecture, and business process management. Projects using Agile methodology focus on value. The business analyst will conduct impact analysis to assess changes. Agile involves requirements and solutions evolving as the project proceeds. It's necessary for the business analyst to use an iterative, just-in-time approach to planning. This ensures outputs are delivered frequently and at the last possible moment. This approach values collaboration among stakeholders, which includes working with subject matter experts, product owners, and the implementation team. In some cases, the business analyst will take on more than one role, possibly as the product owner as well. Business analysts rely on knowledge areas to guide their activities. In Agile business analysis planning and monitoring, the business analyst creates an initial plan and updates it at the beginning of each cycle. Because collaboration is at the center of Agile methods, the business analysis planning is focused on working with stakeholders. The business analyst uses communication and team-building skills to engage stakeholders in a less formal way than with other methods. There's less emphasis on documentation, so planning utilizes techniques such as user stories to document requirements. Elicitation and collaboration is conducted iteratively. The deliverables are elaborated throughout the Agile initiative. It starts with an initial session to establish a vision and high-level scope. Then the business needs are further defined in each cycle. The backlog of business needs are prioritized, and the higher priority needs are addressed in each subsequent cycle. Once solicitation is complete, the needs are implemented. Requirements lifecycle management is also conducted iteratively. Each iteration comes with an expectation that the scope becomes more specific, with designs evolving as the project progresses. The business analyst uses acceptance criteria to validate the requirements, which occurs at the end of each iteration. Strategy analysis is an ongoing part of an Agile initiative, used to ensure that the solution delivered continues to provide value to stakeholders. Working collaboratively, the team strategy analysis is used to define scope, assess risks, and adjust the development roadmap throughout the project. Requirements analysis and design definition is conducted in each iteration. Analysis helps to determine the level of effort required in the iteration and progresses until just enough information is provided to guide development. Solution evaluation is done with stakeholders at the end of every development cycle to ensure deliverables meet their needs. The business analyst ensures that the product meets business expectations before a product is released and identifies new opportunities that will add value to the business. Agile methods are typically used for software development projects. This methodology can be used for business improvement and process engagements as well. To be successful using an agile approach, an organization or group needs to change their mindset from one of planning and delivering to one of continuous improvement. According to the BABOK Guide version 3, adopting the agile mindset refers to cultural adoption of agile principles, as opposed to the organization considering agile as a methodology or practice to be implemented. Agile approaches and principles are most likely to be successfully applied when there's a commitment from the customer or business unit and when the sponsor understands and is an advocate for agile principles. Empowered and engaged subject matter experts who are able to make decisions regarding the changes and where the changes are expected in the process are very important in Agile. Team members should be assigned for the entire initiative and co-located because of the emphasis on communication and empowerment. Agile is best suited for complex needs and proposed solutions. It's also very helpful when there's an emerging business need. Team members may play many roles in a team, and in fact, each member of the team uses business analysis skills and techniques. In an Agile initiative, the business analyst engages with the business sponsor at a strategic level to define how the proposed product or feature aligns with the organizational objectives. They collaborate with various stakeholders to break the product vision down into a prioritized list of desired work items to be completed. There are 3 things that need to be established. What need must be satisfied? Is the need worth satisfying? And what's the right thing to deliver the need? As a business analyst, you may act as a stakeholder proxy or work directly with the sponsor or product owner. You document just enough information to ensure the value is delivered with each iteration and use various techniques to express product needs as concrete examples. Purpose alignment models evaluate ideas based on value, and retrospectives focus on team process improvements. When managing scope and requirements in an Agile initiative, scope evolves to meet emerging needs. Managing scope means that the business analyst reviews and reprioritizes requirements as needed. Scope is managed using a backlog list. Backlog management uses this list of items and the associated functionality needed for collecting and prioritizing what the Agile team needs to deliver. Defects found can be included in a backlog list as well. Another way of managing scope is through user stories or requirements, and epics, which are larger user stories. Agile is based on delivering value early and often. This involves continuous review and feedback to the team, requiring transparent and clear communication by every team member. Communication and interactions are the foundation of a successful Agile initiative. There are a few major assumptions that need to be considered and accepted in order for the Agile process to be effective. One assumption is that requirements changes will be accepted at any stage. Another is that team membership should be constant. This allows for continuous improvement of team activities and effective communication. Teams will be multidisciplinary and cross-functional, allowing for roles to change as needed. The best approach is to have the team co-located to facilitate daily meetings. Teams should also be self-organized, which means the team makes decisions on what should happen next and who should do it. There are 2 types of stakeholders: change sponsors and change agents. Change sponsors must embrace adaptive over predictive planning and understand there are fixed period work cycles. It's critical that the change sponsor is very engaged during an Agile initiative. Change agents include the Agile team leader, customer representative or product owner, team members, including developers and user interface designers, business analysts, and external stakeholders. An Agile Business Analysis Initiative produces several outcomes, including open communication and collaboration, a definition of project completion, and acceptance criteria for each user story. It also leads to a product vision statement created at the beginning of an Agile project, collaboratively produced with the project sponsor or change sponsor. A final outcome of an Agile Business Analysis Initiative is documentation that is considered just enough and just in time. When it comes to Agile initiatives, there are a wide variety of approaches you can take. Here are several examples. Disciplined Agile delivery, or DAD principles, include a focus on people and learning. DAD is a goal-driven approach which addresses risk and value for the enterprise. It's a framework that has adopted the best practices of Scrum, Extreme Programming, Kanban, and Lean. Another Agile approach is Evolutionary Project Management, or EVO. This approach is about continuous learning regarding what works and what needs to improve. EVO breaks a project down into evolutionary cycles and is focused on delivering stakeholder needs for the lowest possible development costs. Feature-driven development, or FDD, is an approach that addresses the functionality that produces value. FDD has 5 steps in its methodology: develop the model, build a feature list, plan by feature, design by feature, and lastly, build by feature. The Kanban approach addresses the amount of work and the team capacity to complete it. Backlog management is used to prioritize the work. Each backlog item is selected and the team only works on that item. Cycle time measures time to completion and is used to optimize estimates for backlog items. Scrum is another example of a commonly used Agile approach. This approach empowers the team to complete each iteration with a focus on meeting business goals. Scrum is based on extensive collaboration and lightweight documentation. There are a number of Agile techniques used by a business analyst when practicing this perspective. Here are several of the options. Business capability analysis is a technique that assesses functions based on an organization's capabilities. It focuses on improving productivity, increasing revenue, and improving services. In the personas technique, a persona is a fictional description of a stakeholder. The personas are used to describe how a user interacts with the solution and focuses on the goals of that type of user. Value stream mapping documents the current state and defines the desired future state. It addresses the entire process from the beginning to the delivery of a product or service. It's based on addressing waste and delivering value. Another technique is user stories. From the customer's perspective, user stories define who needs what and why. They're written at a high level and focus on the user's objectives. Story mapping is a lightweight requirement document that's further designed, defined, and developed as the iteration progresses. Storyboarding describes a stakeholder's interaction with the product or service using a diagram and text. To determine value, backlog management is used to manage a list of items to be delivered. It can include user stories, epics, and defects. The items providing the most value are completed first. Kano analysis identifies how customer satisfaction is realized through the maximization of performance and the attributes of a product that can induce customer excitement. The threshold attributes for a product describe the diminishing returns of a product through the optimization of product performance. In other words, how much time is devoted to the optimization of a product before it stops providing value. Moscow prioritization is a method that categorizes functions and features into lists of must-have features, such as those that must meet regulatory constraints, should-have features, which are important but not necessary in a particular iteration, could have features which aren't necessary but could improve the user experience, and won't have features which are optional if time allows. The purpose alignment model determines which business processes and requirements are either critical or will differentiate the organization in the marketplace. Other agile techniques include behavior-driven development, relative estimation, planning workshops, real options, collaborative games, retrospective, and lightweight documentation. Let's go through them. Behavior-driven development, or BDD, ensures user stories are aligned with business outcomes and goals and minimizes waste. Relative estimation applies user story points, which is an analysis of the complexity of a user story and the total effort required to deliver that story. The planning workshop technique uses the expertise of the Agile team in a collaborative environment to determine how much value can be delivered in an iteration. Real options is an Agile principle which facilitates when the team makes decisions, not how. Collaborative games are used to elicit information from stakeholders. The facilitator provides game rules, and the stakeholders work together creatively to solve problems and identify needs. Retrospectives are similar to lessons learned sessions, occurring at the end of an iteration. The team meets to identify what worked and what needs to change in the next iteration. Lightweight documentation is about delivering just enough information to communicate the needs of the business and to inform development. A business analyst will work closely with the developer to provide insight into those requirements. All business analysis competencies apply to Agile, and there are some that are emphasized during an Agile initiative. Patience and tolerance are required when someone is under pressure. As a business analyst, you must keep an open mind and listen to stakeholders. Another competency is communication and collaboration. The team approach of an Agile project is all about communicating clearly and effectively while being collaborative. Collaboration is about working together to reach an outcome. As a business analyst, you will actively listen to all stakeholders and provide your opinions with clarity and focus. You must have an ability to handle change. Planning occurs in an Agile project, however, it's done to meet the challenges of each iteration. Under these circumstances, the business analyst must adapt to new situations and changing priorities. Flexibility and adaptability is another key business analysis competency. Flexibility means the business analyst is open to adapting and changing the approach and techniques, or to taking on another role within the team in order to meet the needs of an iteration. Agile is about accepting changes at any point. Then there's the ability to recognize business value. As a business analyst, you need to be able to assess the impact and value of a requested change and prioritize that work accordingly. Another competency area is continuous improvement. As a business analyst, you should ask questions such as, does this improve the customer experience? Will this help save money? Will it increase employee efficiencies? You will identify how the next iteration can be improved and work with the team members to define how the improvements can be implemented. These competencies are often practiced simultaneously. For instance, effective communication contributes to patience, and patience supports being flexible and adaptable. Business intelligence transforms data into valuable information. It allows better decision-making at all levels. Executives use the outputs from business intelligence to make strategic decisions. Management uses information, such as monthly reports, to make tactical decisions. At the process and operational levels, decisions are made based on key performance indicators and other data provided through business intelligence. Business intelligence initiatives ensure that a change or new solution will focus on better meeting information needs. Quality information benefits the entire organization strategically, tactically, and operationally. As a business analyst, you collect data and transform it into valuable information. At a tactical level, statistical analysis of data can contribute to improved processes and increased quality. Gathering data on the cycle time of a process, combined with data at a specific time of year, could produce information about when staff levels need to be increased or decreased to meet demands. At an operational level, data about customer spending and payment habits can indicate if the customer is creditworthy. Business intelligence is all about making better decisions. This means timely, accurate, and actionable information. Business intelligence initiatives address the information needs of an organization or department. They require an understanding of the business goals and objectives, knowledge of business processes, the industry sources of data, and the reliability of data. Change sponsors are the highest role of organizational units affected by a change. They enable consistent and cohesive data sharing. Change targets are sponsors who use business intelligence information to make business decisions that can be improved through better reporting, monitoring, and predictive modeling. The nature of a business intelligence solution is that it can integrate multiple sources of data and highlight the various data sources. You need to consider what happens to data as it makes its way through the system. There are several steps to this process. First, data sources provide information. Data can come from external systems, such as through an industry partner or from the public. Internal systems provide information, possibly coming from a business area or through ad hoc sources. Other sources include machine data, web data, audiovisual data, documents, and text. Data is taken and integrated. The data is transformed, and data quality management is employed. Next, the data is stored in operational data stores, data marts, analytical sandboxes, and unstructured data storage. Unstructured data includes videos, documents, and photos. Then the data is extracted. This is done using data analytics and information delivery. Finally, the data is used through cyclical reports, ad hoc queries, interactive dashboards, conditional alerts that provide information when something has gone wrong, and as automated decision data provided to management. There are some assumptions that need to be considered. One such assumption is that existing processes and systems can provide source data and should be explored. Another assumption is that the current data infrastructure may be used to support a solution. Infrastructure components of a business intelligence solution are often provided by commercial off-the-shelf packages and configured to specific business needs. A final assumption to consider is that process re-engineering and change management may be required. The data produced from a business intelligence initiative provides value, and the information is acted upon. The processes are then optimized and can be measured using key performance indicators, which will provide continuous information to ensure the change benefits are realized. The information provided to business intelligence activities allows business analysts to assess implications of a change for all levels of an enterprise. There are multiple types of requirements that business analysts must consider, including the communication requirements necessary to implement the reports needed by stakeholders at the operational and strategic levels of the organization, the information needed for analytics activities and data integration, and considerations regarding data quality, transformation rules, and data definitions. Data quality is paramount to reliable analytics. The business analyst has some key activities, including liaising between stakeholders and solution providers. The analyst must create data models using various techniques and design dashboards. A dashboard is a visual representation of information and can be interactive, allowing a user to drill into a graph to investigate specific data. The key to an effective dashboard is that it's easy to read and relevant to the stakeholder in a timely fashion. Another business analyst activity is specifying requirements for business intelligence, which includes collecting data from source systems and integrating data sources. The data can be structured or unstructured. Unstructured data includes videos, photos, social media, and geospace resources. The business intelligence perspective impacts some of the business analysis knowledge areas. One impacted area is business analysis planning and monitoring. For business intelligence, this takes into consideration which stakeholders have the requisite knowledge to express their information needs. The tools and techniques used include data modeling metrics and key performance indicators, as well as process modeling. Business analysts must consider if the existing infrastructure can provide the data sources and analytics needed to satisfy the business needs. They must also consider functional and technical stakeholders when determining where business analysis information is provided. Infrastructure capabilities are necessary to deliver business intelligence value. There may need to be a change to the data infrastructure. Business analysts will use conceptual data models and process models to communicate the current state. In strategy analysis, the future state will be communicated with logical level data models. Other techniques include data flow models, decision models, and integration models that illustrate internal and external data sources. In the requirements analysis and design definition knowledge area, the business analyst defines and analyzes existing data availability, redundancy, and other quality issues. Business rules analysis is used to provide data integrity checks and data transformation. As a business analyst, you will review existing reports and assess commercial off-the-shelf software solutions to determine if the functional requirements meet the business needs. You will also evaluate how the data is being used. To be successful in the business intelligence space, a business analyst needs to possess certain underlying competencies, including effective communication skills, the ability to analyze complex structures using decision modeling, and a knowledge of basic statistics. The analyst should have the ability to use data profiling, evaluate data sources, understand data structures, content, and relationships, use data pivoting to transform data from one table into another table, usually aggregating that data, and be comfortable with in-depth data analysis. Additional competencies include expertise in data modeling, using extraction transformation, using best practices, using reporting tools, as well as having an understanding of the structure and use of data warehousing. When considering business intelligence approaches, you need to consider analytics, goals, and data. Regarding types of data analytics, descriptive analytics describe the current state of the organization in the form of reports and dashboards. The business analyst will use data mining to extract data and review the results based on key performance indicators and comparisons. Predictive analytics is used to determine what will happen in the future. Trends and seasonal activities can be used to determine forecasting. And prescriptive analytics uses both descriptive and predictive analytics to determine what to do next. The business analyst will analyze the data based on business goals and decision-making criteria. Data comes in two primary types, structured and unstructured. Structured data resides in a database, for example, a relational database. It's described using data models, data dictionaries, and the fields and types of data, such as numeric and alphabetic data, and includes input constraints, such as the length of a field. Unstructured data includes elements such as videos, photos, or documents, and PDF files. No organizational rules are used to structure that type of data. Business analysts will also use metadata, which is information about data, and algorithms to describe information requirements. In the business intelligence space, there are several major business analysis outcomes. The results of analytics activities confirm existing business assumptions and spur on change. Business analysts will provide a description of the change and how the solution will provide value, use decision models to formulate a course of action, use a logical data model and data dictionary to understand the data elements used to determine if change is required in the enterprise, and use a source data quality assessment to determine the quality and reliability of the data. Another outcome is a target logical data model, describing the elements and structures needed to support the business. The data dictionary provides a common definition of the data elements. Transformation rules are used to map existing data to target data stores. And business analytics requirements are used to describe the output of the analysis activities. Specifications are applied to determine the level of granularity, the filtering to be applied, and how the data will be presented. The solution architecture is used to describe how the decision needs of each business area are mapped to the business intelligence framework. This architecture includes source data locations, how and when the data will be extracted, where the data is stored, and how the data will be presented. The information technology, or IT perspective, looks at the impact of change on IT systems, focuses on non-agile IT initiatives, and is concerned with initiatives with a wide range of complexity, from minor bug fixes or enhancements to complete re-engineering of an IT system. A business analyst requires a wide range of knowledge and skills, from understanding how the business operates through process models, business rules, goals, and objectives, to having a good understanding of IT structures, such as software applications and architecture, that support and enable business operations. The business analyst requires strong collaboration skills, which involves facilitating understanding between different types of stakeholders. The needs of business stakeholders are described to the implementation team in terms that are related to technology, such as usability, business rules, and calculations. Conversely, the needs of the technical team are explained to the business, which includes the existing functionality and the constraints of the existing technical solution. Business analysts have to be careful not to use technical jargon when communicating with the business team and vice versa. Although a background in information technology, such as software development or testing, is helpful for a business analyst, it's not necessary. However, there are certain competencies that a business analyst in the IT area must possess, including knowledge of how technology works and integrates to produce business outcomes. They must have an understanding of the necessary level of detail for requirements that will enable the work to be completed, as requirements must be testable and include outcomes. They also need an understanding of what is technically feasible within the existing technical framework, or what options might be available in the market. The business analyst should master the skills to influence, facilitate, and negotiate with stakeholders to reach consensus. And they need the ability to work with technical subject matter experts, translate and facilitate agreement between different types of stakeholder groups, and use systems thinking to determine the impacts to the overall system and assess the risks. The business analyst will elicit information about how the organization works as a whole to describe the business needs. They'll also analyze how the IT systems support the business. This provides context for details discovered and documented about how the business operates and why. It also aligns the reasons for changing technology with the business goals and helps determine whether or not change will actually provide value. There are several knowledge areas that are impacted by the IT business analysis perspective. In the business analysis planning and monitoring area, the business analyst will create a plan that includes the stakeholders who can provide information on processes and technology needs and how the system operates as a whole. In elicitation and collaboration, the business analyst will include technical stakeholders and use elicitation activities to provide an opportunity for these stakeholders to collaborate. In the requirements lifecycle management area, the business analyst will determine how changes are managed and establish traceability to ensure the alignment of technical requirements to business objectives. The business analyst will assess how changes to the business requirements impact the technical requirements. Techniques used by the business analyst in this area include prioritization, acceptance and evaluation, and item tracking. During strategy analysis, the business analyst will evaluate the proposed technology solution in context with the business processes and data used. The future state description will include the functionality needed by technology to meet business needs. He or she will assess risks, especially if a vendor solution is an option. Techniques used by the business analyst in this perspective include functional decomposition, observation, and vendor assessment. In the requirements analysis and design definition area, the business analyst will use modeling techniques to understand how technology can enable business processes and functionality needed by the business to be successful. Requirements will include non-functional, user interface, and regional needs such as language. The techniques used by the business analyst include non-functional requirements analysis, prototyping use cases, and sequence diagrams. Finally, in solution evaluation, the business analyst will evaluate how the current technology system interacts with other systems, evaluate its performance, and work with quality assurance software testers to ensure the solution meets business needs. He or she will evaluate if there are technical limitations which keep the business from reaching their goals. Many types of events can trigger the need for an IT change. Business analysts may need to look into the creation of new technology to improve organizational capabilities. In many cases, business analysts will evaluate software as a solution as an option to improve capabilities, such as order handling, learning management systems, and other types of systems that enable the organization to reduce the burden on the IT infrastructure. There may need to be a modification to an existing system, new functionality added, regulatory changes, or enhancements to a website. Ideally, IT changes should improve operations by producing something more efficient, more reliable, and/or less costly. Other improvements could include reducing risk to the organization from events such as system downtime, increasing system reliability, stability, and especially security, and repairing or performing maintenance on an existing system. There are a number of things business analysts need to consider regarding IT change initiatives. Will the initiative be managed as a project? Is it a continuous improvement initiative with incremental changes and monitoring? Will there be regularly scheduled maintenance activities? Business analysts also need to consider the organization's change management implications. When changing technology, stakeholders need to be aware of when the change will occur, what the impacts of that change are, and how to deal with the change. This can be communicated through documentation, presentations, and training, and will have a significant impact on how successfully the change is adopted. There are a number of change sponsors associated with an IT initiative. The technical team can include database administrators, software developers, web designers, and systems architects. Technical executives are involved in making decisions about how their resources are used. The application owner will make decisions around what should and should not change and is key to providing requirements. The process owner will provide input into what changes need to occur in order to meet process needs. The business owner has a big stake in the success and outcome of the initiative, so the business analyst should work with the business owner to understand what their goals and objectives are. The internal product manager defines which products are released to the public. This is particularly true for an IT initiative in the high-tech industry, where software applications and solutions are provided. The internal product manager is key to providing requirements in this area. The regulatory representative should also be involved to ensure you're meeting regulatory requirements. In the information technology perspective, The business analyst should identify anything potentially impacted by the change. Typically, IT changes will affect departments and functions within those departments, so communication must happen on a regular basis along with training. Technology changes will likely affect existing processes, and applications residing on the technology platform may also be affected. So the business analyst needs to evaluate which processes and applications are impacted and how. Business analysts need to consider very small details within the bigger picture, any internal interfaces within the organization's platform, and any external interfaces. Business analysis from an IT perspective produces several outcomes. Requirements are often referred to as functional specifications or system specifications. Alternatives analysis looks at the various options for a technology change. Business rules may affect technology and how functions operate. Gap analysis is a comparison between what is currently available technically and what's needed in order to meet business needs. Functional decomposition is another outcome to IT-based business analysis. Use cases and scenarios help to document the requirements, as do user stories. Interface analysis identifies all potential data inputs and outputs to ensure an understanding of all interfaces. Prototypes are helpful when validating user requirements and bridging understanding between the technology team and business stakeholders. Technology enables processes within an organization, so process changes will often spur technology changes. Process analysis and process models are important for documenting these changes. State models provide information to the technical team about the different states in which an application or functionality will occur. Decision models, scope models, and data models are also produced in this perspective. It's often assumed in a technological environment that design only occurs when the technical team becomes involved. Actually, design starts within the business analysis activities. A solution design is a representation of a solution to the needs of the business, and it describes how value will be realized. It's a means for confirming direction with the business stakeholders and communicating direction to the technical stakeholders. Business analysts produce information that is a usable representation of a solution to the needs of the business. Solution designs describe how value will be realized, and it's a way of communicating with the technology team. In fact, designs produced by the business analysts are really a way of communicating at a very high level how the solution will produce value for the organization. A technical design involves using technology to solve the business problem and often depicts how the system will behave. There are two primary solution development methodologies used in IT initiatives. The predictive methodology, also known as waterfall, uses a structured process. It emphasizes planning up front. The tasks are sequentially completed in phases and formal documentation is used. An adaptive methodology, such as Agile, uses iterative and incremental approaches to develop a solution. It allows for rework and changes throughout the initiative and uses less formal documentation. Many organizations are moving away from a strict waterfall approach and are using a hybrid approach which combines adaptive and predictive methodologies in order to address the challenges of an IT initiative. IT methodologies can be homegrown, created by an organization, often from other proven methodologies. The organization may use elements from frameworks such as Capability Maturity Model Integration, or CMMI, to create policies and practices for technology projects. Requirements engineering, or RE, is a structured approach to requirements. In a waterfall approach, business analysts will develop requirements at the beginning of an initiative. In an agile approach, the requirements are elaborated within each iteration and refined in future iterations. The Structured Systems Analysis and Design Method, or SSADM, is a waterfall approach that relies heavily on detailed documentation using data models, data flows, and entity event modeling. Unified process, also known as UP, is an incremental approach to IT projects. It consists of 4 phases: inception, elaboration, construction, and transition. The construction and transition phases are divided into iterations that are time-boxed. The business architecture perspective is the practice of producing models of the enterprise, also called blueprints. Models are used to assess how well the strategic goals of the enterprise are being met, identify areas that need to change, and help in the analysis of the impact of those changes. Changes are prioritized to ensure that the right ones are being implemented at the right time so as to avoid negatively impacting the enterprise. The goal of business architecture is to decompose the business system, solution, or organization into elements and show the interactions between them. There are various business models that can be used. Organization models look at the structure of the organization. Process models show how work is being conducted, however, at a fairly high architectural level. Capabilities models focus on the capabilities of the organization and the functions that are supported by those capabilities. Value stream models show the relationship of the customer from the beginning of the value stream through to the end and the maintenance of that customer relationship. Reporting relationships models report on the relationships between the organization and the stakeholders and are often modeled in an organization model. Other business models are information and data models, security strategies models, and outcomes models. All of these models work together to illustrate the enterprise's blueprint and provide information to its stakeholders. When considering a potential change to a business architecture, the breadth of the areas that might be targeted in the analysis include the entire enterprise, a single business unit, or a single functional division. The depth of the analysis could include a strategic look at the organization of management, a tactical approach, or a value stream level approach at the process level. The 4 architectural principles are scope, separation of concerns, scenarios, and knowledge bases. Business architecture is concerned with the entire scope of the enterprise and will analyze the interactions of the processes within the organization, determine if there are integration opportunities, evaluate if there are redundancies in the architecture, and determine whether or not there are inconsistencies. The business analyst separates the various concerns of the business, asking questions such as, what information is used by the business? How is the work done? Who does the work? Where is the work done? Why is the work done? And how well is the work done? A business architect can look at the enterprise from several scenarios. Each scenario requires understanding different information, relationships, outcomes, and measures. They might run a scenario, for example, to remove redundancies. There are several questions the architect would ask, such as, what information is needed by all stakeholders? What relationships need to be maintained? Are the outcomes conflicting? And are the measures sufficient for all stakeholders to be successful? Architecture must be knowledge-based. This means the architectural drawings must be cataloged, maintained, and accessible to those who need the information. The architectural catalog must be maintained and kept up to date. There are a number of change sponsors and targets to be considered. Because enterprise architecture focuses on the enterprise, the business analyst must be comfortable working with senior executives and the business owner within the organization to ensure they have the right information. There are several things that could change as a result of business architecture activities, including the business capabilities, value stream, initiative plans, which must be evaluated to ensure they're not negatively impacting other areas, and investment decisions, which determine what the best investment is for the organization. When performing business analysis work from a business architecture perspective, there are a variety of possible outcomes. General outcomes include the alignment of the organization with its strategy and the planning and implementation of changes based on the analysis. Business analysis activities include requirements analysis, planning and prioritizing, estimating, and high-level systems design. A high-level systems design is looking at the organization as a system, not necessarily a technical systems design. The business architect works at a very high level across the enterprise. There are still requirements and planning and prioritization of those requirements in order to make necessary changes to the enterprise. The most important part of business architecture are the models and blueprints. These include business capability maps, value stream maps, a high-level process map of the architecture, and business motivation models. These all outline the value that will be delivered to the business when the change occurs. The value and solutions delivered by business architecture activities include effective strategic planning, business remodeling, organizational redesign, performance measures and capabilities, and formalization of institutional knowledge. All of these contribute to and help facilitate communication throughout the organization, allowing for productive collaboration around strategy. When embarking on a business architecture initiative, there are a few assumptions a business analyst needs to confirm. Access to the entire organization is necessary with the support of senior leadership for the initiative. This type of support is critical to being able to understand and map the business processes and architecture of the entire organization. Another assumption is that subject matter experts and business owners will actively participate in order to ensure the models produced are accurate. Other assumptions include that an organizational strategy is in place and that there's a business change or goal to be addressed by the effort. Knowledge areas are impacted by business architecture in several ways. One impacted knowledge area is business analysis planning and monitoring. When embarking on a business architecture initiative, business analysts must consider the strategy and goals of the organization, how the business operates and the models that describe it, and any plans for change, including growth through acquisition or increased productivity. What's needed here is to understand the organizational culture and its capacity for change. Business analysts in this perspective will provide input regarding which projects provide the most benefit and which methods and frameworks are to be employed. Techniques used in this knowledge area include business capability modeling, metrics, key performance indicators, decision analysis, and project portfolio analysis. In the elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, the business analyst works with all levels of the organization to understand how each area aligns to the business strategy. According to the BABOK Guide version 3, the business architect's goal is to optimize the enterprise goals and strategy and discourage activities that achieve a narrow goal at the cost of sub-optimizing the entire objectives. Techniques used include interface analysis, document analysis, focus groups, and process modeling to facilitate discussions around changes to the organization. During the Requirements Lifecycle Management knowledge area, the business analyst works with senior executives to identify emerging changes and determine how projects will impact the business outcomes. Techniques used here are benchmarking, balanced scorecard, and estimation techniques. In the strategy analysis knowledge area, business architecture provides a blueprint of the current state of the organization. Business analysts in this perspective will develop change roadmaps to clearly define the changes needed within the context of the market, cost, and opportunities. The techniques used include organizational modeling, SWOT analysis, and customer journey maps. When it comes to the requirements analysis and design definition knowledge area, the models produced by business architecture support the activities of this area. The techniques used include business model canvas, data flow diagrams, scope modeling, and root cause analysis. And in the solution evaluation knowledge area, the business analyst assesses how processes and initiatives meet the desired business goals. What's determined here is how objectives can be described in measurable outcomes and how the results of performance are communicated effectively to ensure the organization has a clear view of the strategy. The techniques used include observation, key performance indicators, roles and permission matrices, and business process architecture. A business analyst who's using a business architecture perspective needs to have several underlying competencies, including a high tolerance for ambiguity and uncertainty, while looking within the organization toward the future to ensure the business is successful. The analyst also needs to have the ability to view things in a broader context. Understanding the appropriate level of overview versus detailed information to provide and how to focus on higher-level views of the organization is necessary. The ability to take a long-term view, which helps envision the organization in the future, anticipating potential risks and issues, is also needed. Other competencies include being able to deliver short-term outcomes, having the skills to interact with executive-level stakeholders, the ability to consider multiple scenarios and outcomes for proposed changes, and possessing the political acumen required to lead or direct the change. In business architecture, a number of reference models are used. One such model is the Association for Cooperation Operations Research and Development, or ACCORD, which is a not-for-profit organization with participation by the insurance industry. Its objective is to provide frameworks that improve the use of data. Control Objectives for IT, or COBIT, is published by the Information Systems Audit and Control Association. It lists 5 principles to be used by the business for better communication on how to meet organizational goals. These principles are meeting stakeholder needs, covering the enterprise end-to-end, applying a single integrated framework, enabling a holistic approach, and separating governance from management. ETOM is a business process framework for service-focused organizations. Frameworks provide standards, best practices, and standard metrics used by the communication industry. The Federal Enterprise Architecture Service Reference Model is a standard developed by the U.S. government. The Information Technology Infrastructure Library, or ITIL, supports IT service management, or IT operations. It focuses on customer needs and IT requirements through the optimization of the service. The Process Classification Framework, or PCF, supports aerospace, defense, automobile, electric utilities, pharmaceutical, and telecommunications organizations. It helps them define processes without redundancies. The Supply Chain Operations Reference, or SCORE, supports manufacturing and organizations concerned with optimizing processes in their supply chain to improve inventory returns. And the Value Reference Model, or VRM, is a standard that enables value chain processes supporting human capital management, asset management, and performance management. It includes enterprise management, product development, supply chain integration, and customer relationship management using one reference model to support the vision of an integrated value chain. Business architects use several different techniques. Archimate is an open standard modeling language used to describe, visualize, and analyze business domains. The Business Motivation Model, or BMM, is a standard to define business plans, which includes the mission, vision, strategies, tactics, goals, objectives, policies, rules, and influencers. Another technique is service-oriented analysis, which uses models to analyze, design, and architect systems and software to provide a holistic view of the organization's IT infrastructure. It defines the analysis scope, identifies automation systems, and models services. The Open Group Architecture Framework, or TOGAF, is an international standard for designing, planning, implementing, and governing an enterprise information technology architecture. The Zachman Framework is an enterprise architecture framework that views the organization at 5 levels. It starts at the top at the contextual level, then goes to the conceptual, logical, physical, and detailed levels. It asks several questions at each level, including why, how, what, who, where, and when. Another technique is using a variety of maps. Organizational maps describe roles, responsibilities, and reporting structures. These maps can be functionally oriented or based on market segments. A matrix illustrates each functional area, product, service, or customer group. Customer journey maps outline the customer's experience interacting with the organization. These maps can be used by product managers and executives to understand what motivates a customer to interact with the organization. The business process management, or BPM perspective, is focused on value delivery. It examines work processes with the goal of ensuring that value delivery is optimized across end-to-end processes. There are several types of processes in BPM, including group-level processes, individual subcomponents, and specific tasks. Group-level processes model the end-to-end process at a very high level. Individual subcomponents outline major activities within each group. Customer service management, for instance, is broken down into strategic sub-processes, such as developing a customer service strategy, and operational sub-processes, which could include identifying a customer service need. At the specific task level, each of the sub-processes is further elaborated to include what needs to be done to produce value. In the case of a customer service need, the subcomponents could include identifying a customer service need, documenting the need, analyzing the need, investigating a solution, and presenting the solution. These can be further elaborated into more detail and include business rules and key performance indicators. The business process management lifecycle includes designing, which identifies the current state, defines the future state, and identifies any gaps which could become requirements necessary to improve the process. Modeling uses various methods to illustrate the current state and future state. Executing and monitoring focuses on gathering data about the current state, which is then analyzed to make recommendations for change. Optimizing uses the first 3 steps iteratively to optimize the performance of the process. There are a number of implementation mechanisms for business process management. Top-down is when senior-level management initiates a change in the organization. A top-down initiative targets processes across the enterprise and engages business process reengineering approaches. Bottom-up initiatives address individual processes at a tactical level. People-centric initiatives focus on activities and tasks that need to change. This could be focused toward optimizing performance or meeting regulatory guidelines. IT-centric initiatives aim to automate manual processes. Business process reengineering is a radical approach to improving business outcomes by focusing on a redesign of processes from the ground up. It's also referred to as business transformation. Evolutionary forms of change align sub-processes with defined goals of the process. Another mechanism is substantial discovery. Often the way a department operates is different than the documented processes. This approach aims to align documented processes with how operations are actually performed. Process benchmarking includes comparing organizational processes against industry best practices. These practices are related to quality, time, and cost metrics. A final approach is specialized BPMS applications. BPMS stands for Business Process Management Suite, which is software that helps to enable business process modeling activities. Business process management has underlying assumptions that IT systems generally support the processes, senior management will support the initiative, and there's a tight integration with organizational strategy, so any changed processes still align with organizational goals and objectives, and cross-functional and end-to-end initiatives are addressed. When it comes to business process management, the objectives are to optimize processes through cost savings, compliance alignment, and increases in productivity, among other things. A business analyst who is practicing BPM may need to implement certain changes to address stakeholder needs. Let's review these stakeholders. The primary stakeholders are customers. BPM is customer-centric. This includes both internal and external customers and their goals, objectives, and expectations. The regulator may initiate large or small changes to processes. All processes should be evaluated to ensure they meet regulatory requirements. The process owner is responsible for the process and meeting the key performance indicators, or KPIs, they've defined. Business process management is used to assess and ensure the processes meet these KPIs. Process participants execute the steps in a process and should be considered when conducting process improvement. Observation is one technique used with process participants. The project manager is accountable to deliver the process requirements. The implementation team is responsible for integrating change initiatives. This includes training, communication, audits, and metric tracking, all to help the stakeholders adopt the change. An organization has process change initiatives and ongoing operations. A BPM change initiative includes various business analyst roles. The process architect is responsible for modeling, analyzing, implementing, and monitoring processes. They provide guidance on the methodology and technologies used. The architect is also responsible for maintaining standards and managing information in a repository. A process analyst has deep knowledge of process optimization tools and techniques and acts to improve business processes. The analyst will document the as-is and to-be models and make recommendations on changes needed to close the gap. Process modelers capture the as-is and to-be processes for implementation. Certain underlying competencies are important when participating in a business process management initiative. A business analyst must be up to challenging the status quo. This means looking at the process differently and making recommendations for changes that may be uncomfortable for some of the stakeholders. An understanding of root causes of problems within a business process is needed, as well as being able to encourage new ideas and approaches to the process. Confidence in articulating internal and external views of a process and possessing arbitration and negotiation skills are a must. It's important to be a neutral facilitator when interacting with stakeholders and to engage in frequent and effective communications inside and outside of the organization. Business process management produces a variety of outcomes. The business analyst will develop business process models that range from high-level to detail-level workflows. These serve as a starting point for further analysis. Business process models are divided into current state and future state models, and transition models guide interim states. Business rules assert a structure and control behavior within the process. These rules focus on business calculations, access control issues and policies, provide insight into business functions, and can be modified to improve business processes. Process performance measures look at the effectiveness and efficiency of a process and ensure processes align to the needs and objectives of the organization. There are several types of measures, including quality, time, cost, process agility, efficiency, effectiveness, and responsiveness. Business decisions determine which options will be acted upon. Options may be manual or automated, are modeled independently, and are described using business rules. Process performance assessment is done to provide continuous measurement and monitoring of the performance of the process. It allows for static and/or dynamic assessment of a process by taking a snapshot in time of key performance indicators or by observing the activities of the stakeholders during a process. This provides the necessary information to make decisions about changes. Business process management also has an impact on the knowledge areas. For the business analysis planning and monitoring knowledge area, it's important to remember that process improvement is based on continuous improvement and may begin by addressing how technology can support the change. The business analyst will use various tools to determine the scope of the change. When it comes to the elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, the business analyst will focus on root causes of process issues and determine how value can be realized. Stakeholders are continually consulted, and process maps, business rules, and key performance indicators are reviewed to ensure business goals are met. Techniques used include workshops, observation, root cause analysis, and brainstorming, along with various modeling techniques. In the Requirements Lifecycle Management knowledge area, BPM activities can uncover requirements such as software changes, new designs, and post-implementation changes. Techniques used include acceptance and evaluation criteria, process analysis, prioritization, and prototyping. The Strategy Analysis knowledge area involves documenting the current and future states and starts with an understanding of the role of the process within the organization's value chain. Continuous improvement will focus on discrete changes to a process. Techniques used include functional decomposition, process modeling, lessons learned, and the voice of the customer. The Requirements Analysis and Design Definition knowledge area addresses modeling analysis of the as-is process. Solutions resulting from this analysis could include a technology solution or outsourcing. Techniques used include benchmarking, business rules analysis, decision modeling, and scope modeling. And finally, in the Solution Evaluation knowledge area, evaluation of processes is an ongoing task using KPIs, data mining, and observation to ensure the process is delivering value. Business process management can be arranged according to a variety of frameworks. ACCORD is a framework developed by the Association for Cooperation Operations, Research and Development and is used by the insurance industry. It maps current state models and unstructured data to conceptual models. Enhanced Telecommunications Operation Map, or ETOM, is a hierarchical framework developed for the telecommunications industry and adopted by other industries. Government Strategic Reference Model, or GSRM, is a life cycle framework that provides processes and patterns for various stages of organizational maturity. Model-Based and Integrated Process Improvement, or MIPI, is a cyclical framework that assesses readiness, outlines processes to review, creates current process models, assesses and redesigns processes, and implements new processes and reviews. And finally, Process Clarification Framework, or PCF, is used for benchmarking and performance measurement. In addition to the frameworks, BPM also employs some other methodologies. Adaptive Case Management, or ACM, is used for dynamic activities such as knowledge work and is unpredictable in its execution. Business Process Reengineering, or BPR, facilitates dramatic change in an organization, changing processes from the bottom up. Continuous Improvement, or CI, addresses small changes over time, relying on feedback to determine if the change adds value and helps the organization meet its goals. The Theory of Constraints, or TOC, suggests that a process is only as good as its weakest link and that identifying and fixing the constraint will improve the overall process. Total Quality Management, or TQM, uses continuous feedback to improve products and services based on the customer's point of view. TQM uses the plan, do, check, act cycle. It uses relevant data and root cause to plan and check. To act, the solution is implemented and monitored for effectiveness. Six Sigma is a continuous improvement methodology that focuses on the elimination of variations in an outcome of a process. It's statistically oriented and performance data centric. A final methodology is Lean, which focuses on value from the customer's perspective, eliminating steps in the value stream that don't provide value. There are a number of BPM techniques worth discussing. First, there are a couple of different models used. Process simulation assesses the performance of a process under actual conditions based on different variables. Thinking processes, a technique used in TOC, assists in locating problems or constraints in a process. The business analyst uses various lists, diagrams, tables, and matrices to ensure cost effectiveness. Critical to quality, or CTQ, ensures providing quality to the most important stakeholder, the customer. House of Quality is an extensive metric that analyzes a process from the perspective of the customer. The metrics relate customer needs and product characteristics to the capabilities of an organization. Inputs, guide, outputs, and enablers, also known as IGOE, is a diagram that describes the context of a process by listing the inputs and outputs, the guides that are used to inform execution, and the supporting tools and information. And define, measure, analyze, design, verify, or DMADV, is a technique used in Six Sigma, a data-driven structure roadmap used to develop new or improve existing processes. There are also a number of types of analysis used. Failure Mode and Effective Analysis, or FMEA, is a systematic method of investigating process failures and defects and identifying potential causes. Cycle time analysis looks at the time it takes for a process to execute, while value-added analysis looks at each element of the process to ensure it provides value. Various other methods can also be employed. The 5 W's, for example, is a question technique, asking who, what, when, where, and why, and is used to uncover root causes to problems within organizational processes.